Let me hit you with the bleed blue. Let me hit you with the Let me hit you with the Let me hit you with the bleed blue. Let me hit you with the
Get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. Get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo.
Welcome in once again on the Rocket League channel for some Collegiate Rocket League action. This is CRL Open number 3, and things are getting even more intense. I'm Vaudeville, your host for this weekend's festivities. Joining me is a lovely cast of crew. We have Taco, Bass, and Novata here on the desk, and we are ready for all the action this weekend. Gentlemen, it is just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, it's just getting started because there's still a lot of questions to answer here. We have so many teams to separate, and I feel like the storylines keep getting twisted around. Northwood potentially back. Also, a lot of teams potentially not back. In fact, they're gone. They're already home. So I'm excited to see, again, how the story keeps going. It seems like every Open we get a different kind of champion representing CRL.
We also consistently see that somebody from the grand finals does not show up the next week. And this has happened now 3 weeks in a row. St. Clair not even making top 8, not even making the Sunday today, I think is astonishing the right word? Because I genuinely don't believe a single one of us had this predicted coming into this week.
Oh, I love astonishing. That's very Marvel. Astonishing, uncanny. Look, all the words you could possibly use. I love this, right? We have the new format for a reason. For competitions quite like this, give me more.
Whew, that's what we love to hear, but we do have to talk a little bit about the day today and where we currently stand with how things have been progressing for these teams. Only the top 8 make it into the CRL Championship, so points matter so much. As you can see, the current season standings championship cutoff is nuts. We do have to address one thing real quick though. Fisher Navy, they did have a bit of a roster change from last time, which does mean that they forfeited their points. They're still in the competition. They still made it forward a little bit here as well, taking down West Virginia, but they also have a long way to go to get their points back. They're still in the top 4, but now they have Justice instead of One to Mike, and that's the biggest thing we want to talk about here with this roster change, Bass. I mean, how do you feel this team has been looking for those who saw the last Fisher Navy team, now sees this new one that'll be on stream later today?
Look, I said this coming into the season, and I'm going to defend my point here as well. Just Us is the best third for this team. I have nothing against the prior team or how they performed. They obviously were able to do so, but even when the 2 Fisher rosters were initially created, a couple of us were like, Just Us, the guy who made RLCS this season, isn't on the main roster? That's a bit odd. And, well, it seems like it's working out now. This team may be in the lower bracket. The only reason they are there, though, is they faced Northwood, the team that is currently playing in the upper bracket. So the fact of the matter is they have done phenomenally throughout the day. Wins over Davenport, wins over WVU, 2 teams that many would believe to be top 10 in the entirety of CRL. They are well back on their way to getting yet another top 4 finish. And, well, they kind of guaranteed that already. So it doesn't really seem like much has changed in between the 2 rosters.
Not too much has changed here as well, but you do see some of the rankings change. I mean, Akron with their performance today have moved up in the rankings. They were kind of in threat of not making it into the top 8 cutoff, but now they're actually there. All-State didn't make it into the top 8 because they lost earlier on to Fisher, and then they lost to Mizzou. Actually, there's so many upsets that we were talking about before. Let's take a look at the actual standings for this Open. Now kind of give a bigger picture to what has gone down. And Taco, I need your help to break this down because there's a lot of teams that had some different performances. We got to talk about the upsets that we saw. Bruton Parker doing well. We didn't see them make it all the way onto this list, but St. Edwards did well too. I mean, talk to us a little bit about some of these teams. Even LCU got an upset themselves.
Well, that's the biggest part about why it's so impressive that these teams are top 8 on broadcast, because the teams that are not necessarily featured as much on this list, the ones that are a little bit lower down, that got those singular points within this specific tournament. So again, these standings are just for CRL Open or Fall Open number 3. A lot of these squads will not make it into main event. They did not make it into main event, especially in those ones. That means they just got to lower semis, kind of just fell a little short. Those are teams that on their day are incredibly difficult to play against. Illinois State, who did get into this top 8, they are playing against Bruton Parker, who had, I would say, definitely the upset of all of CRL Open number 3, beating St. Clair Green in the upper bracket of their matchup very early on. And all the comments I got, I went to social media, I was tweeting about this, and every single comment I got was saying, hey, that Bruton Parker team, they are no joke. They will annoy the heck out of you. They are so incredibly fast. They're mechanical. And I'm thinking to myself, when I talk about a lot of these teams, that's the kind of the sentiment I get from most of these squads. On any given day, someone can peak, get into that top 8, get into that qual game, and that's really what CRL is all about. We might see familiar names at the top, but that middle ground is always ripe for the taking for all these teams that just have a good day.
Yeah, LCU also took down Concord. I mean, that was a huge win for them. Unfortunately, they couldn't win afterwards to Concord in that rematch, but Concord making their way through that lower bracket. Fisher making their way back in as well after having a decent run. Mizzou got an upset victory against Ball State and looked pretty decent against Fisher too. So a lot of these teams that are still in the conversation, still getting points, are making waves, but it might be a little too late as we talked about those cumulative point standings before. But we got to talk about the bracket here, Novanta, and how things have gone down today. We're still finally seeing the updates as they come through. Tell me what's your biggest shocker in these results so far?
Well, the biggest shocker is the one that stared me right in the face, and that's Maryville. I'm not sure what happened here necessarily. It was just a bad day, maybe some bad breakfast or what, but I did not see this one coming, especially how high we ranked them on this past week's episode of Champ League.
Yeah, I mean, we had them all at least in our top 3. We thought Maryville, yes, they had a break week. Speed was on vacation. They didn't make it into the top 8 as we expected, but they still had a good run. Made it to that final matchup, only were a game off. But now they got reverse swept by Northwood. That's what that game 5 victory for Northwood was. And then they lost to Concord, and Concord looked really good. Got to give ISU a shout out as always. They made it into their first top 8. Kept it kind of more competitive against Concord, I would say, in their series than Maryville did. So Maryville's got some work cut out for them. Yes, they do have plenty of points, so very likely, I think like almost guaranteed basically at this point to make it into the fall championship. But there is still seeding to go forward for that, and still a lot of glory for these teams. We have one returning champion in Concord from last week, still able to make it into the top, but Northwood still looking for their first. Akron now back in the good graces where we used to see them when they started the season for CRL in 2018 as a school, and then Fisher Navy with the arguably, as we've been talking about, better roster than we've seen back in that top 4 too. I mean, there's so much to talk about, gentlemen. What we really got to talk about is our first match of the day. And that is Akron versus Northwood. They have faced off against each other 17 times in history. This is going to be the 18th, which is insane to think about, but Akron has only won 2 of those. And Concord and Fisher Navy, we've seen this one happen before. Fisher Navy lost to Concord in the past, so I'm curious on how this one's going to go with a bit of a new roster. I mean, Bass, I know you have some thoughts on this one.
I mean, both of these matchups are incredibly hard to judge, and I think part of the reason why it's so difficult is because we've kind of been down on Akron lately. We have not really seen the same sort of pop-off that we saw from them during the offseason and during the summer, but now all of a sudden they're starting to finally get that rhythm back. Granted, they did it literally in the 1 week where I think all of us were like, all right, you know what, no, we're done ranking Akron highly, we're not going to put them up on our list anymore, and then they do this. They're guaranteed a top 3. The only concern is, as you mentioned before, Vod, Northwood are on their revenge arc. They want their rematch here in the grand finals. After not being able to perform last week, this is a team that does not want to see that performance again. So, Akron, you might be on a hot streak. Northwood is looking for any sort of justification to make up for what they did last week.
I just got to say here, Taco, this is the time for North America to shine. They lost both the last 2 CRL Fall Opens. Now they are both teams in the upper final, and only one team with a majority European roster in Concord remaining in the bracket. These 2 teams, I mean, what do they have on the line for them? Not just pride, but to make it and get that victory at the end of the day today.
I think a huge thing for them is obviously being able to retain that upper bracket status, because if you get into that grand final, especially if you're Northwood, they were able to actually win the first grand final in against Maryville, but then of course once that bracket was reset, since they started in lowers, they were just not able to do it the second time, which is understandable. It is very difficult to be able to maintain that level of performance against the best team remaining in the open. But if you're Akron, I think at this point they just need to keep playing confidently. I would say the biggest issue I find with a lot of squads when they come into the highest level of play is they all understand you're playing against, within the 6-man's lingo, like rank X, maybe rank S players on the other side. And then they start playing fine, and then there's like slight moments where they're like, I don't know if I should go for that. Maybe I shouldn't dive in on it. And those are the moments, without fail, it feels like that they give up a goal or they're not able to react to something. And I feel like Akron used to play with that hesitancy. I have not seen it so far. You, myself, and you, Vaudible, were actually casting them earlier. And we were just marveling at how they were playing West Virginia. Got them in a sweep and saying they did not look at all nervous. They looked like they were completely in control. And that's exactly the mentality they need to take against Northwood.
Well, Akron coming up fresh off of a land victory. They've just won the Bluegrass Boost battle. Shout out to Kentucky University, who were able to put that on as well, and they had a really good performance there, taking on teams like Concord and taking them down, and other squads like ISU and OC Esports. But even that, this is a different beast. This is a different story, and this is a different Northwood than they're used to facing off against. And like we talked about, they're playing against Northwood, who are at their peak. How are we feeling this one is going to go here, Novanta, on this matchup?
Well, that first game is going to be critical, and usually first games in any best of 5 series or best of 7 series is always critical, but this now more than ever, because Northwood has a mission, and that is really to restore itself, its glory, that school, that whole franchise, the organization. So I do think there's going to be a bit of sense of urgency, but there's no team more urgent than one that has been written off. Akron Blue has been written off by a lot of these past seasons due to poor performance. What better way to show the world, look, we got it back, we got our mojo back, than striking hard and fast and often in that G1.
Okay, so you're going for Akron on this one. I respect it. So we'll see if Akron can showcase the fire in their hearts that they have in the past. I mean, this new roster that most people are used to seeing for Akron in CRL. Oh, you're going Northwood on this one.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
There we go. My mistake. I thought you were going Akron on this one.
He's picking up Akron. Like,
I gotta have
pick him up.
I can't look, well, it's gonna be a total steamroll shot at Northwood, but I gotta.
Okay. I mean, Bass, are you feeling hopeful for Akron on this one? Are you feeling Northwood's got this one instead? I mean, is there hope for Akron? As I talked about the stat line, they've only won 2 of the last 15 times. 15 wins for Northwood, 2 for Akron.
No. This is I'm sorry, Akron. This is going to Northwood, man. Look, I think Akron are definitely a team that have proven this week that they are a lot better than what they've been ranked lately, what people have thought about them lately. The big issue, again, you're facing Northwood. And coming into this season, Cream said, and I quote, "We are not losing a single tournament." They've lost 2 in a row, and if you don't think that has lit a fire underneath them, you are sorely mistaken. I do not see Northwood slouching at all today, and even Akron, although they are playing in phenomenal form, Northwood's taking this.
Okay, Taco. I mean, you might be the last hope here for Akron in the predictions for the crew, or are we potentially going most of the desk for Northwood? Give it to me straight.
I mean, at the end of the day, someone has to support Akron. I won't be that person. I'm going to go with Northwood this time around just because I know Akron is really good, but have they achieved that level of Northwood? I don't know. If they can lose and then learn from that and go through the lower bracket, maybe we'll see. But for right now, Northwood looks like they have returned to form, and that's exactly what they need to do.
WWE. Like, I don't care, but not tonight. What the?
Oh my gosh. Well, it seems like for the first time in a while, the desk is fully cursing Northwood, because I'm going Northwood on this one as well. We have everyone going the way of Northwood because they are the reigning CRL champions for at least North America. We know what's happened across the pond with the world champions itself, but still, Northwood and Akron, as I talked about, have faced off against each other time and time again in history since Northwood entered the scene in 2020. 2 of the most notable schools in Collegiate Rocket League face off once again in the upper finals, and we'll see who comes out on top. A land victory for Akron, the worst performance in history for Northwood in their 4-year history program. Both teams have plenty to prove, but only one will take the win.
The Northwood Revenge Tour is filled with fire and fury and now has to burn through Akron University. Can the Zips withstand the flames? Bass this best of 5. They'll give us that answer.
They're going to try their best to overcome the expectations. Again, Akron definitely coming into this one the underdogs. There is no 2 ways about it. But I don't think they see themselves as underdogs here, Taco. They recognize they're already putting up their best performance so far through all of the CRL Opens. And on top of that, they're playing phenomenally on the day, taking down a WVU that got a top 4 last week. Look, if there was ever a time that Akron is going to outdo everything we expect of them, it's today.
And right now, you're going to see Akron coming off also maybe a less dominant performance, but in a way, pretty impressive still because a reverse sweep up against Maryville, getting some revenge after that grand final certainly has to feel nice, but to be able to say that they have this one in the bag, I think is definitely premature. So I'm looking to see how their playstyle actually comes to fruition as Zanil trying to start off the solo play. But of course, never going to be that easy with 2 Akron defenders standing in their way. 5 up actually gets a decent read. Cream's bailed out, and Zanil opens something up for Bullseye, wide open shot. Maybe a bit too high that time.
Feels like 2 very different sides of the coin right now as we start off this game. It's like you talked about earlier, Akron, no fear whatsoever, diving at a ton of these plays and staying extremely aggressive and in the face of their opponents versus I think Northwood, who are more taking this methodically. You can see they're not just diving at every challenge. They are not trying to break out all too desperately, kind of waiting for their moments. And this is a lot of what we see from Northwood in early starts to games. They really do like to try and play around their opponents, figure out a strategy, and then utilize said strategy to just beat them down and get goal after goal after goal. So far, not too eventful through the first minute. Neither team been able to find a goal, and definitely not for lack of trying, but very few shots on either end as it really is a contentious midfield to start.
especially now that everyone's keeping it so close. Hockey going for the bump. Patty saw right through that gambit. Said, we'll try to set up 5 up on the sidewalls, and he'll get the first read, but nobody has the second one. Bullseye keeping it close, bumps out Creams. Maybe something for Patty to deal with, but again, Northwood always just a arm's length away from all these plays, but they're not near Patty. That's a wide open pass. He's trying to put that one on target. He's gonna get the double off the bar. Creams is a wall.
How on earth did he read that? The shot was not only solid, but Creams had to basically pre-jump it on 0 boost. Speaking of pre-jump, who on earth just went up center? Hockey kind of taking himself out of the play. 2v3 now going the other way, if not for the demo. Well played out of Northwood. They're not going to let the advantage go in favor of Akron. Maybe probably wish they were a bit more aggressive on that play. A whiff on defense and a pretty awkward transition the other way. More or less an awkward game number 1 here, Taco. Was not expecting this amount of confusion on the pitch.
There's a lot of plays that you have to react to quickly, and if you don't, then you have to play reactive, and that's a terrifying situation because you don't know if you have that read correct. You don't know if you have the angles locked in. On that save from Creams, I would say there's a fair bit of luck in that, but also it's just positional knowledge. Now he's got mechanical skill, air dribble to the back post. 5 up is able to meet it. Hockey slowing it back down, trying to maintain that control we were talking about. Do not just want to throw the ball away willy-nilly.
They're trying not to, and they've given themselves their longest stand on offense so far, but still, despite that, no real shots on target. They do have 3 registered, but I can't think of a single one that really threatened the net. And I'd say the same thing for Akron here, who are only left to 1 shot total. Very, very slow start to this series, but that could change here. Hockey, double touch off the backboard, denied, right into the hands of Patty, who puts it to Zanil. Shot high and bullseye. Lucky that nobody challenged him. Low boost. This is still going to be more offense for Northwood, but for how long can they hold on before they get a goal?
And if you're looking at those boost totals, only 5 up is anything. He has to challenge. So does a teammate, but the deflection means it's wide. Hockey put back also going to be saying hello to the corner. Bullseye trying to keep it close, and that is the smart decision. Akron has gotten away with a goal line save just like their opponents, and now we're trying to re-level everything, entering the final 90 seconds of game 1.
Bullseye, touch out the corner. Patty and 5 up go for this. This should be a free transition to Northwood if they can move quickly enough, and absolutely they can. Only problem, Zanil, no boost, fakes it out, but nobody makes contact. 2 players commit. That's why Creams won't make the dive out of midfield until it's boomed out to him, but Northwood probably their best chance at transition all game, and still no goals on the board for either side.
Bullseye, nice read. Creams low boost. 5 up is there quickly and still gets the angle. The Northwood positioning, it's not flawless, but they're always just close enough to be able to have some form of influence on how this play develops. And that's continually serving them well on defense because Akron, they're certainly not leaving that goal alone. Only 3 shots recorded, but mostly just because Northwood has cut out these touches, gotten the first one on the ball before it can even be registered. Zanil, high flick, well dealt with by 5 up. Not a lot of boost, doesn't need much.
5 up, still needs to do a little bit here, or maybe Patty can just bail him out. Touches to the corner, but is anybody there from Akron to extend the play? Absolutely not. They'd rather boost up and maybe get prepared for yet another Northwood offense with only about 15 to go. Patty, touch to the corner, not a great one at that, so Creams will take it away. Hockey bumping him off the play actually means 2 committed, so a transition now for Akron. Flip, reset, denied by Zanil. With 5 to go, can they find one more? No, not at all. This will not hit the ground. Yes, it will. Hockey will let it touch. And, Taco, I know you know about this, and I don't know if the audience does. Yesterday, Northwood started off their series versus WVU with a 10-minute overtime. I wonder if we're going to see the same today.
Well, certainly going back and forth, it's really difficult to know really how this is going to work out, but I will say Northwood has been giving up a decent amount of offense, and you got to be watching out because Akron, they like to get creative. All 3 of these players are some of the most mechanical in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League, but at the same time, they're also highly physical. Akron loves to cut rotation, kind of like this one. Zanil, you are all on an island, and you're getting bummed. 5 up near post, a miss. The demo went through, but the shot did not.
The accuracy is just not here for either one of these teams right now, but somebody's got to put something on target. Definitely the best chance Akron has had. The only good thing for them is they're going to retain the offense. 5 up in the corner, denied, but the demo will give a numbers advantage. Bullseye going to take advantage of that and pass it out to Patty. He hasn't got a ton to work with. A 50-50 is all that he can find, but still more offense for Akron here as we eclipse the first minute of overtime.
Northwood uncomfortable right now. They're chasing left and right. Luckily, 5 up will allow Zanil to get that first flick and then 50. So some possession working out, but right now Akron, they're just trying to cyberbully their opponents, getting all the demos to knock them out of flux. But a high clear from Hockey will give them a much needed breather as Bullseye has to try and control out of his own corner.
That was a triple demo. I cannot believe Akron still didn't even muster a shot out of that play, but they might get punished for it. Greaves, air dribble in front of net, denied. The follow-up denied as well. And Hockey, got to be careful here. Multiple players committed, so Akron now on the counter-attack. Bullseye at least gets it center, but no one commits. Zanil, a free transition out, and Northwood finally starting to make Akron shy away from these challenges. We talked about the no-fear approach for the team. That is no longer the case here in overtime.
And right now, the biggest thing from Akron is they're delaying some of their back rotations just because they trust that the two in the back will be able to get the save, the third will be able to take out the player. And if you're Northwood, you're going to have to try to hit better than that. How about take notes from Patty? That is a wide open double. Hockey a little bit late to it, but makes up for it with splendid positioning. Be able to, again, put that one to the side. Northwood seemingly living on a prayer on some of these touches.
It feels like both teams are right now. I'm seeing low boost totals on either end when it comes to the defense, and the fact that they are making these saves is great, but it doesn't really feel like either team is taking advantage of these awkward scenarios. The defenses haven't exactly been steadfast on either end. How about a 1v1? You gotta take advantage of this, and they still can. Patty denied by Zanil on the line, and now we played an extra half game here at OT.
5 up. With another bump out to create space, but Patty's going to dive in. That's going to be a miss. Bullseye trying to get it out. Hockey read that one. He might even get the boost steal. He will not be able to, so that will probably curtail everything. Creams understands that. He's just getting these high lobs, and he'll try to burn some time. And Northwood, I think, understands they have not had a lot of offensive presence. To create it, they have to slow things down. Akron's moving at a pace that right now Northwood does not seem super comfortable with.
Unfortunately, Northwood really hasn't been comfortable throughout this CRL season. Again, they come into this one the heavy favorites to win it all and are very quickly learning that every team in this competition is worthy of a win. But Northwood, that doesn't mean they're going to back off and just give up the offense, give up the wins either. They're starting to build something up here, but can they keep it going? Zanil touches the corner, 50 versus 5 up, got him clean beat, the pass out center, and no one's there! Not a single player from Northwood willing to commit on another good chance.
And right now, this is where Northwood, they can somewhat smell the blood in the water. They're trying to make sure they sniff out these plays, but the thing is, Akron being really good at disguising their boost totals. They're not using it except when they absolutely have to. And when you're restricted more or less to just 30 off the demo, or at the very least, when you're just trying to grab pads around your own goal, that is the strategy. Then you unveil it when you really can, after 50s like this potentially, or so I thought. That was more like a 0-100, goes straight past the car of Bullseye, back into the Akron corner for Patty to deal with, and he does not deal with it too well. Zanil off the backboard, he cannot reach the follow.
It does feel like Northwood are starting to get more and more time on offense here, and if you're Akron, you're going to get a bit worried about that. This team warming up is something no team in CRL wants to see. So Akron, you got to strike while the iron's hot. You played a great game number 1, but this aggressive play style can only get you so far. It won't get you a shot there. But back out at midfield, 5 up, toss up center. Right into the hands of Northwood. Greaves trying to keep this close. Can't quite, and does get a double commit from his teammates. Akron still, again, they're definitely playing faster than their opponents, Taco, but still feels just a bit too hesitant on these follow-ups.
The one thing that Northwood excels at is just being able to make those quick fire decisions, rather, on how to take these 50s. A couple times now, Akron has tried to bait them into a 1v1. Oh, dive on in, try to get the large clear, and then instead, they just have Northwood kind of tilt their car, angle it slowly down, and then it just completely kills Akron's momentum. They're doing well, Akron, to steal boost and maintain relevancy in the offense, but the main thing they're doing is they just cannot win a 50 on offense against this Northwood defense, which will not only keep them alive, but gives them more opportunities. 5 minutes now, an extra game already. We're still in game 1, Bass.
I really think we're about to have the repeat performance between WVU and Northwood here. They went 10, we've gone 5. I wouldn't be surprised if we're here for a couple minutes more. But for both of these teams, they can now understand this first game is going to be pretty important, Taco, considering the trials and tribulations they have had to go through just to find the first goal for either side. Need I remind you, it's not just an OT, it's an OT scoreless. Yeah, this first goal is going to make a heck of a difference. And right now, it could honestly be either team. Again, Akron still aggressing, still trying to get in the face of their opponents and keep the pressure up. But it does feel if Northwood get enough time to develop even one good play, they're going to find that final dagger. They won't find it here. They'll get pushed back into defense yet again. But they do look relatively prepared this time.
Hockey's going to take the lightest of touches. Unfortunately, Zanil, even with all that boost, has to waste it just to recover, as Patty has more than enough momentum to get the double. I think he might have been better off without that. Bullseye will be still content, not getting that read, but getting the boost steal. That's something Bullseye's been so good at. He steals the other corner a little bit off camera, as Patty's just going to lob one up. Unfortunately, Demo will shorthand them. Good job by Northwood. Sometimes the best Demo are the defensive ones, just to give yourselves a little time to recover.
Ooh, Hockey hesitating a little bit. He didn't want to over-aggress, but it has left his team in an awkward position. Great save out of Zanil, but it does feel like Akron are starting to find ways to control this midfield a bit more. Quicker to these challenges, leaving Northwood in awkward positions. And Creams will bail his team out of that. Back into offense, touch out of the corner, pass going to be denied, and I feel like we've said that a couple of times, Taco. They keep going for these touches out of the corner, these passing play center, and none of them seem to connect. This one, not actually going to be a pass, a fake instead, but still not threatening the defense.
That's a tap down to your player that you want on the ball. It's 5 up. He gets it over the first player, and no touch required as it just floats on into the open net. 6.5 minutes, and 5 up is the one that calls game.
Unfortunate for Creams. He goes up early, expecting this to be an air dribble, realizes the touch is too heavy for him to get to, hopes that maybe it's going to be off target, so he will bump 5 up off the ball. But as that one sails on into the net, Akron going to take a very important game number 1.
We're talking about evenly spaced teams, 10 shots apiece, as well as just about 7 saves each. Akron doing a little bit more defending, but that's to be expected in a game this long. So many opportunities, but I will say the defense I really want to highlight. Obviously not much offense to talk about outside of just the rotations and the pressure, but when it comes to how these defensive formations are formed, notice how well each team is playing off. Even with demos reining in, they're staying composed, taking good 50s. This is going to have to be almost like a chess match to be able to break down either side.
Yeah, Northwood playing very methodically right now. Again, a lot of people will probably look at this and be like, I can't believe they even went to this long of an overtime to start this off, but I honestly think this is the new version of Northwood right now. It's not about beating down their opponents. It's not about just getting shot after shot after shot, constant pressure on the ball, but really waiting for those opportunities. Now, granted, that kind of came back to bite them in this one, Taco. A lot of chances out of midfield for them to make their challenges, to try and keep that possession in the offensive third, and they just shy away from it. And granted, it's not surprising. They would usually have a good defensive structure after making those more hesitant plays, but you can see the punishment from it. If you allow a team like Akron, who have players like 5 up, to even get one good air dribble, it's probably going into your net. So for Northwood in this game, I think they kind of got to mimic Akron a bit more. They need to get aggressive. They need to get a faster pace of play. If they can do so, I think they're going to match Akron a lot better in this second game.
Yeah, part of it is also just Akron is very deliberate in what they're trying to do. You can tell they're working on a system. Really, when you're watching from the fly cam, when you try to zoom everything out and start to look at things like we are in the casting booth, you'll notice that sometimes Akron will just completely ignore rotation and say, I'm just going to steal your boost. I'm trusting that we have the 50s. I'm going to trust in my teammates. I think that works until it doesn't. If Northwood starts to really take that more deliberately, start to try to bait in challenges, or maybe just take a dribble, as all of them are 2v2 demons on the playlist, well within the top 100, it's going to get a little messy for Akron, I think, if they try to keep that strategy up. But for right now, if it's not broke, there is no need to try and fix it. Keep it going here in Forbidden Temple.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see if they can get it going again here on our second map of the day. Northwood down 1-0, but really the big thing I want to highlight, Taco, because of that game, they are 12 minutes score. Come on now, Northwood, let me make the point before you score.
Unfortunately, yes, they will say, hey, I don't even want you to finish that sentence. Creams gets a bump, and then even better, it just lands right on his forehead. He's able to tap that one home. And that's going to be a nice one for Northwood, just to be able to restabilize everything and say, okay, now we don't have to wait. We have broken the seal in game 2. We'll just see how crazy this one can get.
Is it wrong of me to be like, hey, Northwood, where was that through the first 12 minutes of play? Like, genuinely, how did it take them that long to find their first goal? Granted, it took about the exact same time for Akron as well. Literally 13 seconds into this game they score. So 13-second difference between the first goals for either team means that this is going to be, again, a contentious series, just like we expected. Might be one, though, where Northwood is starting to control the offense. Look at the ways that they're actually approaching a bit more aggressively here. Challenges out at midfield, demos after they swing through on offense. It feels like they have found a way to change up the offense here in game 2, and my goodness, is it working? Second goal for Northwood.
Look at the angles again. This is going to be Hockey's goal, but the setup is so beautiful from Creams. Gets a flawless first touch, but most importantly, he's just trying to put it near the target. If he wants to shoot that on target, he can get a little higher, but if he does that, it means he hits less of the ball. If it's a 50, he's going to lose it against Akron, so instead he just tries to knock it as far apart as possible. He knows Hockey's in that back post. Longtime TSM teammate, he's never going to miss those.
He is not going to miss those, and honestly, nothing missing right now from Northwood. Through not even a minute of gameplay, they have been in full control here in game number 2. finally getting pressed into defense, but for how long will they live there? Like 12 seconds maybe, if that, as it immediately is pushed out to midfield. And again, look at the way they're finally making challenges out at midfield. A huge difference from the last game where they were way more hesitant to ever even approach a challenge or a 50-50. Resulting more offense will result in a third goal. No, not quite yet. Awkward on the backboard, but Akron will survive for at least a second longer.
Bullseye, a nice tap. Bream should have the rebound off the corner. Bullseye will be able to read the first one. Hockey wide open on the near post. Still a lot of angle to be asking for, so naturally not everything is going to go in, but you got to be careful giving up those wide open looks. Akron's defense holding firm in game 2, but definitely more flimsy, I think, as Northwood starts to warm up into this series, understands what they need to do. It's honestly one of the biggest strengths Northwood has. You can talk about the mechanics and the coordination, but the one thing that I've always seen from them is that there's been plenty of series in which they lose game number 1, but then after that, they just figure you out like they're solving for an equation. They might have found X. We'll see if it can continue in a barrage of goals.
I mean, it really is one of the most veteran players in the history of CRL. Shout out to Hockey. He's been at Northwood for what feels like forever, and it's a player that honestly I think is going to finish his collegiate career there as well, and for good reason. Multiple national championships and really even world championships underneath his belt. This dude is an unbelievable talent and really has been such a leader for this team in this season. Unfortunately, the results haven't exactly gone the way I think he was expecting, but here today they're starting to find some rebound in our second game of our upper semi-final. Good back and forth between the two teams, and I think it was going to result in some more offense, but good interruption from Akron to finally get some offense of their own.
Bullseye lobbing that one high, trying to keep it close, and it's good that he does. Creams is able to propel himself directly into a beefy 50, and now Sneal's going to find Creams again. That's an open shot. He's not going to miss that one. How about that? Top shelf from a distance.
Cream said, hey, I've had enough of me servicing up goals for you guys. How about you give me one instead? And my goodness, does he do a lot with it. That was not going to be an easy shot. Could have gone for the double. Could have tried for something fancier. But slamming on target sometimes is just the right move. Northwood, they've done that 3 times this game. Not a single answer from Akron after what was a very contentious first game.
And this is what I was talking about. Right now, Akron, it's not just that they're struggling, it's that they're trying to play this game aggressively, and it seems like they're playing half-court Rocket League, where every single time they move up, it's just get reset, and then Northwood, for some reason, has the ball back. Still, 0 shots recorded by the Zips. They're trying to make sure they get something, but even when they had a 2v1, they rushed it too much. They tapped it wide, and Northwood was able to slowly just shepherd them away from their goal. That's really the expertise on defense that Northwood brings. They're never going to be rattled. Even if it looks like you have an advantage, Northwood just finds a way to wriggle out of it.
They really have been so impressive throughout this second game in comparison to what we saw in the first. And again, they didn't play poorly in the first, but I really do feel as if that was a warm-up game. I know that every commentator under the sun has mentioned that about Game 1 in Rocket League, that everybody takes it as a warm-up game and just feels out their opponents, but that is how Northwood play. They love to take that first game. They don't care if they win or lose. They really use it as to study their opponents, hit the textbooks, and come into the second game with a major game plan. They do it over and over again. They've done it against opponents in the past, and they are definitely doing it against Akron right now. Held scoreless through 4 minutes in the second game. Taco, it's not even just that. They have 0 shots registered.
Yes, it's so difficult to be able to actually understand just how difficult it can be to get to the midfield. As you notice, Akron was stealing boosts, but the thing is, that's what happens when you are reliably moving around the ball and getting 50s. You only steal boosts because you trust in everyone's positioning. Notice how much real estate there is for Northwood in the midfield. Daniil doesn't do too much with that one, but he doesn't need to. He's playing for that 50. He's waiting for that follow-up. Akron, meanwhile, seem like they're somewhat chasing this read, and when they don't, they back up. They play for touches like that from Patty, and that still just doesn't work for them. Northwood knows that. They're trying to keep up this pace, but more importantly, just try to take away options from the Zips. Final 30 seconds, more or less just formality.
Yeah, there's not much that you can do, Akron, at this point, besides do exactly what Northwood did in the last game. Study up, figure out where it was not working this game, and again, I do think it's the aggression that they're starting to find. No longer are they fully in control of this midfield. These challenges that were normally baiting out Northwood and forcing them into awkward positions aren't doing that. Another great example as yeah, it's okay, Hockey. Creams is there to clean it up, as he has with everything. Hat trick for Creams as they put a stamp on game number 2.
Hockey didn't have an assist yet, so he's like, okay, I need to add that to my statistics. Here, Creams, you want a hat trick? You're close enough anyway. Just give it to the teammate. So that's at least something for him to be able to hang his hat on, being able to be the assist man. Playing the point guard, valuable skill. Honestly, it's the thing that Hockey, I think, has done throughout his career, kind of been in the shadow of some other players that he's been able to team with, but he has been all reliable. He has been long-standing on Northwood throughout his collegiate career, and he's just, again, continuing on the warpath. Game 1 does not go their way. Northwood, I think, back in form for Game 2.
I would agree with that point. I would also like to point out that Akron, while they did not finish with 0 shots in that game, They finished with 1. That is not nearly enough in comparison to what we normally see out of this Akron team, especially considering game number 1 where we had even shots on either side. Akron, a team that is supposed to be in your face and constantly pressuring, didn't even have enough pressure to register multiple shots. So definitely not the game Akron wanted, but this is what we've talked about. They need to study this game and figure out where it was not working. And in my opinion, that all starts with the midfield for this team.
Yeah, being able to actually control everything, it really comes down to obviously how you're positioning yourself, but a lot of it's just boost. Part of it is also understanding that you need to be able to take some risks. Sometimes to cut out passes in the midfield, you need to be having one player ready to pre-jump those plays. You need to have someone being able to cut out those avenues. And it felt like Akron was almost like limiting themselves to the outside. The midfield was wide open, and North was kind of looking around like, if you're going to give this to me, I'm just going to be able to take it. Double taps for goals, wide open passes off backboards, and it's the awkward thing because the more you get pulled out to the side, it's like stretching out a rubber band. Eventually, it's going to snap back middle, but by the time it does, you're way too late. And then you're out of position. You're just chilling in no man's land.
Yeah, that's a big issue. We saw that a lot. And oftentimes when they did get into those awkward positions, rather than what you were talking about before, where Akron are so good at calling each other off, cutting rotations, and making sure the necessary man challenges the ball, we'd see double commits. I think it's the awkwardness. And again, it's because the pace of play is no longer in their favor. Game 1, absolutely the faster team, getting to the ball, constantly challenging. Game 2, Northwood match their pace, and they don't really have much of an answer. Let's see if they can find one here in Game 3. Akron, I hate to say this, but if you put up another performance like you did in the last, this is going to be 3 in a row for Northwood.
So they have had time to talk about things. That full minute being taken by Akron, playing in their facility, their lovely facility. I'm sure with the gold roster, their B team, de facto B team, will be able to cheer them on. And hopefully that'll be able to propel them a little bit because, yeah, that is a rough situation. It's also one of the most important aspects of Rocket League is being able to take a punch right in the jaw and then be able to just shake your head a little bit and say, it's okay. That's why we have a new fresh 5 minutes. Right now, it doesn't seem like we actually have a fresh one. This seems like a rerun of last game so far. Northwood controlling the pace, Hockey setting up these passes, and Neil drilling them on target, albeit a bit low that first time.
Hockey trying to find something here. Can't do much more than a 50, but the backup from Cream's almost able to find a shot. Maybe off the backboard. Oh my goodness, redirect denied, but not the follow-up. And a minute in, it's already looking like the same shades as the last game.
And I love this pass here. Crean's just trying to get in front of it. And granted, 5-Up did what he can. He gets the save, but he's not going to be able to get the clear as well. It's why you need those follow-ups. It's why low boost is such a killer. You have one effort. It's like diving and giving your all into one challenge. But the thing is, when you're playing defense for that long, you need to not only get the first save, you need to get the second and maybe even the third. That's why teammates need to help you out, and that's why, at the very least, you make sure you cut off these plays before they develop. Akron foregoing the physical game, mainly because I think they're trying to stay alive just defensively on their own half.
Ooh, and Northwood might be joining there right now. That is an awkward couple of touches in a row. This could give a chance to Akron, but Creams to deny and pinch it downfield. Luckily enough, Patty's got at least a little bit of boost in the tank to get back, but it's going to force them into a full-on retreat. Akron awkward as heck and not even being able to play right now. 2 of them demoed off the pitch, and my goodness, it's definitely a different game than the last one. It's a lot more physical of a game, but it's still another game where it feels like Northwood's in control. Maybe they can change it here. No follow-up again. Akron not wanting to send the second man if they don't have to.
Bullseye, another 50 across. Neil will be able to catch and carry as he's waiting for Patty to challenge, and Patty will oblige by being able to get a nice pass middle. 5-Up chasing it down. Cream's much, much closer. But now it's Bullseye's turn to, I suppose, figure out what the scrap heap feels like. I don't think he likes that feeling. It seems like even though Akron does have everything going, there's someone from Northwood just able to swipe through and bite into their car.
Hockey downfield. Oh, forcing a double commit out of his opponents. I'm not really sure if this is going to work out for Akron. They'll at least not concede a goal immediately, but you can really tell the panic is on for our team in blue. No longer are they as comfortable as they were in game 1. It feels very disjointed on defense, and their transitions to offense are the same thing over and over, which might work out. It's these air dribbles into immediate shots. The follow-up is not quick enough, and Northwood just seem to be able to get around it. It's definitely not the same domination as the last game we saw, but Northwood really in control right now. They are winning these 50s, and I can't even call them 50s. They're 100s. They just keep clean beating Akron to these challenges.
The one thing Akron has to hold on to is that it's only 1-0. No need to panic. All you need is just one good shot in this game is back level. So 5-Up is trying to take that under consideration. However, he's going to get beat. So will Patty with full boost. Hockey, no boost, is able to get the double tap. I think he would love to have some support, but that's something that only 5-Up can provide, at least for Akron. That's a tap down. Patty and Bullseye, it's in between them. Neither can take the shot.
Unfortunately, we've seen this a couple of times with Akron just getting their wires crossed a little bit, and nobody is able to find the shot necessary. This is definitely not the same game that was in the last time. They are getting shots, but still a lead in Northwood. Almost an own goal out of Akron, and a forced one at that. But here comes Northwood controlling the offense again. Queens leaves this to a teammate, and maybe he shouldn't have. Akron, though, again, so awkward on the transition. They have got to find a way to clean break out of their half.
Zanil shouldn't have that double tap, but the thing is, Bullseye has to believe he does. He backs away, and now trying to just get that pre-flip 50 into the path of Patty. Clambering that one across as Creams looks like he has this one. Zanil trying to provide support, and it does well. Another bump out. Creams into the middle. Hockey should have an open shot. Tries to slot that one low. We'll get the boost as a little bit of a consolation prize on this one, but either way, Northwood understanding they just got to drain down this clock, which I'm sure is a harder task than it appears.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to try and just sustain this amount of pressure on either end right now. So for both of the teams, they can't really blink or adjust whatsoever. Again, you have to keep the strategy up. You have to keep the pressure. You have to maybe get another goal or not. Drop down pass, a bit errant, and now it's a breakaway for Akron. Into the corner. Bullseye forces a double commit. And his teammates still just take a little while to get to the ball. It's not a bad idea, but it let time for Northwood to set up shop. And again, Akron's hesitancy coming back to bite them.
Bullseye will be left the ball. 100 boost. Cream's already on the ceiling waiting for that read, and not only that, gets the pre-flip as well, as he never actually jumped off. Gets the beat as well, just the spacing from Northwood. It's almost like they're looking around saying, all right, well, if you're not on that, we're just going to keep on going. And with that case, we don't have a lot to keep on going with in game number 3. Final seconds. Akron trying to keep this one alive. Hockey trying to keep it down. Patty open shot. It's going to roll well wide. Cream's going to try to guard this one down into the ground, but it's a harder task than he might have thought because he thought it was just going to be a bunch of 50s instead. Nobody challenges Northwood. Not nearly as dominant, but still another win to put him on match point.
It's a big win, and like you said, it's not as dominant, but we're starting to see a pattern emerge that has got me a little bit fearful, and I guess Akron as well. They are not challenging the ball nearly as quickly as they did in Game 1. You talked about this, Taco. The best version we have seen of Akron is when they are confident, when they are making challenges and not hesitating on plays. I feel like Game 1, they absolutely had that, but as soon as that first goal went in for Northwood in Game 2, they started to dial it back a little bit, and unfortunately at this level, if you start dialing it back, you start getting dominated, and Northwood, while not maybe dominating here in this game, keeping another clean sheet. That is now over 10 minutes scoreless for Akron through 2 games.
And the biggest issue, at least for me, from Akron is how much they feel like they're trying to play catch up on some of these plays. They're rotating left and right. They're getting last-second touches. And honestly, when they do get the reads, it's kind of this awkward moment where you're at that, I would say, that really uncomfortable middle position where you have like 40 to 60 boosts where you're like, I can't really take the full air dribble I want, but I also can't just like boom it wide because I'm just giving it away the ball. So they're in this awkward situation where they're trying to find passes or maybe these individual touches that they can buy time with. And Northwood not having any of that. They're right on the ball. They're taking their good angles. And again, still winning a majority of the 50s. I think that's a huge game changer for them because it forces the one-on-ones to be much more important. And when they are won by Akron, they need an immediate follow-up. But because they're so scrambled and trying to get boost, they're a little bit more spaced out. How many times have we seen in this series, game 1 through 3, where we have seen Akron get a ball off the backboard, it's wide open for the shot, and then Northwood, even though they challenge later, still get the deflection clear. Something to address for the Zips as they're running out of lives.
They got at least one more chance. If they can win this game, they'll force it to 5. To Champions Field we go, but instead here on Utopia, there's still a lot of work left to be done, and oh boy, challenges like that are not going to help them out. The immediate offense to Northwood here, they do anything with it. Low boost totals for almost everyone on Akron. Patty, the only one with anything, will make the clear out, but it'll only go into the hands of Northwood again.
Bullseye, plenty of time to gather this one. It's going to bounce a little bit awkwardly as that will go big in the middle. Hockey going to dive in and miss. Patty going to be left by his lonesome. Zanil, high lob. Shouldn't be any problem there. See 5 up almost trying to will his team into a more orderly fashion, waiting for some of these touches, just kind of baiting in challenges. And I think Bullseye's trying to learn from that. 5 up will bail him out on this one. Patty, absolutely no boost. Hockey, 0 accuracy. Is that one a rare miss?
It's a rare miss, but it's still more offense sustained here from Northwood and low boost totals. Again, it feels like we keep seeing the scenario where there's one player on Akron who does have boost and they will carry it out of the half, but they have to use their entire tank in order to do so, and then the cycle repeats itself. Northwood doing a great job at not only controlling boost, but controlling this midfield, something we talked about in Game 1 that was such a huge point of the offensive start for Akron. They are not getting that anymore, and they need to find a way to get some more control or find another game plan to get into offense, because my goodness, Northwood Northwood seem to have no difficulties getting into offense again.
Patty, hefty 50 going all the way back down. Zaniel was going to leave that one for Creams. I was a little bit anxious, but I mean, these players are in comms after all. Bullseye's got to hope that he has someone in comms because he needs support off his own post. 5 up on the turnaround. Will get that one somewhat into open space, but Akron got to be careful. A couple times now we've looked up and both players, both Patty, Bullseye, or any combination, just 0 boost. They're kind of just surviving to the best of their ability, but that is not what you want out of defense. You want at least enough to be able to get that first touch and have something left in the tank to be able to hopefully push it forward.
I feel bad for bringing up the narrative again, but I feel like we have to. It's another game where so far through 2 minutes of play, Akron held without a single shot in comparison to what was now the 7th shot registered for Northwood. They are not only controlling this midfield, they are controlling offense, and the only team living in that offensive third. Akron, you played such a phenomenal first game. You need to find the confidence to play that type of game again. Shots like this will finally get them their first registered shot, and a good play at Akron to get something started.
I think Bullseye also trying to shoot that one low, go underneath the pre-jump. It's not a bad idea. The issue is that it depends on you being high enough in the air, and more importantly, the defender being high enough in the air that you can actually fit that one there. I'd like to actually just see a lob up course Northwood to have to turn around and get that immediate touch off their backboard, but of course, it's so much easier when we're sitting up here in the booth. When these players are in the thick of it, zooming around at supersonic speeds, it's going to be difficult for them to be able to come to the same conclusions. Akron seemingly becoming more comfortable as we start to see Patty whip out the mechanics. 5 up with the follow-up. Thought he had the dunk, but Zaniel still finds his way through. A 1-2 with Hockey still going to be high.
Notice the boost totals, though, on the defense right now. They're a lot more prepared for these touches and getting transitions the other way. Zaniel in a 1v1 will beat out his opponents, but he will also then get a double commit from his teammates. It doesn't matter, though. Zaniel says, look, you guys want to play sloppy? I'm not gonna.
And I really do like this one. It looks like a double commit, but the Hockey gets all of that touch, and it's right into the ceiling. It slows the play down, but more importantly, makes it awkward for the defense. Akron hesitates. Zaniel does not. Bang, bang, never going to miss those.
Zaniel just clinical, not only throughout this series, but just throughout the season so far. It's actually his first, registered goal of the series, and this is the first time we've had not a shutout here in this series. It's a kickoff goal, but a needed one for Akron.
And you know what? They all count the same. I don't think anyone's going to complain about that one. You're still getting hype in the comms. It's like, okay, cool. We just reset everything. Zaniel peaks, and then we just get the easiest goal of all time. It's why you cheat up kids on those kickoffs and control that back rotation, and even better when you lose it purposely into your main man. 5 up with the reset pass. 1 Creams watching that one like a hawk.
Well, now something has shown itself again here. We could get to yet another overtime, and if it's anything like the last one, we're going to be here for a while, so strap in. Either we get the heroic final goal, one that could either keep Akron alive in the series or one that could end it altogether. Creams wants it here. Drop down play, not going to be followed up, but here come Northwood doing yet again that dangerous amount of offense. If they can control it through the final minute here, surely they will at least find a shot that could potentially end the series.
Patty kind of in between on this first touch. He will be able to slow it down well. Zaniel, really not much he can do with this one, as Bullseye more or less playing goalie right now, and now he's going to be flying out there. Gets that first touch. Cream's trying to facilitate Hockey, a touch kind of behind everything. It gets away from the defense, but really takes away the angle. Therefore, Northwood's attack will be done here, as they will go back to the offense. Never mind, Creams almost reignites it. Good recovery by 5 up.
Zaniel in the corner does have some boost and a good bump, but is there any follow-up from his teammates? No, Creams instead will let Hockey challenge initially, and he will just control this midfield. Could beat against Patty, but Bullseye behind him to boom it off the half. Zaniel in the way, looking for an extra touch, cannot find it. Northwood doing exactly as we predicted, setting up shop on offense and just trying to stay there for the remainder of this game. Will they find a shot potentially here? But 5 up actually denies Zaniel the shot by demoing him, and the pinch downfield will give Akron a chance. 10 to go. Can they do anything with this?
Hockey no boost. 5 up doesn't know it. He respects that touch, and now they're gonna have to respect his to the ceiling. He's bumped out. Patty, he'll take over where he left off. Where's the backboard for Northwood? Patty, double tap at 2 seconds remaining.
Patty P. Patterson shows up again, the mechanical monster, one of the biggest recruits from high school, and now a veteran in CRL, does it once more. 2 seconds to go. Otherwise, Taco, we're seeing Champs Field in Game 5.
I love that from 5 up. Gets that high lob. He knows his job isn't to really to beat out every defender. It's just to beat out that first challenge. And now Akron trying to beat down their second challenger of the day in the upper bracket, trying to get that grand final, making sure they get another game here. As somewhat predicted, it seemed like after that game 1, we're headed to game 5.
I don't know how we got here. I'm gonna be so real. Through 2 games scoreless, not a single goal given to Akron, and then all of a sudden, after 7 shots registered in this game, Akron turning around, and in only 5, not even the amount that Northwood had through the first half of this game, they find 2. The efficiency for Akron, maybe it wasn't about them being able to find control of the ball again. Maybe it was just about them finding a way to get double touches, because Patty, my goodness, the narrowest of angles, and he could not care less.
It's nice to see as well, because on Forbidden Temple, where Akron were really just getting beaten around, they were just getting thrown left and right across the field. They didn't know what to do. The main struggle I kept seeing is that they weren't completely helpless. They got near goal, but they would just kind of throw it away, or they'd be a little bit too rushed. And it's nice to see a play like that where Patty gets a lob up, something in free play you hit 10 times out of 10 times. But in a game, you only get one look. You also have defenders trying to jump up and try to get in your way. And then they're able to make it count. That's clutch decision-making. That's what pumps you up on Championship Sunday. And I think if Akron can capture that again, especially continuing to counter Northwood, playing confident, staying instilled with the play style that you want to play, then excellent. Keep on going. We'll see how Game 5 transpires.
I gotta hope that they're able to put up that type of performance as well, because it really does feel like that is the version of Akron we need to see if they want even a chance at beating this Northwood team. Granted, I still don't like how much they are living on their own side. I don't love that there is a constant amount of pressure that Northwood are able to not only exert, but just control from that midfield. It's not necessarily lethal enough to where it's a game changer to guarantee they win this, but I do need to see Akron take advantage of those breakout plays. The 2 that they did find in that game resulted in the 2 goals. I want to see them do that on a frequent basis. Again, they were able to do that after only 5 shots, but it also took them like 2.5 minutes before they even found those shots.
Yeah, it's a lot of times where you have to kind of just wait for your moment, and that's exactly why I think we always kind of go back to the idea of you're looking for shot quality. A lot of times you will just be locked in midfield, or at the very least, just kind of defending the whole day. But when you get a wide open look, or at the very least, you get a chance to create, the worst thing you could do is just, let's just throw it forward and get forward. Well, yeah, you could be able to just throw it as hard as possible, but sometimes it is better to just be able to take your time and then be able to think through those options. Do you have a pass available? Can you have to just beat out a defender? Is there a pocket of space if I do take a dribble on and be able to beat one defender out? And that's exactly what 5-Up was looking for. It facilitated that double tap to Patty, and why Game 5 certainly going to be a nerve-wracking affair for both these teams who expect to win, and that's exactly the attitude you got to bring into these.
I will say the only thing we got to bring up is that there is one advantage that Akron has that Northwood does not right now. The desk curse is against Northwood here. All 4 of us voted for Northwood, and my goodness, will we look silly if Akron are able to pull this out here in game number 5. I'm not going to guarantee it. I still do believe that Northwood have the tools to be able to close this series out, but something about the mystic powers of Rocket League desks and the caster curses just make me feel like Akron's going to show up in a way we haven't seen them throughout this series here in our final game.
There's always that awkward moment, too, because we're going to Champions Field. The server went down for maintenance quickly, so we had to redial that one and spin it back up. But we are back up. We do have everybody in. There's no lag on anyone, so looks like we are ready to start soon. And I always wonder how much the pressure gets here. You look up at the banners, at the rafters, the RLCS greats here within the CRL arena this time, and how much it does get to you. Northwood famously, off-season tournament for CRL, lost 7-0 to a West Virginia in a winner-take-all $5,000 tournament. And it's one of those moments where even the greatest can fall short. Akron are on the verge of achieving something great, something they have not done a lot, according to VOD. 17 matchups, only 2 victories over Northwood. This one could be super important, not only locking them into the next round, but it's a grand finals appearance from a team that has struggled just to be able to get past a few rounds.
I mean, you mentioned it here. This would not be the first time we see Northwood fall in this upper final to the lowers and then have to get back to the grand finals yet again. They did that in week 1 versus Maryville. Granted, that was more of a smackdown. Maryville went 3-0 against them, clean sweeping through. But in this case, this would almost sting even more. You finally have the weekend. You're on your revenge tour. You are looking good. You are playing well, and you still can't make it into that upper final through the upper bracket. They have yet to do that through 3 weeks of play, or it will be that way if they lose here. For a Northwood that, like we said, came into the season expecting to not even lose a tournament, that would be pretty devastating. So for Northwood, they've got to lock in now. I honestly think the pressure is on them more than Akron.
Yeah, this is really not a David and Goliath situation anymore. I think we've seen it just 2 Titans going at it and being able to see through 5 games how it's going to go. Even in the beginning of this series, I said this is going to be a best of 5. We have 5 games potentially to determine it. Admittedly, I didn't even think we'd get here, but we are here. So who knows what the scriptwriters have planned. 5 more minutes on the clock and then maybe some change to determine who's going to grand finals.
Let's find out. It's a guaranteed top 2 if you can just win this game. It's already a guaranteed top 3, but again, you'll want that championship. You want that crown upon your head. It has definitely been a lot longer since Akron was able to sit on the throne, and they'd like to be able to do it here and now with this brand new roster. Again, 5 Up, the brand new addition to this school, was only added this summer, and he's already shown up big here in Game 5.
Not only that, but he gets a 50, perfect into bullseye. Akron off the bat, no more offensive frailty.
They did not hesitate. The one thing we asked for, bullseye, he's not even got a half tank of boost, and he goes, you dare to leave the net open in a Game 5. I will punish you for it. Not even 30 in, and Akron have got the lead.
Not only that, but on the immediate counterattack, 5 Up just chases that one down. Zanil takes an albeit risky opportunity to turn and try to 50 that one. That angle is almost never winnable unless you're first to it. So now Northwood has some work to do. I don't think they're going to be too worried about it, but you always got to wonder what might happen if you leave that goal open. Akron getting away with one. Is that one just going to trickle wide? Hockey's follow-up not going to be able to get past Patty.
But now Northwood set up on offense, and we've seen what they can do once they get here. Awkward challenge out of Hockey, though. Wasn't expecting that, and now he's left his teammates in a breakaway against their opponents. Bullseye, not able to put that shot on target, but I don't exactly advise that, Northwood. Allowing for more counterattacks out of Akron, as we said, that was the best way for them to score, isn't exactly a good idea. That being said, you could just race it right now. Where's the follow-up? Zanil at midfield didn't want to challenge, but they'll at least get some more offense as a 50 sends it to the corner.
More importantly, they're getting their boost. Patty trying to take this one on with a delayed flip into Creams, playing for the 50. None needed. 5 Up, wide open catch. Zanil trying to poach up on that backboard, trying to produce anything to slow down 5 Up. Was going to fake underneath and get a crazy deflection. You can see Akron willingly taking the play slow, knowing that Northwood is going to react to the fast play and might not have an answer to the follow-up.
Zanil, though, he's just doing it all himself. My goodness, what a play. And maybe even a goal. Hockey, not enough of a shot to drop down from Creams to be a blocker. Did not make contact. Northwood will still maintain the offense and force a double commit. But Creams is going to backflip. He recognizes he's got plenty of time and a demo from Hockey, meaning they can go into offense again. 5 Up trying to do the most out of midfield, but it's far too awkward. Into the corner it goes. Creams muscles through one, can't get through another. But Northwood starting to set up shop here on offense for an extended period. Yeah, we've got the first goal to Akron, but for how long can they keep Northwood out?
Cream's going to dodge that demo and then some. How about a reset? How about a 50 down into Hockey? Or how about just tasting the afterlife for just a little bit? Don't worry, he'll be coming back soon, Northwood. But again, Akron starting to get back in that demo play. Something I highlighted earlier on in the series. They're so good at that because not only does it obviously make things a little bit easier on the rotation, but it forces Northwood to kind of roll their eyes and say, okay, fine, I guess we'll just reset rotation again.
And they keep having to reset rotation again. These long balls downfield that normally wouldn't catch them off guard are starting to become a problem for them. Good thing is, though, they've got, something developing here. Something turned into nothing very quickly. Awkward touch from Hockey, and 5 Up going to take advantage. 50 in front of the net. Where's the follow? Denied, but Bullseye there. Sends it to the ceiling, looking for an extra. Will not get it! And neither will 5 Up. Creams to clear the line.
I don't like that dive in. It means Patty's going to be left a little bit by his lonesome. 5 Up trying to join him on the recovery as Creams couldn't catch up, but either way, Akron getting good 50s. In fact, they're getting the best 50. It's an angle straight on in. 2-0.
Don't call him 5 Up no more. Call him 50 Up. This man has won every single 50 he has gone for in this Game 5. He has facilitated 2 goals and even gotten one of his own. And with under 2 to play, Northwood, what is your answer?
And this is where things get really precarious. I mentioned this is a map where people ascend to their greatest heights and other times where they crumble a bit. I can't really say that Northwood is having it all thrown away, but this is not going their way. They're going for these harsh angles, really aggressive, really low percentage, you could argue, based on a lot of these players. Sometimes you can make it work, just the sheer confidence and skill. Northwood obviously has that, but when you're playing against another opponents that can meet your skill and then perhaps even exceed it in these capacities, then you're going to run into trouble. Northwood needs to take things a lot more seriously, and right now they need to be able to find some form of magic because right now it seems like Akron has full control and not a lot of time to have to defend.
Hockey, touchdown. Is anybody there for the shot? Not quite, but Northwood still going to get some offense, if not for the miss. Zanil, maybe the most crucial miss of the series as we go into the final minute, and still not a goal despite the awkwardness from Akron on defense. Northwood, you had your chance. Have you missed it? Cream trying to send it himself, but denied again on the line.
Cream's trying to knock that one forward. Zanil, good feint into Hockey. An air dribble that will be met by 5 up as he's just waiting for that extension. It will be met with another 50. Zanil steals boost, but it's almost like it doesn't even matter. You can see all of Northwood. They're circulating around the outside of the field. There's no threat middle. There's no threat high. They're just playing for 50s. Akron knows it, and they're kind of just backing up and letting that happen. Look at the channeling of pressure as 5 up again guides it to the side.
Hockey, no boost. Neither Zanil, neither one of them can really do much with this, and Zanil's still trying.
No.
Pitch downfield, Hockey's got nothing, and Akron gonna call the game. 17 to go, and I think we have found our first finalist.
That's 3 50s lost. Just taking all the angles. How poetic is that? When throughout the series, I feel like I've been given Akron notes in red ink on all of their games, just saying you need to step up the 50s. Your angles of approach aren't good enough. Northwood kind of abusing you for that, and then that's the reason that they're gonna win. Northwood not even getting one for the road, it appears. Creams is trying their best, but the only thing they're gonna get out of this one is a statistic, and not even that. 5 up says absolutely not. This is Akron's game to lose, and this time they have it all wrapped up. A grand finals appearance, the first time in a while from the Zips.
First time that they've actually been able to get past top 8. If I'm not mistaken, Akron have fallen in that lower first matchup 2 weeks in a row. This time, they make it through the uppers, and they do the most with it. A 3-2 victory, a 3-0 in the final game. Taco, you could have given me a lot of predictions coming into this series. You could have said Akron won, you could have said Northwood won, and I would have heard you out for all of them. If somebody came in and told me that 4 of the 5 games would be shutouts, I would have called them a lunatic.
It's just so brutal to see because it really comes down to obviously great defense. And obviously everyone says, well, you know, that's how you win championships. You just defend your goal. But it's really more than that. It's how you transition from getting saves forward. Because if you're just stuck in your half, just playing what some people have called a C9 playstyle and waiting for counters, you could do that. But the likelihood of that working, not going to happen. Akron on this one not only plays good defense, but especially in that game 5, they saw those brief moments where Northwood, that's not a good angle for you. I'm just going to chase it. That's the very first goal. And then from there, it kind of just kept kind of rolling down here, that snowball effect where Northwood started diving on more and more, and Akron just stood steadfast in their way, deflected into open nets. You might be saying it's a little bit of a scrappy goal, but they all count the same for a reason. Northwood, a lot to think about as they wait for their lower bracket matchup.
I got to give credit to Akron beyond all compare. This is a team that was able to finish top 3 in Summer Series this summer, and after that, we all kind of had these high expectations, and every result we saw from them just kind of kept dropping them down. This week, in the week where I think we all had the least confidence, they shoot straight to the sky yet again, and, well, we shoot straight to the ground as all 4 of us got our prediction. Let's bring back the desk, and how about a moment of silence for our horrendous predictions?
And that's all the moment that we need on that one, Navanta. I mean,
Yeah,
I called it. I said we were cursing Northwood, but also this is the first time in 3.5 years that Akron have beaten Northwood. Now it's 15-3 in the series that we've seen for them. That's why I brought up the record there. History has been made since 2021 spring CRL. That was the last time we saw Akron in a CRL grand final. They are finally back as a school with 5 up on this roster. We talked about this at the beginning of this season, Bass. This team was cooking in Summer Series. They got top 3 there. Yes, they had a rough performance in their first 2 opens, but they played off against Fisher in that first one when they were on a tear, made it into the top 3. They played against Northwood, who, yes, weren't doing as well, but they got their revenge this time, and that's exactly what matters here. Came out on top, got the first game, didn't score, Novanta, though, for 13 minutes. What was happening during that time?
I was pulling my last hairs out of my head. 13 minutes without a score. I didn't think that was even possible in today's modern game. Well, that's historic, and we promised that part. But you know what? You can argue that this was the long play, the rope-a-dope, if you will, because Northwood was lulled into a false insecurity, dropped those last games, and Akron walk away with a dub.
That's what we like to see from Akron. I mean, this is the Akron of old that we have heard stories told about for such a long time in the first couple of seasons of Collegiate Rocket League. But now we're also questioning Northwood. This is another time they have to go through lowers to try and make it into the grands, and they haven't had an upper bracket final victory to get into the grand championship this entire season of CRL. What is going on, Bass?
They're learning. This ain't CRL of old. We came into this season, man. We said this was going to be the most competitive season of Collegiate Rocket League we have ever seen. And so far, it has lived up to expectations. We have a brand new finalist all 3 weeks so far.
True.
A guaranteed new at least player or team in the top 2. And Northwood, unfortunately, are not seemingly a team that are consistently getting there. From going from an undefeated last season, literally couldn't be touched by anybody, to now having to struggle against a multitude of teams. I'm hoping this is the wake-up call that Northwood are looking for, because I really do think that, unfortunately for them, they were overconfident coming into this season, and rather than actually being a detriment to them, it was a compliment to everybody else. Everybody went, oh, okay, you think that it's going to be a cakewalk? Bet.
I know we've been talking so much about Northwood because, again, such a historic roster. They've been making some waves and being the dominant team in Collegiate Rocket League for a while. But let's talk about this new look for Akron here, Taco. We were waiting for them to kind of find their time to shine, find their gel moment. They looked decent in summer series. Is this top form Akron, or are they still getting warmed up?
I think they actually still have some ability to progress past this one. I definitely think the way that they're playing, particularly I would say in game 1 and game 5, are really exactly what I want to see them play. Take good 50s, steal boosts, get demos on exit rotations, and just force Northwood to have to keep kind of being like, okay, well, I don't have a pass middle now because that's a demo. Okay, also my boost keeps getting stolen, so I have to play for the slower rotation, which gives them even more time to boost steal. The biggest thing from Akron that I'm noticing is that when we watch them in the summer, they played pretty well. They went up pretty far. But when you went up against a team like Northwood, kind of get brushed to the side. And I think a lot of that is just because in the summer, a lot of these students, they're on vacation, they're trying to just play the occasional games of their team, but you're not scrimming a lot. During the fall, then you're in facility. You're playing right next to each other. You're able to fist bump each other through the multitude of the, 8 different leagues that these types of teams play in. You're playing tournaments almost every single weekend. You are warm. You are completely locked in. And I cannot speak for Northwood, but I don't think this is a matter of them becoming worse. I think it's everyone else ascending to that level. And if you're playing at peak, you can definitely find some overlap in which if one team is not able to lock in and play to their absolute potential like Northwood knows we can achieve, then you see Akron able to take some games and eventually take a series. I don't think it's them getting worse. I think everyone else is actually starting to level out the playing field.
The good thing for Akron and Northwood is that they basically have both secured their spots in that fall championship based on the points that they have. I mean, at this point, Akron have at least 18, Northwood 25. I don't think anyone's really going to dispute that. But a team that is still on the hunt for points after making a roster change, Fisher Navy, needs to get at least top 2 to get enough points to be in the guaranteed top 8 cut for that final fall open. They're going to be facing off against Concord, the winners of the last CRL fall open. We'll go into that one after this break.
Yo, get the speaker box loud. Coming straight to your stereo. Yo, get the speaker box loud.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CRL Fall Open at number 3. We just saw an upset, and I have to correct myself a little bit. They did face off against each other in a grand final in the national championship last year during CRL Fall 2023. But regardless, the last time we've seen Akron this good, I would say, is when we saw them a couple years ago. Nonetheless, though, we got to talk a little bit about the action that has unfolded so far. I mean, looking back at the matches today, everything has been so interesting. Not as many game 5s as we would have expected, but some interesting results to say the least. Concord and Fisher, though, I don't think either of us really didn't expect Fisher to make their way back into the slower semi-bass.
No, I mean, look, a lot of us have had this team ranked in the top 5, and although last week they had, obviously they weren't here, they did not play, it still felt as if this team, no matter what roster they came through with, was going to be able to find another top 4, and especially considering the way that they played in week number 1. I'm glad to see that they are back here, but it's definitely been a tumultuous path, if you will. Wins over Davenport are not going to be easy. Another game 5 versus West Virginia. Man, poor West Virginia, dude. Every time they get into the uppers, and they still can't seem to find a win up there or do much with it.
They broke it once. They broke the curse last weekend, and it was against Northwood. So it's like maybe Northwood is just a team of curses being broken, because we saw it happen here with Akron. Breaking the curse against Northwood this time, too. Making it into the grand final again there. Great work for them, but Concord and Fisher Navy, this specific matchup is going to be interesting because Concord, they took a loss really early on. We talked about this one, Taco. LCU, Lubbock Christian University, shout out to them with a new roster, took a 2-game sweep against Concord in the upper bracket to send them down to lowers and make the journey for the rest of the teams in day 1 not much more difficult because ISU and Maryville now into Fisher. Concord are getting forged through fire and flames to take on the world to go back to back in their grand finals appearances. And Fisher Navy, the next team on the docket. This is going to be such a monumental matchup for both teams, Taco.
I mean, yeah, that's the biggest issue that a lot of teams run into is that every week you're not only dealing with a slightly different batch of teams, different matchups, different paths you take through the bracket, but more importantly, it's a week that players get to reforge and be able to figure out where they want to play. And particularly with the Fisher Navy, there's no scouting. You know who Sosa is, you know who Adam is. Justice thrown there. How do we play? Maybe you don't have access to replays. Maybe you can't really scout them too well. You just know they're really, really good. Despite going into the lower bracket, they're still figuring out everything, but you know they have the clutch factor. Previously, Fisher Navy going through so many lower bracket runs. So Concord, I believe in their ability to get back and be able to play that top tier game, but this is not as easy of a matchup, you would say, before you have to go into Northwood. So if anything, if they're trying to get back to grand finals, they're going to have the best warm-up possible.
The best team currently in the tournament with European players. We talked about that storyline a little bit in the last 2 opens where we saw Maryville and then Concord win the first few events with these international transfers coming through here in Novanta. I mean, now seeing the rest of the team kind of taking a step back, reevaluating, and now focusing in on these matchups. I mean, is this a time for North America to sign?
Look, man, I feel like it's an unpopular take. We gotta go look past that, man. The Europeans are here. They have integrated. They have excelled. But no, you're absolutely right. The chemistry is important. Very cool for a chance to get regained for national, regional pride. But when really it comes down to it comes down to who can do the best team, who can do the best lineup on a particular squad. So it shouldn't matter. But deep down inside, we're rooting for NA. So I get that too.
Okay, I get it. We'll see which of these teams come out on top. I mean, Concord, again, they made top 4 in that first open, I believe losing to Fisher afterwards, and then we did see that great performance from Northwood taking down Fisher after that. So now we see a bit of a rematch, a bit of a different roster change, and a bit of a change up as well. And looking at these 2 teams, I mean, I think we could talk a little bit about predictions on this one. Taco, it's the team who won 2 back-to-back best of 7s that went to game 7. We saw it last weekend, and now we're here. They're in the lower bracket against Fisher Navy that we arguably say looks stronger than before. I mean, how do you think this is going to go?
I have actually, when I look at both these teams, and we were coming into this week, we're doing some power rankings, and I had Concord and Fisher Navy right next to each other with Concord a little bit higher. I think Fisher is still struggling from trying to figure out how they want to play, how they want to be able to actually figure out how to fit Justice in, because Justice was not taken because he was worse than Wonder Mike. They specifically said it was a chemistry thing, which makes me feel like there's something about Justice that doesn't quite click. So obviously the skill level is incredible. I think it might even exceed the side of Concord in some regards, but I think the coordination for Concord are great. When we saw last week win them in the playoffs, their coordination's flawless. If Helix is having a good game and Crispy and Smoss are being able to chain off each other, I think they're in a good position to take this one.
This is a must win for Fisher Navy, as we were talking about as well here, Novanta. They have lost their points due to the roster change halfway through CRL season, and they're still looking pretty confident. But again, they got to get top 2 so that they can at least be in that top 8 conversation. Top 3 helps, of course, because they'd only be 1 off of Ball State. With that out of the way, do you think Fisher have it in them after a bit of a break to take on this Concord roster?
Do they have it in them? The answer is yes. They have the tools to do it. But the thing is, Concord is on another level right now. I know on Champ League on Friday there was a little bit of controversy even, by me putting Concord number 1. But they're number 1 for a reason. They found ways to beat down a team on a psychological level and then put mechanics on top of that. That's going to be the toughest test. I have to go with Concord with this one. But Fisher, they'll give them a run for their money.
Okay. Well, they gave you the Fisher Navy one. They wanted to change your result there. It's okay, you know.
The second time today. What's going on?
Second time tonight. They're tricking us up a little bit here, but we'll get that fixed for the Concord 2 for 2 right now on the predictions. Bass, are you going 3 for 3? Are we cursing Concord this time, potentially like we cursed Northwood? Are you going to break that momentum that we've been going through tonight?
You know what? Coming into this, I was pretty confident in Concord taking this. And I'm not going to say that I don't think they've got a chance. But you changed my mind with one single statement. Fisher need to take this win in order to guarantee themselves, or at least get close to guaranteeing themselves a spot in our national championship. And if there was ever a team that has found a way to deny expectations, to overcome adversity in the moments where they need to the most clutch team in Game 5s we have seen this season, it is Fisher Navy. Give me Fisher! I still think that Concord are one of the best teams in the nation. Another top 4 would guarantee them top 4 every week they have played. But Fisher, with their backs against the wall, need a win here. They will get my support.
Well, Concord already in the top 4, so they have guaranteed that top 4 placement every time. But they're looking for more. They're looking for a repeat performance to at least make it into the grand finals. And I feel like they are just warming up. That was a humbling that they had after their victory last weekend, losing to LCU, and they have not lost since. And I don't think they're going to lose here. Give it to me in Concord in this matchup. It has to go to 5 because we've gone to 5 so many times on these stream matchups, but who knows if that is exactly how it's going to go down. Fisher Navy, I mean, they can be the team to rise to the challenge. You mentioned it, Bass, that they have more on the line than Concord. Concord currently number 1 in the standings, and I don't think many teams are going to pass them for too long, but we will see how things change up that way as the day progresses. A new look for Fisher Navy versus last week's champions. A must-win for Fisher to make the fall championship and the best new roster on the block. Only one will reign, and it's time to find out on the field.
2 organizations that have already shocked the world plan to do it right here, right now, live on stream. It's going to be Fisher Navy against Concord. And your boy Novanta is in the booth, but as always, not alone, being joined by Bass. Bass, this could be a main event matchup early on this Sunday.
Oh, absolutely. These two teams both have the capabilities to not only make it further than this, but to win the entire event. Concord have already done it, and Fisher, I hate to say it, but oh my goodness, if they had a chance in week 2, who knows what the result would have been? It might just be the same, because already Concord back to scoring.
Yeah, the eggs haven't even gotten to their seats yet. We have our first score of the game. Much like a contrast compared to our first series of the afternoon. Concord's out in front.
Yeah, it took us like 80 years to find a goal in our first series of the day. It's taken us maybe a quarter of a second to find it in our second. It's unbelievable, the contrast, but this kind of goes to show why we think this is going to be a very different series. It might just be a different series because Concord are sick of losing and staying in the lower bracket.
Look, I don't want to already cross doom and gloom on Fisher Navy, but there is a big pressure knowing what has to be done. And so I'm about to ask you and wonder on stream, is that too much pressure for one school to bear?
I think that they got this. I mean, these guys have been at this level before. There are multiple players, or at least actually I think one on this team. Sosa, the only remnant of the team that made it to the CRL World's Finals only a couple of years ago, or actually I think it was about a year and a little bit of change from today. This is a team that knows what to do under pressure. Again, these guys have played in RLCS before. They have the abilities. The only concern, Novanta, is that, again, it's a new roster. As much as this team might be the best components that they can find from Fisher, it might not be a team that has found the chemistry quite yet, as Taco alluded to. Doesn't matter, though. They can still get goals. They'll finally find one back.
Yeah, cutting the lead in half was always a good idea, but doing it so early in the game says we're not out of this yet. Had that been a third goal going the other way, this has been a whole different story, but just like that, Fisher gets himself on the board.
They find themselves a goal, and we find ourselves with 3 goals in 40 seconds. So, in contrast to the first series, where we had maybe a handful of goals through the first couple of games, we might just get a full-on shootout here, and if Crispy can find another, he'll add to the tally. The night on the line, 2 saves in a row, but the offense still going to be for Concord. Through the corner we go. Sosa trying for something, but is bumped off the ball. Just does. Not even going to blink at the 2 challenges he sees. It'll buy his team's time, but it will not give them an offense quite yet.
Get unfazed and unbothered. Those are the flash of the composure, which makes that Concord team so great. I know sometimes you want defensive classics, but when you can able to have that composure in those shootout type games, that just shows you're locked in 110%.
Look, some people might want the, defensive masterclass. I'm sick of it. We already got it in series number 1. I don't want to see it again. Let me get some goals. Let me get some highlight reel plays. Sosa going for one here. Not going to find it. Crispy to get in the way, but he won't get the double off the sidewall. Seamoss will bail him out, but it's only going to go into the hands of Adam. Heavy touches on either side. After a pretty chaotic first minute, we seem to have settled down here as we go through the first 90.
Yeah, man wants demands. I want all the goals happening. But what I do like about these two and how they work together, I guess, against each other, that they're willing to take the battle wherever it needs to be. A lot of times, a team decides, you know what, I'm going to lock down the mid, I'm going to lock down my goal, but if someone's on the wall and you're kind of closing those quarters, getting up in anyone's face, what we're seeing is 2 aggressive sides looking to really establish dominance beside the scoreline here.
Oh, Sosa looking for the double, and he will find it. And just like that, we are back to a tied game again.
Well, exerting dominance, double taps to do that to you. Top down, almost unchallenged there. That was very smart to go the opposite side of goal to level the playing field.
3 minutes left in this game. Still either team's ball game to win, but it's definitely going to be one that requires, I think, a handful of goals. My goodness, has this been quite the chaotic start to our first game of the series. I'm just remembering this is the first game of the series. We've got a full best of 5 still to play.
And of course, the way these teams are going, it might be a best of 5. Maybe that thing right there, slide at the bottom right. Sosa says, okay, 3 goals unanswered. Fisher's out in front.
3 goals unanswered, and all 3 of them for Sosa. A hat trick already and on 2 saves. Sosa has more points than his teammates combined at this point. Dude is literally just out here in free play having fun.
Hey, that happens to me in ranked. I make sure to screen grab because it doesn't happen all too often. Hats to you.
Well played to Sosa, well played to Fisher. Not fazed by the initial goals that Concord come out with, and really not fazed by any of the defense that Concord has shown right now. Outside of the first minute, it feels like they have lived in the Concord half. They might just do it again. Crispy pre-jumping off the ceiling, maybe a bit too ambitious as Adam's got time and space. Same with Just Does. He'll boom it high. Seamoss awkward on the line, getting bumped by Adam, but will escape the challenge. Concord need a response. How about a double? They won't find contact, and a huge chance to respond just completely left at the table.
Yeah, I love the idea of it. The execution left a lot to be desired. A bit of a heavy touch cost them a scoring opportunity, and the fact the goals are coming so thick and fast, it makes you wonder whether that will be the one to be the difference here.
Oh.
But as I say that, another equalizer there, Bass.
It's a little bit awkward in front of the net. Not sure what happened. I guess it's just sort of trying to figure out the challenges here as Seamoss carries this one across. Sosa not expecting the touch. Just Does makes the jump, and nobody home. Helix, congratulations on tying up the game for what feels like the upking time. We've got 2 minutes to go, and I would not be surprised if we still get more goals.
That's a lifeline for both teams, really having 3 minutes elapsed in game 1. Now have a chance to think of it as a 0-0 in your mind. What is strategy? What is tactic number 2 as it begins that last couple of minutes here in game 1?
If it's going to be anything like the Northwood and Akron game, they're just going to flip between strategies over and over again with different amounts of pressure, different amounts of offense, and we'll find out if we get there. We will also find out, can this be a double, or no one makes contact? Neither Concord nor Fisher find a touch on that play, and it, I guess, turns into more Concord offense.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do in front of this narrative. That one hits the corner of the far post, and that is laddered away and Bass. That could have been another opportunity where I scored.
I feel like there's been a lot of opportunities at this point. Nobody able to find their 4th goal, but we still got time on the clock. 80 to play. Just Does takes this high. Should get the read off the ceiling. Touches it down. Sosa not finding the pass. And Seamoss in the way will at least give some time now for everyone on Concord to set up shop and on defense. We'll actually try to launch an offense, maybe a bit overambitious, because that leaves Helix by his lonesome. Can't get the touch to the corner. Crispy can bail him out. Oh my goodness, I'm getting nervous. It does feel like Concord are starting to bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, I do think a little bit, I won't say desperation, but I think a bit of urgency has seeped in because of the passing accuracy. Usually we lament about shooting accuracy. It's the passing accuracy between these two teams not being up to snuff is really causing both of them to act a little bit loosey-goosey currently.
Oh, but it's also allowing for another goal out of Fisher. I feel like I missed something here. How did this turn into a goal from the corner?
Well, sometimes that corner angles, that geometry can fool the best of drivers. That was just a miscalculated defense, left it wide open. That was easy slotted in.
These are college students. I thought they're supposed to be good at geometry. You guys got to be hitting the textbooks again. Come on now, man. That one can't just glide through the corner. I mean, Sosa will be happy with it. 4 goals for Sosa here in game number 1. He has been the scoring drive for this team that they needed, and it's crazy to think that they got these 4 goals after 2 were already scored from Concord.
Man, imagine being bad at math and having a caster say you're bad at math. That's awful, but you speak nothing but the truth there, Bass. Again, last couple seconds, only 1 goal separates. It could be anyone's game still.
They can still send us to overtime. Concord, you gotta do something here. A good challenge there. Might give them some time, but they abandoned the net. Helix, lucky that shot is off target. That would have been the end of this game guarantee, but instead, they'll at least get a chance if this one floats up. Sosa tries to spike it down or into the net. Neither allowed. And Concord, now looking for a way to go the other way. They won't find it. Fisher, the comeback victory here in game number 1.
Well, that was the story right there. I was ready to write them off in the first minute and a half, and Bass went, hold on, Novante, give Fisher a chance. And a chance they did. They found a way to execute. They're 1 game up in his best of 5.
I mean, I will say, it's not as if I told you to give him a chance. Fisher told you to give him a chance. They kind of corrected all of us as they just said, hey, we've got a long series ahead of us. Don't you dare make assumptions yet. And I won't, because if I'm going to make assumptions here, the one thing I will say is that, Fisher, you do need to find a way for other players to score. Sosa, the only player on your team to score a goal. He's at the top of the charts here for a reason at almost 800 points. And while that's a great strategy, we have seen this before. Individual players make a difference, but they can't be the only difference maker in series like this. We need to see Justice and Adam step up. Granted, they did assist all 4 goals, so it's not as if they played a bad game number 1 by any stretch of the imagination.
But absolutely, if you're Concord right now, you have that little moment here, the bell between rounds, you would say this, you got to put the third, in this case, Adam out of the play to draw Sosa back to give yourself more time to counterattack. So if you're Fisher, you got to understand, okay, Sosa is a marked man or marked battle card at this point, who's going to be your second option right in front of net?
Yeah, you got to find somebody besides that. Just Us was trying to get involved in offense often. He was doing a great job of facilitating through the corners, like we saw that 4th goal, a great example of it. But again, it does need to be, a dual-pronged spear. You need to see other players that can also score on offense. And on the other side for Concord here, I need to see them structure themselves on defense a bit better. Felt like there were far too many chances they just kind of left for Fisher to score from. Will they do the same here in game 2? It's time to find out.
A dual-pronged spear? It's like a bident? What do you call that?
I don't really, is that like... Because the trident's with 3, right? That's what try means?
At least 3, I would think. I don't know. I was also bad at math, so I have no idea.
Yeah, but you have a master's degree, and I don't.
It's in film, Bass. It's in film.
Sosa's got a master's degree in scoring right now, bro. I don't know what he's going for in school, but if it isn't just getting goals in Rocket League, he's mistaken. 5 goals to Sosa through not even 2 games.
Yeah, that goal is actually harder than what it looks like because of how it jumped off the lip. Sosa could have knocked it, could have skied it, could have hit it back going right in front of him, but decides to slide it where it needs to be, and that's 1-0.
This is a big start from Fisher and really a big way to respond to many of the people, including our desk, that thought Concord would not necessarily easily take this, but would be the team in the driver's seat. But right now, they're sitting in passenger, just having to watch as multiple goals fly by their windshield. And maybe another. Sosa, another shot, another goal. He has 7 goals in not even 6 minutes.
Well, here's the thing about Concord. They're actually doing things right. They have possession, but when you lose possession and you concede, that's enough to make people go, are you even playing? Are you even trying, bro? 2 goals up for Fisher Navy.
I will correct myself. 6 goals in 6 minutes. Oh no, what a horrible scoring sheet at this point for Sosa. Dude is unbelievable. I cannot believe the amount of offense that he is just able to find. And not just the offense he is finding, but the connections on these passes. It's one thing to get a pass out center. It's another thing to be able to connect on a pass and rip a shot on target. And Sosa so far has been able to do that again and again and again and again and again and again. I think that's 6 agains. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see if he can do it again. 4 minutes to go here in this game. Concord need a response to the outpouring of offense from Fisher.
Yeah, someone who's been on the business end of a drubbing quite like that, there's nothing that hurts quite as much in playing 3v3 soccer and having someone be absolutely unplayable. It's like getting beat by damn Street Fighter. Sosa with the bullet! Wow!
All right, so who's got like just anything to give to Sosa? The trophies, the crowns, the thrones, the everything when he's scoring like this. What on earth? Was that 1v3? Did he beat every player on Concord for that one?
A goal was so good I clipped it like it was mine. That was great. That's going to be a model goal for the night. Wow, 3 goals up there for Fisher Navy. They're on an absolute tear.
I'm going to take my everything back. I said, hey, you guys, you played well, but Sosa can't be the only person scoring. Apparently he can. I don't understand this at this point. That is, if I'm not mistaken, now 7 goals through not even 2 games from Sosa. Dude is not just locked in. I genuinely think he's got the lock, he's got the padlock, he's got the key. He's controlling this entire game.
Looks like Sosa had the Mamba mentality on the summer reading list, but here's another one, chance in front of net, and that was knocked away too wide, but Sosa has a hot hand. That might be an understatement there, Bass.
Dude, I thought he was going to get another. He's not going to, but he's going to still try another shot on target at this point. And this has got to be the game plan here for Fisher, is just let Sosa challenge and constantly back him up. He has the majority of the shots for his team throughout this game, and obviously he's got the majority of the goals as well. This is ridiculous. I'm at a loss for words at this point, Novanta.
Well, you want to look under the hood there, no pun intended. Sosa has so much room because you're looking at the distance that Justice is covering in that back third. So you have someone like Sosa that doesn't have to play defense right in the mid, and it's right in front of net, just serving up dishes.
You know what? I'm going to take a second to not just compliment Sosa, but to compliment Justice. This dude has been facilitating passes to him on repeat. And again, it's not just that Sosa's scoring, it's that his teammates consistently are setting him up for these goals. Props to Fisher. We said maybe the one issue they would have in this series is that the chemistry wouldn't be on par with Concord. I disagree. It very clearly is working. All 3 players doing their role and doing it well.
I just said that, Bass. I literally just said that.
I know, that's what I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you agree with me?
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Let's go back to maybe a little bit more of a contentious back and forth here. And honestly, I think Concord would like to see that. They need some sort of response here with only about 2 minutes to go, and I don't think they're going to find it. Another goal not going to be found. Denied on the line as Justice tries to get involved with the scoring. But at this point, we need to see anyone in Concord just get involved in offense. 2 shots total to our blue team in comparison to the 9 from Fisher.
So it's not all just doom and gloom for Concord. They are doing that's actually beneficial for them. It's picking up their pace, and it's pretty much stopping the rate of goals. They're still down by 3. They're still being outshot by an absolute machine gun. But the idea is they're finding the problem and trying to correct. That's the makings of a second strategy you actually need at this point.
They absolutely have the abilities. I agree with you 100%. Unfortunately for Concord, I don't know if this is going to happen in this game. 70 seconds to go. They still technically can turn this around, but they would need a lot of goals in a very short time, considering that the last time that they found a goal was not even in this game, but in game 1. You know what? I'm just going to let this speak for itself. How did Sosa get another one?
You can't even call this one a dagger. It's more of like a throwing star. Look at this one slot in between the defense. And this is also important. Not doing a far shot, going near post. No one was even near Sosa. It's their 4th goal for the game.
Well, if there's one thing to hang your hat on here, Concord, one thing to be happy about is that the last time these 2 teams faced, it was kind of similar. Not the same domination from Fisher that we have seen through the first 2 games where they just control the offense, but they did take a win in the first 2 games, and then Concord pushed it to 5 by getting the next 2 after. So, yeah, this is definitely not the performance that Concord were hoping for nor looking for, but there's still technically a chance after this game. In this one, though, Novanta, I think I'm prepared to call it. This is just unbelievable offense from our orange side.
I think you did hit the nail on the head there. That's their secret sauce, Concord is. They find a way to stretch out series, to wear down the actual players of the battle cards to make sure they have a chance to advance. You saw that last week in last week's Open, but I put yourself in a position to have so many goals down, that might not be an opportunity to actually enact that strategy.
Well, they've got a chance in the next game. They don't have a chance in this one. You know what Sosa has a chance for if he continues this way? Averaging 4 goals a game. This is the 2nd game in a row that Sosa has had the entirety of the goals for his team, and 4 of them at that. Take a bow, Sosa. I honestly couldn't care how this series ends. Regardless, you might have put up the performance of the day.
Yeah, Sosa's just been totally another level here, but look at Concord's scoring opportunities or lack thereof here. Game 1 went full on, did haymakers. They lost that game 4-3. This one was more defensive minded. Yeah, they kind of mitigate some of the shots on frame, but still, they didn't score themselves. It is a trending downward you don't want to see.
No, you do not, and especially considering we all kind of thought this would be a competitive series that would go to 5. Technically, we still have the chance, like I mentioned before, Concord are no strangers to turning a series around when they need to. Last time these 2 teams played, it was 1 goal between the first 2 games for Concord and then 9 in the next 2. they did lose in Game 5 to Fisher afterwards. But they can still get to Game 5, and that's what we're looking for right now. Fisher, you have dominated these first 2 games. It has been an incredibly impressive performance, but I'm not counting Concord out yet. They still definitely have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. So what they're doing right is trying to put themselves in front of different cars. So you notice there's been more of a ball distribution on Fisher's side, which says they understand you just can't give the ball to Sosa all the time, even though he scored. So you're Concord, what do? You gotta get that second or third option off the table completely. Turn it to a 3v2. No one is that good to handle all 3 defenders at once for the duration of a full game. Now, if you're Fisher, you all gotta go with what's working with you, stick with the plan, and plan B. If that happens, then you pass it to Adam, then you pass it to Just Us.
I will say that has been the crazy thing, is that even if Sosa's not scoring, they have still had Just Us and Adam as options to continue that offense. The thing is, they haven't needed those options because Sosa's scoring on like a majority of his shots. Even in the last game, he finished with 9 shots total, which most people would be like, okay, there's no way you have a good percentage from that, right? Yeah. No, he shot 4 goals on 9, 4 goals on 9 shots. That is still almost 50% shooting. The, I think, highest shooting percentage in North America this season for RLCS was like 30-something. This dude is just not missing.
Yeah, I don't really want to curse it, even though that's kind of like my thing, but if it finds a way to make this work with this new roster, that 30 for 30 movie is going to go hard.
Dude, I'm ready for it, but let's see. Can they finish the job here and now in game number 3, or do Concord have an answer? They're starting off with offense here in our 3rd game, but still yet to find a goal through the first 30 seconds.
What I like about Concord out of the gate is that they're willing to play wide in front of the net to make sure they stretch out any kind of passing opportunities from Fisher. They haven't yet found a way to capitalize on that yet, but you can still see new things are at play here in game 3.
Adam trying to get something started for his team. Same with Sosa. I like the ambition from Sosa, and I like the passing plays as well. Helix just barely able to get to that one, but it's going to work as a transition. Crispy, the flip reset, puts it high. Where's the rebound denied by Adam? Once again, you talked about the defense from Adam throughout this series. He really is coming in clutch in the most crucial of moments. And so is Helix. I don't know how that almost turned into a goal.
Yeah, I think it was one of those clears you just say, okay, I'm going to get big, put myself in the air, and hit all the buttons, and somehow it worked. Most times it doesn't, but that one there was critical.
Sometimes button mashing, I guess, can work in Rocket League. It's a rarity, and, well, this is not. Should we even be surprised? Sosa strikes again!
You know what? I actually am surprised because Adam could have shot the shot right, but did an inbound pass to an outgoing Sosa. That is something that doesn't happen all the time where you have 2 different directions. That's trust in your teammate, and that, the power of friendship, gets you dubs all the time.
I need somebody from our production team to start searching up these stats, because I don't know if we have them. Have we ever seen a series where somebody 3-0 sweeps a team and only 1 player scores the entire time? Because Sosa's about to get there. If they win this game, Sosa will be the only scorer for the entirety of Fisher. I don't think I've ever seen that in the history of me casting CRL.
Actually, that's actually the smart part about it. With the roster change, we're kind of looking to see what Just Us was do. But if Sosa ends up being the one who becomes the bloom and blossom with this new lineup, this could be a whole different pot of pumpkin, my mom would say.
I have gotten confirmation, and I don't think it took him very long to search this up. Not shocking, but no one has ever 3-0 swept a team and only had 1 player score. Let's see if Fisher can do it. They still have a long road ahead of them, 3 minutes to go. And as good as Fisher are playing, Concord's starting to find chances on offense. Here's another one for Sosa, though, the last player you want on the ball. And he won't score there, but another offense brewing for Fisher.
It is kind of interesting now. You're seeing everyone get desperate as soon as Sosa gets a touch. That is having a defense that's absolutely frazzled at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Defense just has not been where it needs to be, but the offense will for Concord. Crispy keeps it awkward in front of Ned, and I don't know how many touches it took, but it'll get a goal.
Hey, is that Concord in offense? Remember that?
Whoa.
It's been so long. I just almost forgot, but Crispy says we're on the board. We're level. It's a brand new game here.
Let's see, can they now try to find a way to turn this series around in the back half of game number 3? Have we seen a lead for Concord so far throughout this? I think the closest they got was the tie 3-3 in game 1. Outside of that, I don't know if they've ever actually had a lead established, and they might not actually find one, because here come Fisher yet again on offense. Sosa, an aggressive dive on 0 boost, though, means his teammates got to back him up, and they will. Good 50s, but where's the shot? Just Us keeps this close, puts it to the corner, and woo, this is awkward, but still not a shot found.
Yeah, Concord had the original lead, scoring the first 2 goals of the series, but it's pretty much been a struggle for them throughout. As soon as they feel like they have what's going on, something just happens. But hey, maybe I'm a caster blessing this time. It goes the opposite. Crispy gets him out in front.
And this is the passing plays that we've been missing from this team. Great pass and a great shot. Adam, you might have been the best defender throughout this series, but good luck stopping a laser beam like that. Under 2 to play. If Fisher want to sweep this one through and clean this up, they got to do it now. They need another goal and maybe even another if they want to avoid overtime.
And it's not only just the scoring, that's also important, but you got to put those kind of goals that stretch out the defense and make them try to change their strategy. You really want Fisher at this point to say, Sosa, we're going to put you on the back burner and change their strat. You don't do that, you're just delaying the inevitable.
They truly are, and with 90 seconds to go, could they at least delay the inevitable for another game longer? We said this, they've already been able to push this team to 5 before and have done so from an 0-2 deficit. The only problem for them is last time the results still stayed the same. They lost to Fisher. This time, can they change that up? They'd like to think so, but Sosa would like another goal. Seamas to deny it. With more plays coming. Adam dropped down to Justus, denied on the line again. And finally, we're seeing that Concord defense we've been waiting for.
Yeah, in an alternate universe, that would have been the best alley-oop goal there, but the Concord defense smothered him like a swarm of bees. But the ball is loose now, right in front of the net, and that one was knocked away as well.
Good plays from Seamas. He's starting to turn into the defensive rock that Concord need in moments like this, but the job's not done. Sosa looking for another, will be denied. Off the ceiling it goes. Awkward for Seamas, but he will still bail them out. He's trying to do his best Adam impression, and honestly, he might be doing it better than Adam. Clutching up at the most crucial of moments, but not getting the shots!
Everyone had Fields' backflip, man. Not sure if it was a boost management issue or going too heavy on the buttons there, but the ball was loose like a private lobby.
Adam, take this from midfield. What can you do? Get beat out by Helix. An immediate challenge, and this could be a goal for Concord, but I think they're going to play this rather safe than sorry. With 20 to go, they have the lead. There's no need for them to over-aggress, especially as here comes Fisher with an offense of their own. Adam tries to get a pass out, actually just sends it straight into the hands of Seamas, and that might work. Awkward defense. Is anyone there for the follow? No, Sosa did not have enough boost in the tank, and I think that'll do it. Seamas just needs to see this one hit the ground. Oh, and it will maybe. Double commit could have been avoidable, could have been a shot, but it will be a game 4. Concord live to see another.
Yeah, double and triple commits are actually my favorite, but Concord did something that was very, very smart. They parked the bus, and it's something that usually gets kind of poo-pooed upon in Rocket League, but you get the go-ahead goal, and then you just park to smother that fire. Do not open any space up. You saw what happened. It was close quarter combat. They get an actual critical series game win in this series.
They did a great job in that game, and it's the necessary job in that game as well. We talked about it. Fisher really looked unbeatable through the first 2 games. 4 goals in both games for Sosa. And in this game, look at the difference. 1 goal on 6 shots. They found a way to slow him down on offense. And goodness gracious, has it made a world of a difference.
You know what? If I was a cynical person, I'd say, is the Concord on? Are we going to get that reverse sweep? That's true to their name, true to their format, true to their strategy?
I'm not going to say it yet, but I'm going to say it's brewing. And if you're going to let it brew, let it ferment for long enough, maybe we do see a Game 5. Maybe we do see a Champions Field. I'm not convinced quite yet. Again, the last time this team was able to push it to 5, it was a very different story. 9 goals through games 3 and 4. They were able to find themselves this unbelievable electric offense. They had some good offense there, but I'm not going to say it's enough offense to fully shut down Fisher and what they've been cooking with. Still, getting a game 4 is important. Getting some sort of resistance against Fisher and finding a strategy is the first part of this puzzle. They need to find the rest of the pieces, though, because it's still very possible Fisher just kind of wipe that one loss off and go right back to business as usual.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Will Fisher just say, we're going to go back to game 1 and game 2 strat, just put the ball in Sosa's hand because it worked before, or try something new to make sure they put Concord in the back foot, which maybe end up being their undoing?
Well, they gave it to Sosa immediately off a kickoff, but no goal found. Let's see if they can at least hold on to this offense and get something more. Sosa, shot goes a bit off target, a bit too high. Just does good cleanup at midfield, and the demo from Adam. They got him right where they want him, but they didn't expect the challenge from Helix. That's what we need to see, though. No fear from Concord. If you start giving extra space to Fisher, it's gonna be a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing the pressure here from one squad. They beat the defender off to the races, and Seamas opens the scoring. What was that there, Bass?
I don't know, especially considering, like, if you just watch Justus completely fly by the ball as Adam, there's no way you're going to make that challenge when you know you are the last defender back. Even an errant 50 would have been a problem, but it's not a 50. It's a clean beat and an easy goal. Concord are going to be thankful to find that one.
Yeah, that's always a risk when you play the high line with the last man back on that mid-pitch, because if you miss, if you slip, it is just a clear, open invitation to goal, and one that Concord's going to take every time.
Oh, Sosa looking for the last-second redirect. At least pop it up and keep it in the Concord half. Can they do anything with it? No, not at all. And Seamas, the amount of space being afforded to him, a bit surprising. And he'll stay on the ball. How on earth did he get to the opposite corner? Not really sure, but it's definitely causing problems for everybody on Fisher. Minute gone here, and definitely not the offense that we usually see from this Fisher squad.
Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of frazzled right now because it had some choice plays that didn't go their way. But the one thing I'm saying, Concord is giving Fisher every opportunity to get back into this one. You got to support your teammates on offense and on defense. You don't want to have someone just a tip of the spear and you guys are hanging out, getting boosts on the other side of the pitch. That is something that will reach you L's every single day of the week.
Oh, same with leaving the net open. Yeah, I don't know about that one, y'all. That's 2 players low boost and a not great clearance from Adam. That's just a good angle. Great shot from Crispy.
I'm not sure what the plan was there, but maybe tried a chance to get a second time, but got cut off at the pass, and now that scoreline is double 2-0.
And it's 2 goals now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, unassisted for Concord, which means that it's not necessarily them developing plays and getting goals as much as it's Fisher kind of dropping the ball on defense. They got to be careful here. It feels like they're giving too many freebies, and if you've given up freebies, that'll instill confidence in a Concord you do not want to have confidence. The CRL Open number 2 champions here, so we've seen what they can do. We know their potential. Fisher's probably about to learn about it too.
Yeah, absolutely. The way it is. What a save there from Adam. But I'm saying, the way they did it, though, was look like they were going to get beat and just find a way to become a punishing team in the back half of the series. I wonder if that's the plan they're going into now, because right now they're looking every bit the stronger side.
Just does. Couple of good 50s in a row. Can he do anything more with it? Not quite. Sosa actually going to have to bail out his team on defense. Unfamiliar position for him, but he'll go right back into a familiar one with offense. I don't think they're going to stay there for very long. Concord starting to break out of these defensive plays very quickly. That's a huge contrast to what we've seen out of them through the last couple games.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit of that space, a little bit of creativity on the against the walls, giving them a little bit more of that confidence. If you're Fisher, you got to score now more than ever. Shut it down. And that was a shot on frame that was knocked away to the side. That
should have been a goal for Fisher, and they're going to wish they could get that one back. The good thing for them is it looks like they will continue the offense, if not for the touch from Crispy. Off the ceiling, looking for the double, cannot find it, but Seamas can find the rebound. Novanta, can you smell that? I think it's smelling like Game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is actually pretty smart there. Chrissy with the heavy touch, and what that does is give everyone else on that Concord side another opportunity to go around the defense to find their way in front of goal. They did uncontested. It was an easy shot no matter which way the ball landed.
This is big. Concord finding the resurgence that they needed in a series like this. The job not done, not by a long shot, but my goodness, this team, they are finally showing us the potential that they've been missing. And, I was going to say they are still keeping a clean sheet up until, of course, Sosa the one to score. He is still the only scorer for Fisher. I don't get it.
Well, what happened was it was an absolute dog pile in front of net, and Sosa was the last car to show up to the party, so he had to score then. 3-1.
This is, I'm not going to say the comeback yet for Fisher. It's not a bad goal. They still need to do a whole lot. But just instilling some confidence and showing, hey, we still can score despite the fact that Concord, in my opinion, are in full form, should do a lot. Oh, and it'll get them another goal! Novanta, I'm not smelling Game 5 anymore!
Well, there's a second scorer on the team. Justice finds a way to get on the score sheet. Game 4 in Utopia style, right down the middle. That's what secondary scoring options are really paramount. You're your own insurance policy. We're now 1 goal apart.
Well, Sosa, you might not be the lone scorer for your team, but you do have 100% goal participation. If he hasn't scored the goal, he's gotten the assist, and he might get another. Right back into offense. Concord, I think the wind's been taken out of their sails. They still have the lead, but now they got to be careful. Look at the difference in the offensive pressure that Fisher is starting to pour out.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Concord still has the lead, so if no one scores again, they get the win. But now more than ever, for their own psyche and their own style, they need to get another one on the board to show they still have that kind of structure to beat a team's defense. So it really presses really on them.
Ooh, touch out to midfield. Seamas keeps this one close with a flip reset and passes it out to Crispy. More time wasted off the clock. Good plays from Concord here to just keep the ball away from Fisher and not even give him a chance. Demo there, though, could give some space now for Fisher to work with, if not for Crispy. Great first touch, not as great a second one. The 51 by Fisher. Sosa booms it high and recognizes the awkwardness from Seamas. If there was a time to surge, it's now. Fisher, you got to take advantage of the offense.
Fisher has to take advantage. Concord's given every other option. Anytime a Concord player goes up in the air, they're doing with a heavy boost hand, so it's Fisher's chance to shine, and we have himself a double clear right for the net there, Bass.
Oh, Just Does gets it around 1. Can he get it around Helix? No, Helix cleverly fakes it out and plays it slow. He's trying to bait in players from Fisher, and it is working, but is it going to prevent a shot? It will, at least on that play. Adam, low boost, knows he needs to buy time for his teammates. And he does, and gets the 100. Concord also trying to waste time. This is a chess match now. Both teams are just kind of throwing head fakes going, no, you challenge, and neither one of them wants to overexert. Maybe we can seal the deal. Game 5, back on the table. We're headed to Champs Field.
Yeah, you're absolutely right when it comes to the chess game, but you have to understand it's a bit more 3D than that. If a team has a lead, they have the higher ground. They sat, they waited for a mistake, and they punished. There's that 2-goal differential.
Yeah, there was a late game resurgence here, but not enough of one to guarantee the end of this series. Fisher, your worst case scenario has arrived. Last time, you got it done in 5 despite the potential reverse sweep. This time, I'm not going to guarantee it, though. You guys still have a lot to be done. You'll finish this game with a 1-goal differential, but Game 5, regardless, this is anybody's ball game.
Yeah, it's okay, Fisher. I never win a Utopia myself, but hey, 3 goals up is pretty solid, but now G5, the chance for you to really put close the door on this one.
Concord going to take the win 4-3. Similar to Fisher taking the win in Game 1, 4-3 as well. This one, a very different ball game, though, all around. Fisher finally starting to show that even when they are down, they can fight back, and Concord, in contrast, showing, hey, I don't care what position we're in, we still got this. This was an incredibly impressive game from Concord. In particular, I have to mention CMOS again. We talked about his defense in the last couple of games. In this game, it was the offense. 4 shots, 2 goals, shooting 50% from the field. This man was integral to the comeback here from Concord.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, people always say, they hit me in the DMs, they go, Concord number 1 in your rankings. Why? Because there are 5 battle cars every time Concord takes a pitch. The 3 with wheels, the ceiling, and the floor. Complete vertical motion when moving the ball upfield. You have to take those into account. You don't do that, you're slow on the take when it comes to knocking those wall passes. You're going to lose every single time. They use that space to your advantage, and that's why Concord won that one.
Concord have got a chance to do maybe not the unthinkable, but something that I would say if you watch the first 2 games, you'd think it was highly unlikely. Still a chance for a turnaround from Fisher. If you're a Fisher fan and hoping they make it into playoffs for this entire CRL season, you are hoping they take the win here and guarantee a top 3. Nothing's guaranteed at this point, though, Novanta. I genuinely think this is a coin flip on which team's coming out on top.
Well, guarantee is Game 5, and I love Game 5s. All the pressure's on them. I'm up here in the booth. You know they're sweating. I won't be.
Whoa. I'm pretty sure the temperature out in California is high enough. You might at least be sweating a little bit. I know I am, but I'm also in Vegas, so it's a billion degrees. But let's see, can they turn up the heat here on the pitch as well? I think that answer is a yes. Already the action kicking off.
Action's kicking off, but again, that could have been a goal that wasn't. You see already, everyone's feeling a bit of the pressure. There wasn't a composure right in front of the net, and that one got clattered away.
Oh, 1v1. Sosa trying to catch Crispy sleeping. Can't quite find it. Will still be a nuisance, though, here to keep the ball going. Adam in the corner, bumping Crispy. Crispy hoping for a clear, will not find it. Helix, though, great touch off the backboard. Will clear it to midfield and force a 50. Can they turn it into an offense now? At least for the moment, no, but the shot after says yes. Boomer downfield, CMOS in the way, and both teams firing on all cylinders to start off Game 5.
Good clear by Sosa, but what we were talking about in that last break, using the ceiling and walls to their advantage. And talk about advantages, there's a 1-goal advantage from Crispy.
I feel bad for Just Does here. He's in such an awkward position. Does make the challenge, but that leaves Adam really on an island. And CMOS, all he needed was the bump. Knew exactly where to shoot that. Knew exactly how to bump. Well coordinated. Concord take the lead.
Man, well, Concord's the lead now. I didn't expect to take the lead so early. I wonder what their plan is now. Are they going to wait and burn the clock and try to go for that 2nd goal or 3rd goal late? Or are they going to do that whole goal-scoring barrage? That remains to be seen.
They don't look to be shying away from challenges quite yet. It doesn't feel like they've lost any confidence whatsoever. And honestly, why would you if you are Concord starting off the game this hot? Sosa, pass to Just Does. Or maybe an attempt at one. That definitely did not connect as necessary. Fisher, this is not the time to start getting sloppy. If you want to beat Concord, you got to be precise.
Yeah, again, that's one thing I've seen over the course of this series. I'm not sure if that's because of the strategy of going towards one person for most of the offense and just having those passes and not be as crisp as before.
Oh, pop over what I think is the final defender, which means a rush back from CMOS and Crispy. They'll get back in time, and Concord will not have to set up shop on defense. Fisher with an opportunity with a numbers advantage, maybe get some offense going, or an elongated one at that, and they don't find it. 3 minutes left here in this game. It's still definitely a back and forth, but Concord have been able to hold on to that lead for quite a while now after that first goal.
Yeah, we're looking at fatigue on both sides, which is kind of a crazy thing to say, but you see all these plans being drafted up or being both defenders. He gets in front of net and nothing happens. That's just a lack of concentration. That usually comes when playing so many games back-to-back at a high level.
Pop up high. Can anybody get to this? Of course it's Sosa. Good first touch. Will he find another? Pinch off the ceiling. And Crispy barely going to react to that. He knows he's got that one beat. And Adam, I think, knows he probably wants a better touch than that. That won't help his team out whatsoever, but this will. Sosa, pass up high. Helix awkward. Can at least get a touch to the sidewall. And again, no second player for Fisher there. This one, I think, is genuinely intentional from Concord. They're just demoing the second man every time.
They have to demo the second man. Exactly. When you have that kind of vertical kind of approach at net, taking out second and third men causes that team to really come up with covering more ground than they have to, and any idea of having a offensive attack that's clever goes out the window and it becomes a slugfest. That's how you break out a team and their strategies in the course of a game.
They're starting to get more shots. Fisher definitely not getting kept out of net right now, but they still don't have a goal. How about this one? The demo not going to open up the net enough, but it will drain boost. Everybody low, except for CMOS, who is downfield. Can't get the redirect on target, but Concord showing the resilience necessary. We were critical of their defense to start the series. I cannot be critical now. A significant turn up from this team. They are denying chances from everybody on Fisher.
Concord may be the biggest brain team ever. They found a way to win this series.
Oh my!
Crispy on the button. Oh my goodness.
This is disgusting, and it's the two-headed combo, the Hydra between CMOS and Crispy. Again, it is CMOS with the lead block, and Crispy, you don't even need to ask him to shoot. He is already there, automatic as ever, and Concord on the verge of the reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness, a reverse sweep on stream? Yes, please. But now that Fisher has something to say about it. He had 90 seconds, 2 goals, an eternity in Rocket League. Let's see what any other tricks are left up their sleeve.
CMOS try to get this through to the corner, and he will, but he won't get a follow-up from his teammates. Pinch downfield, and Crispy, the one wiser to it, recognizes the touch. 70 to play. Fisher, you gotta hustle. You're getting 50s, but you're not getting shots. Meanwhile, Crispy getting this one, but not in net. Sosa, low boost, can't even get to the ball, and Concord starting to squeeze further and further. It's getting more difficult, but the hero shows again. Sosa when you need him most.
I sit here and I say, look, Rocket League, the team sport, but sometimes the team has to go on your back to a barrel roll, Sosa. Slots one in, that leaves cut in half.
Oh boy, 1 minute on the dot, 60 to play, and can Fisher find the miraculous comeback necessary? They did it in game 1, can they do it here in game 5? No, this doesn't bode well for them. Awkward on defense, low boost totals. Nobody gonna find the clear up until now. Open it! And guess who? Sosa again!
Wow, he said Concord almost had a quicksand attack, but this one here is the Vine lifeline. Slotted in. That's an arrow. We're tied there, Bass.
Are we getting overtime? Are we getting an overtime game 5, Novata?
Why not? Why not? I'm not doing
Find out.
anything. I'm hanging out.
Fisher, can you find another comeback win? Concord, can you hold them off? Crispy would like to think so, but he'd also like that shot back. A bit too wide. Just does. Can't find the 50. CMOS. I don't think that's the touch he's looking for off the ceiling either. Both teams, I think, getting nervous. They know what's on the line. They know the chances. Just does knows he needs the 50 and will find it, but Sosa will not. Adam, the defensive masterclass from him has to be shown again. With 20 to go, they cannot afford to live on their side to end this game.
Final seconds here. It could be anyone's ball game. Balls being hot potato back and forth. Who's going to be the hero there, Bass?
Find out. Could it be Adam looking for the touch from the corner? He's got a 50. Where is Just Us there? Pass to Sosa. Shot denied. And we're heading to overtime.
Poetic. Sosa had the hot hand, had the opportunity, and it was stuffed right in the middle of Champions Field.
Adam looking for the musty? I don't know if that was exactly the play necessary, but it's not going to bother his team either way. They'll go right back into offense. High ball upfield. Crispy. Low boost, though, which means this could be a pass if Sosa's there. And he is. Adam will not commit. He's been such a dedicated third man to the team, and he's doing it again.
I've never seen Concord play this angry. They want to end this as soon as possible. This is actually brute force being applied against the wall.
Sosa in the corner, looking for a pass from Adam, but Adam will actually keep it to himself. Now Sosa will dive, and maybe he shouldn't have, because Justa's on an island and barely reacts. Okay, Crispy, I get the idea. Maybe he's trying to force a challenge, but maybe you shouldn't have. Instead, though, they will get an offense. Justa's needs the save and will find it. Helix there, though, pass out center, but neither of his teammates are, and Adam misses. Chaos erupts, and somehow, some way, this series goes on.
That would have been a perfectly drawn up plan, but as I say, on top of the ground, I was knocked away to the side. Perfectly drawn up plan from Concord, but there's never a secondary scoring options, and that may be the difference here in this overtime period.
Adam looking for the shot, won't get it. CMOS in the way, just does. Forces a double commit, which means this should be more possession for Fisher. Loose in the corner, taken by Sosa. Air dribble denied by Helix, and Adam bumped off the ball, but Justice is there before you can even react. Concord looking for some vulnerability in the defense of Fisher, but so far they have not shown it.
Yeah, pleasantries are completely out the window now. There are just cars flying everywhere. Someone wants to be a hero. I can see 5 options, maybe even 6
What?
right now. It's gonna be Sigmas!
What happened? Concord find an open net. Fisher nowhere to be found. And despite the effort, the reverse sweep will be complete. Concord moving on to the lower finals.
I'm sorry, you call that reverse sweep, I'll call that getting Concorded. Lulling in the false insecurity, change the defensive pattern, find a way to win and poke to the holes. No team is doing that, and it pays dividends once again.
You said it coming into this one. This might be game of the day. I'm gonna agree with you for right now. What on earth? Fisher start off red hot, but unfortunately for them, the iron cooled down and they couldn't strike while they had the chance needed to close that out in a game 3, which was 1 goal difference. And that 1 goal made all of the difference in the world. Concord then take the next 2 in a row, and they find themselves another top 3 finish. Props to Concord. I got nothing else to say.
This is definitely what we call fate in boxing, right? These are punches not designed to land or do any damage. We thought Fisher was going to be automatic. You had the first goals being scored by Concord saying we're here. They dropped back for a couple of games, and then they had the haymaker. Look, it's not a strategy that works in every single environment, but if you trust in your teammate and you have that composure, it is an almost unbeatable strategy if you hit it right.
Look, there's a reason why the legend of all legends, Muhammad Ali, man, you guys got to wait until you get your chance. Take a couple rounds. It's fine. You get hit here or there. Keep your hands up. When you get that knockout blow, you better swing for the fences. And my goodness, did they ever. Props to Concord. A phenomenal way to end the series. And finally, I can take a break from talking and screaming. Let's bring back in the desk here as I got to imagine their reactions are probably just as insane.
Bass, Mr. Game 5, it seems to be with the way these series have been going so far. I mean, you're cursed, dude. But even then, I mean, speaking of curses, Concord broke the curse last time. They went to 5 against Fisher and were not able to pull off the reverse sweep. They did it this time. This is definitely going to be a rivalry we see between these 2 schools as well. Concord, I mean, coming into the scene for the first time in CRL and making waves. Now back into the top 3. What a way to do it. But here, Taco, we got to talk a little bit about Sosa in that series, too. I mean, over the majority of the goals for that entire series in the first half, carried the load for such a long time, but it felt like it was too heavy of a backpack to put on to carry Fisher past the finish line.
And I don't even believe that, because at the end of the day, Sosa can peak all he wants because that's exactly what they need him to do. He's the captain. He leads the charge. He always kind of dictates how this team plays. But the thing is that Fisher Navy collectively, you saw in game 1, they're resilient, being able to mount that comeback, get that dub and say, okay, well, this is going to get a little precarious. Then the next game, it really started going off the rails, very similar to that Northwood Akron game where this is where Fisher unrestrained will just tear you apart. And that's where Sosa obviously hit goal of the series, I will say, even in defeat, off the ceiling, beating all 3. I mean, there's so much you can say about it, so many superlatives, but really the player I want to highlight again for Concord is Helix. That's the biggest player, the least proven competitive player in terms of accolades and competitive experience. And yet in that game 5, he was the difference maker. 5 saves, 2 assists. He was constantly around the ball. I love to see players step up like that when it seems like they're the ones that are going to be left out of the top of the leaderboards.
MVP got it without a single goal in their team. Shows how instrumental they were in that final game and the reason that they got the victory. But of course, the also reason was CMAS. I mean, talk a little bit here, Bess, about the way CMAS was kind of coming online towards the latter half of the series. Really played an integral part for the Concord victory.
Genuinely my GOAT. This guy is just so clutch in the moments that you need him to be the most clutch, and I think that's what's so impressive. It wasn't that he was constantly getting goals or constantly getting saves, but he was doing what was necessary in the moments necessary, whether it was bumping players off the ball to facilitate goals, whether it was preventing counterattacks from good challenges in the midfield or in the back defensive third. He was just there in the right moments, and that's what you want from a player. Not somebody who's just going to be a human highlight reel, but somebody who is going to be there when they need to. I do feel as if Sosa was that guy for a while, but unfortunately, history repeats itself. Sosa losing to 3 Europeans, or I guess 2 Europeans technically, in a must-win series. I've seen this before.
Yeah, we did see it from the CRL World Championship way back in the day. But again, unfortunately, we don't get that rematch between Fisher and Northwood, but we do get Concord versus Northwood, the first time these two teams have ever faced off against each other. Looking at Crispy here specifically, how do we feel like this player is going to play an integral role for this team against that Northwood roster who's looking for revenge against Akron here in Novanta?
Yeah, the thing about Crispy is he's willing to understand and trust the passes from his teammates. So you see him using the diagonals of the pitch, using the verticals of the pitch. So not just right in front of him, being able to climb the walls when needed, to be inbound or outbound to skirt defenders. When you have someone who's willing to do that and say, hey, look, do you see me? That makes your team trust in you more, and then your creative attacks are that more creative. So that could be the X factor moving forward.
Well, we have the new kids on the block who came with a victory in the last CRL Open versus the old guard and now Northwood, who did we think we'd be saying that at one point in time? Facing off against each other in that top 3 matchup to see who goes against the grand finalists in Akron. We'll find out who that is going to be after this break.
All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Only 2 series remain to claim our champion for the CRL Fall Open number 3. We have 2 potential returning grand finalists in Northwood and Concord, but before that, we got to take one look at the bracket yet again and see how we got here. A reverse sweep initiated and was able to be succeeded by Concord against Fisher Navy. Sosa, yes, did peak, but we did see some great performances from the other players in that new look Fisher roster. Fortunately for their sake, though, they don't get the points that they were looking for. Only 6 secured. So they're still on the hunt for that CRL Fall Championship, and it's just getting that much more spicy here, Bass, on the teams with potential to make it into that top 8.
Dude, I love CRL so much, man. It's just so good. We're just getting the craziest matchups. We are getting the craziest back and forths. And not only are we getting that, but we're getting a scenario in week number 4 of these opens where legitimately it is going to mean every single win makes a world of a difference, even for the 2 teams we're about to watch face off. Again, it may not be for points because I think both of these teams are not guaranteed, but almost
pretty
guaranteed to make it into our playoffs. But this is a huge one just for pride alone. Concord have already proven they can run through the lower bracket and win it all. Now Northwood want to do the same.
I will correct you there, Bass. They are guaranteed based on the number of points that they have currently. Yeah, like 25 points at least for Northwoods, 31 for Concord. There is like no way, even if they don't make it in the next one, that they don't get into that top 8 based on the teams with points that they can get with deep runs. But regardless, though, Northwood and Concord, we will see them in the Fall Championship. So this is really for pride, and especially for Northwood here, Taco. We've been talking about it. This is the longest amount of time Northwood has gone without a win in a championship. They have made it in the first one. They didn't make it in the last one. Now they're trying to make their way back. But Concord, new kids on the block, I keep talking about it. They are here to stay, here to play, and trying to go back-to-back with victories. What a statement that would be made here.
Yeah, Concord might have the 2 Europeans, but it feels like Northwood's doing study abroad in lower bracket lately. It's really crazy to see how often they are out of their homeland. They have been upper bracket demons for as long as we have known this squad. They simply just do not lose. And if they do, it's individual games. They always end up winning these series. And you heard it during the summer. We keep bringing it up for a reason because we believed Creams when he's saying, like, I believe we can win every event. And now it's not even that they're getting the grand finals. They're struggling to be able to actually work through these brackets. Concord is a phenomenal example of just assemble a solid team, teach them to work together, buy into a good system, and you can defeat any team out here. I think Northwood, this is not only really a proving ground for the fans alone, but for them as well. They need to get that confidence back to know they can beat anyone.
And that's the craziest thing here too, Novanta. Northwood, we heard them quoted from Summer Series that they are going to win every event, and so far they have not won a single one. I mean, what does this really mean for the legacy of this Northwood roster where they've been struggling against these other teams that have really leveled up the competition for the first time in a while?
Yeah, absolutely. You think about a team for a long time that was synonymous with victory going through it right now. I would say give themselves a little bit of grace, but you're right. There is a bit of a ticking time clock there. You got to start getting those W's, start getting those wins, or else we go, really, Northwood? You know?
That's very true. We got to see exactly how these teams fare against each other. Because again, these teams with Concord being new to CRL, the first time they have ever played, not even in outside competition, maybe some NACE or NECC, shout out to those leagues, but we haven't really seen it in CRL just yet. So let's go predictions on how this is going to go. We've been doing pretty decent so far with those. Concord barely saving most of the deaths this time, but Bass, we'll see how things go for you. Are you changing your prediction? Are you going with Concord? Are you going with Northwood on this one?
I like the, we're doing well in predictions. Meanwhile, the maximum that anybody has done today is 1 for 2. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily agree that we're doing stellar so far. I don't know if I'm going to do better here either.
I like me. I don't know.
You know what? I will say this is definitely another one of those series where either one of the outcomes is more than probable, more than possible on either side. But there's one thing that I will say. Northwood missing out on a top 2 weeks in a row sounds absolutely preposterous. I just don't think it is going to happen. Concord, I know you guys can get back there. I know you can win it all from the lower bracket. You've already done it. Northwood, it's time for you guys to prove that you can do it as well. I have not lost faith in the old guard yet. If they lose here, I might have to.
Okay. Well, Northwood's come from lower bracket defeat. They lost to IRSC way back in the day in one of the earlier Collegiate Rocket League events. I think it was CRL Fall 2022 National Champions, and had to go all the way through the lower bracket and then lost to Columbia College afterwards. So we'll see how they can do it this time, if they do have a falter or if they do succeed. So with that out of the way, though, Taco, who's it going to be?
I think for Northwood, when they lose once in a season, I'm like, everyone loses eventually. I think there's a couple times and thinking, it's fine. I'm running out of it be what sometimes it just do be like that for Northwood. I really feel like Concord is the better team. I feel like Concord would be technically a better team than Akron on paper, and then Akron's the one that beats Northwood. So I'm going to do the lazy analyst math and say I think Concord takes this one. I think they go back to a grand final. Granted, they have to get that bracket reset to be able to repeat, but I do think they're capable of it. Something about Northwood just doesn't quite seem on. And until they find that switch and flip it, I feel like Concord is going to be able to take advantage of the susceptible Wolfpack.
Okay. I mean, Concord, they were cooking in that last series. 3-game wins in a row. Felt really confident and able to get that at the end of the day against Fisher when they couldn't last time, even though it's a different roster. With that, Novanta, I mean, is Concord still your number one, or is Northwood coming back into it?
Northwood, even in a down year, is still a pretty good pick to show out and prove in these tournaments, but it's proven time and time again, Concord is the most cerebral team in the field. I gotta go with Concord, man. They find a way to slow down anyone's attack plan, make them play their game, and walk away with the win. I love it. It's almost like they want to be villains, but they're so cute and cuddly. I like Concord, man. That's my choice.
I do have to bring the age-old saying that we've said on CRL time and time again. The universal constants that we typically see in grand finals are Def, Texas, and Northwood, and we'll see if that happens again here. If Northwood take this one, I gotta split the desk, see if it's gonna be Northwood making it back into the grand final. You talked about it, Bass. We have not seen them miss out on 2 grand finals in a row ever in CRL history. So this is a historic day with all the upsets and all the challenges we have had for these teams. Only one of these two, the new kids on the block in Concord or Northwood, can move forward to see who is going to take the challenge to Akron Zips Blue. How to bracket reset at that point, but a best of 5 is ahead of us until we get there. A CRL series with Concord taking on Northwood Blue, both prior grand finalists, but only Concord has reigned supreme. Will Northwood take the cake, or will Concord make the lower bracket run of the century?
The Northwood Wolfpack has licked their wounds in the lower finals, just waiting for an opponent to appear. Concord has answered the call. Both teams aiming to make their second grand final of the season. Novanta, I am pleased to be alongside you in the booth for a series this important.
Yeah, talking about what it means to be champions, what it means to be winners. Of course, I'm in the booth with the biggest winner I know, Danger Taco.
And I'd hope to be as big of a winner of some of these teams because, I mean, we've seen some really classic matches from all of them. We've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen some denied sweeps even earlier on in the day. And honestly, day one had some action. If y'all have not been checking out the brackets, there's always streams floating around. But this is the main stream now. This is where the big dogs do play around. And I'm really fascinated to see how this one goes because the storylines have all been flipped. You asked me this question, who's going to win this matchup a couple months ago. I'd probably be leaning towards Northwood, but as we both mentioned, we're on desk picking Concord just because we know this team has really impressed us, and it's not even just flashes in the pan. They're consistent, getting back again to a top 3 finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's certain kind of moments in this game of Rocket League you won't forget, you'll remember forever. And for me, it was last week, seeing the 14 games of Rocket League in the final. That's when you're slotted in there. And Zanil says, you know what? Forget all that blabbering. It's time for some scoring.
And Zanil being able to take a nice one, but then Cream's just noting that Helix, all you got to do is just try to get through me or try to go over me. Nope, you're still going to get bumped. Easy goal as you like, and being able to see Northwood just walk that right down Main Street. It's a difficult one to give up, but ultimately that's just a classic issue. You're going to have one-on-ones or maybe even a 2v1. Northwood usually finds a way to make that one count.
Yeah, absolutely. If the first goal was like a triple tap somewhere, you would say, oh man, they came to play. But walking it in the goal is a completely defensive miscue, something you don't want to have too often if you're Concord.
Crispy's going to get a nice extension out on this one. However, he's going to be met by the wall that is Zanil. Helix will try to also get one out, and we'll be able to circumvent actually a decent number of challenges. Problem is, he has nobody in the zip code to help him out. Seamouse going to get there a little bit late, so Crispy will risk his own venture with limited boost. Gets the first flick off. Seamouse going to challenge that one. Bounce down. Helix might have it if not for Zanil, sending him back into his half with a mighty bump.
I like the fact that Creams is willing to be bold enough to take on 2 defenders at once. Not the most smartest play, but I like the idea of having that individual effort being aggressive, especially early on in the series.
Helix, open shot, almost threaded that needle, but the double commit from Northwood, able to keep that one down. So it doesn't seem like Concord are going to be too hurt by giving up that first goal. They're able to still mount some decent offense of their own and maybe even some solo play. Flip reset still locked in, using it delayed with a 50. No follow-up as Helix trying to play it safe. I don't really blame him for that approach.
Yeah, I understand the idea of making sure you understand what you're saying, what the plans are, what on offensive and on defensive. Not much scoring opportunities. I don't think you're going to have another opportunity to walk in a goal like that so much in this series. But what I am getting a little frustrated about is both teams' kind of propensity to go to the wall to hang out there like it's a cool part of town. You got to be able to use the width of the pitch and down the middle of the lanes too.
Sometimes you can just be able to pick off passes right in the middle of that lane. Crispy got the interception, which will lead to Hockey. Throwing it awkwardly. Helix from an angle gets that over Creams, and that one is a great way to open up your score sheet.
Well, we were saying this in the last series about Concord. They're just so good playing off the ceiling and the floor. I don't think a lot of teams realize that one, and that was right in Helix's wheelhouse.
And I do like that shot as well. It's really difficult to be able to get that angle because you're not coming directly from the sidewall, but you are coming from a little bit of a diagonal. You need to be able to get that power off, but so many players just hit it on target with no real placement. Putting it high, a little bit behind Cream's great way to be able to mix things up. Kind of like cutting the ball across rotation from Simas. Would love support there, but I suppose he'll just provide it himself. Tap down into Crispy, looking for a high lob. Zanil doesn't have the best of clears, which is why everyone on Concord backing up, ramping up for the hook shot off the corner, and Helix not close enough to be able to make that one count.
I like the points for pressure there in the case of Concord, but sometimes I gotta ask, I understand distribution is important, but be a little selfish, like Crispy was selfish right there, sliding that one in bottom 90.
This is a duo you're going to be seeing a lot. Usually one causes chaos, then the other one feeds off of it. Hockey gets the flat tire in Simas. Problem is you need someone to follow it up. Felt like there was a little confusion. Zanil wasn't 100% sure if he could challenge, and in that hesitation, that's where you dive in if you're Crispy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only one mistake you can make in Rocket League besides playing the game if you don't want to get frustrated, is being hesitant. And that's what happens. A good team will see you do that little split second of you deciding what to do and capitalize every time. What a shot there from Helix!
But again, that's a combination of multiple factors. The biggest two, trust in your teammates and the willingness to cut rotation. Helix knows that Simas probably has that read, and so does Northwood. They're going to wait for it. It doesn't come in. That's why Helix is there for the immediate putback. It's a simple touch, but the strategy and the coordination you need to pull that off should not be understated.
Yeah, but you see at the same time, though, the comms in the VC of a conceding a goal quite like that, where 2 of 3 of your battle cars are caught flat-footed or flat-wheeled or whatever. Those are the ones that really have that kind of tension inside your team. Those are psychological goals, if I ever said so myself.
Creams going to be well beaten out there by Simas trying to get to it, but not really anything to do in on this one. Giveaway from Northwood means Crispy has a 50. Helix might be able to 50 it again, as I thought that could be the start of a breakaway, but instead, looks like Concord, knowing that they have this lead as the time continues to tick down, they don't need to press anything. They just need to keep doing what they're doing. Get those offensive gambits going, get those little tiny passes into pockets, and watch as Northwood kind of chases around. Not something we often say about their play style, a little frantic on the defensive end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're looking to be a counter-attack team, and they have something going for them. Concord's boost management has really been subpar in the past 4 games, this one included. So kind of waiting to see if the boost runs out into counter-attack, but you can't stay in a counter-attack mode the entire time for a team because you put yourself in a worse position to score, especially when goals are hard to come by.
Simas able to get a double tap as they try to roll that one down. Higher lob across should be easy for Hockey, even easier when Zanil gets a demo in the midfield. Even Crispy all by his lonesome. It's always nice, though, when you have some boost as your companion. 100 in the tank makes that a disruption again, a nice little touch. Watch how often Concord loves to be able to take those air dribbles, just slow down the play, and it forces Northwood into that awkward half-second hesitation where they're wondering, do I have that challenge? Do I need to wait? And all that time, it's more seconds. They don't have a chance to mount a comeback. They don't even have that shot for the comeback, Novanta. The goal line stop.
Man, that was a crispy Sarasol, and there's another one there from Helix, and yeah, you're right. Concord being able to take that solo dribble to take it vertically up. Maybe not enough there. Hockey puts one in the score for Northwood. They're now within 1. Being able to counteract that off the wall is fantastic for them.
It's a really nice fake by Hockey. Crispy with no boost really just had to linger, and that turning around 180 with no boost is a very slow idea to have to do. So Crispy's trying to stay relevant to it, but since everyone just sees Crispy in front, they're assuming a challenge comes in. Nothing does, and kind of an awkward one to put Northwood back within just 1 goal. With a touch like that could be even worse, but Simas able to rescue things off the sidewall, trying to lob one more. Hockey gets the win, but you need to keep it lobbed right into the turf. Concord getting away with game number 1.
Concord, weird but cool, like eating spaghetti with a spoon. Find a way to withstand the pressure of Northwood time and time again.
Is it cool to eat the spoon?
I think so.
I feel like
red.
I'm just gonna read that as you went to the restaurant, you did that once, and you were like, I bet I look pretty cool. And I feel like that's kind of cope, but at the same time, there's a lot of cope going on here. I'm sure there's a lot of Northwood fans say, it's fine, it's just game one. We know what happened last time, because this one got not necessarily out of hand, but really Concord, they were settling in. They're chilling in the recliners. They looked fine through the back half of that game.
Right, so Zanil scores a very easy goal to open it up, and you might say, oh man, maybe Concord's fatigued, but they go back to what works for them. That is draining valuable seconds with solo dribbles, using the walls, using the ceiling and the floor to draw out the defense, and then when time is right, finding an opening, and then punishing. It is a very fascinating thing to watch because Rocket League is kind of built to be frantic, but Concord thinks these games are like 15 minutes long. They take all the time in the world.
Yeah, the one thing that I really do like is how patient they are. A lot of teams, I think we'd mentioned that even in the Akron Northwood series earlier, where they just want to play as fast as possible because frankly, you're playing against some of the best players in collegiate and the entire continent of North America. So you know that these players really can take it to you. But at the same time, Concord is kind of playing off the system of, oh, Northwood, if you're not going to press me, I'm going to take these slow air dribbles. I'm going to set up these passes. They are finding the passes every time. They look for them as their first option. And when they're given a lot of space to execute, a lot of times those are going to go in your back of your net. Northwood are not going to be invulnerable when it comes to that approach, as well as giving away a potential breakaway. Helix doesn't have the boost to be able to pass to Simas, but he still gets another deflection to the back post to maybe start off a continuation of this offense.
Yeah, I like how what you mentioned about pace. I think people think about racing. That's kind of a cool example. You would think, oh man, put the pedal to the metal, go as fast as you can. But you watch any racing season, Crispy scores first. It's all about the control of how fast, how slow, when to break, when to slow it down. And Crispy, going back to game one with that strategy, with the pass back, make sure Concord scores first.
And being able to get that goal through, I really like that one. And again, it's just from continuing the offense and understanding offense isn't really just about one pass, bang, it's on target. Sometimes it's really just about setting up camp, stealing away boosts, making angles difficult, and eventually defense runs out of option, especially if they get impatient and just try to go for the home run clear all the way down the field. If they don't take their angle seriously, if they don't play just as patient as the offense, then they can really give up an easier goal. And right there, Northwood again just kind of choking under the pressure. It's so hard to be able to build up a wall when it seems like there's just waves of pressure crashing against it every single moment.
Yeah, when you see teams like this, if you're Northwood, you're probably like, well, how do I counteract that? And it comes down to what you did in the training pitch, because if you can master lateral and back passes to really fake out an offensive attack to your point, then you can have them come to you. Northwood's not quite figured it out yet, and that's why they're on the blunt end of a 1-0 scoreline.
Simas going to be able to tuck that one past one and then pass another one. Fortunately for Creams, he's got no more boost, but Creams also doesn't have anything either. They're both trying to interfere with each other, giving each other the flat tires. You're trying to land underneath the car, but either way, it will be fine. Everything kind of resets here as Northwood, I think, is happy enough to be able to maybe bust out a solo play. Zanil with a triple tap. He can get another touch, though.
It was one of the situations you kind of wish the net was higher than where it was. I like the effort there from Zanil. Didn't work out for them, but more efforts like that would only give you opportunity to score later on.
Creams higher lob, Simas backwards aerial, going to be able to get the partial deflection as Crispy and Helix will coordinate. Technically a double, but a nice communication from Helix to let him know that he had a much better angle on it now, who has an angle to stop Zanil, as opposed to Simas. The challenge from directly underneath. Concord does that more than any other team. They're willing to just challenge from the weirdest angles, just throw a wrench into your plans.
Yeah, I call that a snow day. That was a body check I ever saw, went upside down against the wall. Good thing there's no red cars in this sport.
I don't want to think about that. If you could literally bump into a car and make them explode, I feel like that's worthy of at least a warning from the referee. And you need to be warned. And when Northwood starts cooking like that, wide open setup, Hockey, not the follow-up he's looking for. Creams will at least get a boost steal, so maybe something more, but Hockey with only so much boost can only get a partial touch on it. Still not out of the half. Creams looking for a flick. He will only get a light bounce, if any.
Props to Crispy there, because had they scored, that would have been the worst poster to have all three of your teammates in net watching a goal score right above your heads. That was critical for many different reasons.
Creams getting another hefty flick onto the backboard. Crispy using all his boost to get to that one as Simas gets a fake pass middle. Crispy trying to chase this one down. As it looks like Simas actually went for the demo on Creams, but apparently Creams hitting the Northwood gym, just muscling right through that one, kind of completely invalidating all of the aggression. So we'll have to see whether or not anything else can get cooking in the midfield as it's starting to get more and more contentious, like that fake challenge from Helix. He thought about biting deep down on that challenge, but knew he'd get beat.
This is pretty interesting because a lot of times casters would say get more aggressive in a game. We kind of equate that to bumps and demos, and 80% of the time it is. What we're seeing here now is both teams willing to go away from the ball to put someone out of the play, whether it is the bump, whether it just kind of draws to the defense, whether it's kind of a playing peekaboo or deking them. I like that because it really makes you decide in the moment what's more important, being part of an offensive attack or making sure the defense is non-existent.
Well, they're certainly trying to make it non-existent, at least on Northwood. It's a lot of demos, which leads to a wide open read from Hockey, and after a while, he's gonna nail one. He didn't have the approach angle on the past ones. This one, it's a straight shot.
Is it kind of weird because goals are so hard to come by? I was a little afraid that he would have shanked that one, but it doesn't matter there, Taco. The score goes in, the goal goes in, scores the same, one apiece.
Well, the one thing that I will say is a little bit unique in that play is that Hockey does lob it over. And I would say if this was in the past couple months, this type of game, we'd be watching the player kind of go forward and take their time because they know the spawn is going to make the player hesitate. But with the new demo spawn update from Psionics coming on in, you know where you're going to spawn, which means you can immediately turn it and almost pre-jump any defensive play. So good job on Hockey, actually popping that one over, immediately recovering to the ground to get his speed back and be able to get that touch. It was a closer option than it might have seemed at the initial. So Concord almost getting away with it, but you can only get the miracle saves so many times passed down. I think he was looking for creams on different pages that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Those clears are fantastic. They're majestic. They take a lot out of you to make sure you're back in front of them. So you don't get so many of those on any particular drive. But speaking of drives, here's Neil's pretty much all alone. Bounce on the ceilings. Anyone like the Callum's Ham, and that one slotted right down the net. And that was not enough to have the go-ahead goal there, Taco.
It's a spooky time whenever you see that dribble get closer and closer. It's even spookier when you have a bump attempt potentially. Zanil gonna bunny hop over the first one. Zanil will then challenge immediately to deflect to the sidewall. Pass middle, Crispy way too late to this one. As Screams reads his mind. An extension as well. Zanil looking for the pass middle. Hockey knows that it's probably not gonna go through, so he'll take his own chance. Flick to this back post. Zanil, higher lob. Creams thinks about it, now acting upon it. Double tap near post at the final touch of regulation. It's not in, maybe in overtime.
As one of those situations, the game was 5-0-1. It would have been a different situation, but of course, we had a G2 overtime.
Crispy is not happy with this one. He's just trying to get on forward. Northwood definitely pressing their advantage offensively in this game. They are at 9 shots at the start of this overtime. Meanwhile, Concord has only mustered up 3. Helix has not even been able to get on to offense. He's mostly just trying to lock down the back end, getting some of these reads, and I do not blame him. Look at Northwood starting to ramp up the aggression with some demos. Hockey's going for the goalie. Creams an easy stroll into the goal with some mechanics to boot. Game 2 is theirs.
See that critical bump inside a net there is what you needed to really take people off the game. Simas was waiting, and it really wasn't enough because he was knocked on the side. Northwood gets a little aggressive in the goal. They get the dub.
I really do like that, and you also notice that it's not just fully sending everyone for that attack, it's waiting for a high percentage opportunity like Zanil getting a demo on the first challenge. Again, Concord loves to cut and challenge from underneath, so Creams taking his time, almost just saying, hey, Hockey, please just take out the one remaining obstacle. Hockey says, no problem. It'll be pretty easy so long as Simas is focused too much on the high lob on the air dribble. So Northwood able to answer back and then some, really controlling the offensive tempo of this one. The beginning was Concord's, and everything past that was more or less just our blue side.
But we saw kind of this blueprint before with the low-scoring affair. It's kind of next goal wins. It will look like it was completely in Concord's wheelhouse, but Northwood basically did what tantamounts to a sucker punch right in front of the goal there to get themselves that go-ahead goal. I wonder if that's something Northwood has to really explore, what they can do to exploit this Concord defense.
When you actually have to take advantage of the defensive lapses, I think they need to keep doing exactly that. Zanil had only 182 points on that game. They had 4 shots, 1 save. That's not bad, but mainly his impact was going for those demos. He was cutting almost left and right across the field, kind of like Comp in RLCS, where he's just really ignoring the rotation, saying, hey, I'm just going to make your path a little bit easier. A lot of Concord, they're slowing down. They're waiting for the play to develop, and that just makes them sitting ducks. And I suppose it's hunting season if you're Zanil within the state of Michigan. So if they do see this one come to fruition, if that playstyle keeps working, I do not see Concord faring well here on DFH, but new game, new 5 minutes, new strategy, I am sure, as the chess match continues.
Hey, personal question there, Taco. When it comes to maps, when it comes to Manfield versus DFH versus Champions Field, where do you stack them?
See, I feel like Champions Field is nice, has like a lot of nostalgia, great games. I just feel like Manfield is the cleanest. Although I will say, Manfield Dusk is the choice for me. That's better than Manfield Night. I will not hear arguments on that.
man of culture, I see. But that's it. 15 seconds left in game 3, and I wonder if will know will be as aggressive or if Concord already figure that out and have a countermeasure in play.
Dreams winning through a lot of 50s. He's gonna keep on going. Oh my goodness. They keep trying to get these dainty little touches, Concord, and Creams just powers right through. In fact, he's also gonna steal that corner boost. He's immediately gonna use it as Helix. It does have a better angle to it, and I think Creams is playing for a little bit of a subversion of expectations. Gonna work out, so Concord, at the very least, seemingly ready for any of the bag of tricks that Northwood is trying to throw it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think a lot of these people are marked, Zenil and Creams especially. So I think if anyone, this may be the hockey game, because that's the one I think it has the most space and the most time alone being unchecked by defense.
Crispy. Off the corner, Creams from a weird angle. That one's going to roll right into the middle. Hockey was a little bit late to this one, but honestly, I think he was just trying to calculate that one out. Good comms from Concord, being able to keep this one going up until, I suppose, that double commit. Probably shouldn't be counting my eggs of Concord before they really do hatch, as they still have a lot to coordinate. They have a lot of teamwork that they do lock in, but it's inevitable in a series like this that both teams will commit to some challenges and be sending maybe one too many men.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a bit of not a pressure necessarily, because it's still early yet in this game, but almost a desire from Concord to be the first ones to open the scoring here after dropping that last game. You're seeing some things we only see from them when they're at the brink of elimination, like really pushing up their line of offense. You only see that happen so often in a series, and we're seeing it right now here in Game 3.
Hockey. 50 down, Creams going to be met with a similar fate, just a 50 straight into the ceiling for Zenil to latch onto. Nice clear down by Simas as Hockey's going to try and catch this one. Crispy kind of just waiting for the response, but his pre-jump is a little bit off kilter. He was not able to actually get his angles down. You can't say the same about Hockey. He gets past two, almost a bump on Helix. Good job from the back man to be able to avoid it.
That ball was on a tee for anyone. I could have seen any play, offensive play coming out of that one, but it was all for naught. So I got to give everyone credit there. What a shot down and a shot six it wide. But having himself an opportunity to score, it only didn't work out for them.
Zenil, that's on the goal line. Simas gets the first save. How about the second one? Hockey near post. He's going to call his own number. Did have a pass available, but I don't blame him for not wanting to overcomplicate things. Sometimes that's the worst option you can take within an offense, is trying to get the cutesy little pass instead of just forcing the defense into another save. Concord still trying to force Northwood into many more saves. Only one recorded so far, as most of their offensive presence just been kind of a light probing from the midfield, maybe just tapping it near the goal, kind of wrapping a lap around, but nothing more direct than that.
Yeah, it's kind of the lull here in this game. I understand there's an idea to put something ahead, but it seems everyone else's playbook here. The ping pong is on. The question now becomes, who's going to control the ground? If the ball's going up like that, it's the one who shoots the ball lower. They'll have a chance to have themselves a shot on goal.
Felix, light touch. Crispy's just going to send that one deep, but that's why Simas is already on top of it. He tries to get that redirect, but Creams wisely does play that read high. 50 down will actually be fully lost, but that's fine. Crispy has full control with a flip reset, trying to get back to it. Hockey, I think, saw that first touch maybe a little bit too errant, and now Simas trying to avoid, trying to make the same mistake. Fully boosted up. It's a 1v1. Delayed flick over top of Zenil, but into the ceiling. Helix from an angle, trying to make it count. Crispy was there for a bump, but they just didn't have the angle.
Oh man, if everyone had enough boosts like boomer ball status, this would have been already over. Like having the hard work done, beating the defense right in front of goal, not having enough boost to slot it in there has really been the death knell for both of these teams right now.
We do see another 50 attempt from Simas, and really Northwood is willing to absorb that pressure. I will say, even despite all of what we've seen from Northwood, the one thing that stays consistent is their 50 game, and even the passing starting to heat up as well. That one on target, last second save again required from the Lithuanian, as Hockey takes to the air yet again. He might be going for a 50. It's straight down to Zenil, but also to Simas, always seemingly just where they need him.
Again, both drives back-to-back, Simas and Hockey being so close to net, running out of boost and going, oh, okay, well, we tried. Back to the drawing board.
Nice deflection, actually open for Crispy. He's going to try to pass that from the angle all the way into the middle for Hockey. He does not have that double, but he'll back is Helix into the corner with a light tap. He's actually going to miss this one. A bunch of demos. Helix, you are all alone. So is Hockey and Creeves, who bump each other. Not like that.
Oh my goodness, another overtime that could have been prevented. But again, most overtimes can be. But this was interesting. Both of them see their defense and just boost and opportunity and demos with a difference.
And Simas going to avoid that opening shot from Hockey. Instead, it's going to be a counterattack. The skim redirect just wide. Zanil going to half flip. And thankfully, breathe a sigh of relief as now they'll have a chance at offense. Or did I say that? I think Creams as it falls right into his path. A pre-flip into the reset carry. Stopped by one, but not from Hockey. Light tap well over the bar.
Well, when bars come back as a rebound, that was stopped by Helix and epically saved. It was a desperation spike to put that ball on the other side of the pitch.
Helix trying to take this 50, bounce down. Simas not going to beat out Creams. Zanil fully boosted up, but so is Hockey trying to find that back post. Helix minimal boost, trying to land, just get the deflection, does not grab it. Zanil, light tap met by Crispy. The reads from Concord, really the main thing keeping them in right now. They are going to seemingly knock it on death's door in this type of game because there's so many times Northwood is inches away from the goal, but Concord gets the brave read and be able to follow through with it.
Yeah, I think the reads are kind of helping them out. A, and then B is definitely skirting those bumps and demo attempts, except for that one, I guess. Be able to go ahead and skirt away from those and give themselves an opportunity to score. I guess they learned very quickly what happened in game 2, and that's why they're trying to counteract that.
Some bump in front of goal, getting me real anxious. I'm sure the Concord fans in chat, because I know there are many of them, they've gained a lot of fans outside of just their student body, but you can't be saying that you're going to be comfortable watching these series, especially on these low boost defensive efforts. That was another one floating right in front of goal. Fortunately for them, Northwood was out to lunch on offense and now on defense potentially as well. Open shot, that near post has something to say about it.
So many shots right in front of the frame, not going in. It's nothing to get anyone frustrated, but every time a ball leaves a battle car's fender, I'm like, this could be it. This could be the dagger, but out of nowhere, someone reads it, clears it off the line.
Felix only gets partial touch. Crispy not on the backboard. He goes to the goal. That might be the downfall as Creams produces a triple commit. Another 50. Crispy trying to beat out Zanil, and he will do admirably, but it's still in the mixer. Just kind of rebounding all the way around. Creams open shot, and eventually it has to go through.
Wow, look, I knew the levy was going to break, but I didn't think it was going to be that at all. This one here is just a classic bump on the front post. On the other side, no one in the back defending, and that was easy peasy for Northwood.
It's a difficult one, really, to see, especially because Concord, you almost felt like that was like the underdog story. If this was a Hollywood film, it's like, man, look at all these saves. How are they holding on? How are they going to be able to do this? And then they have the offensive chances, and then they just can't quite do it. They didn't really even have a lot of solid looks at goal. Northwood is doing well to lock down most of really the middle of the field, but Northwood is an expert on trying to produce that pressure. 12 shots. It's going to be hard to get that many without getting at least one past.
So yeah, exactly. Here's what works for Concord. They did everything right. They went back to their game plan of being that defensive kind of like moving river, that fluid defense. But yeah, it comes to a point where you can't win games by hitting the block button. You have to attack. 12 shots on against you. Someone's going to slip a button or not be in time. That's exactly what happened right there.
Yeah, I will say Concord still playing good positional Rocket League. Crispy and Simas doing well to be able to jump in front of some touches, take some 50s, but there was a lot of moments where you can see they're a little bit in their head. I'd applauded them for their coordination, especially in game number 1. It's looking like everybody is where they're supposed to be. They're not overlapping, but there's a couple moments where the ball's bouncing down. Northwood realizes they're too late. They all just kind of sit back and kind of like ready themselves to the shot, and then Concord crosses themselves and then both double commit on it, and thinking to myself, that's something you have to call someone off. I have the better angle. You rotate back, you get boost, something, but I can't really blame it. It's also like a Northwood effect. They know this is one of the best teams that has ever been assembled in Collegiate, and even a team as accomplished as Concord already will struggle with that.
A season ago, we would say holding Northwood to 1 was a win in itself, but that's no longer the case. Can Concord come back in Utopia? That's the question on my mind there, Taco.
Well, fortunately for Concord, they don't have to reverse sweep, but it feels kind of like that right now, having to win 2 straight to be able to take this series against a team definitely on the revenge path, trying to make sure that they can prove that they are still at the very top, despite being sent to that lower bracket. Helix trying to make sure that they are getting through those defenders by trying to go through those defenders, not making any contact so far. Zanil, however, has other accuracy.
Yeah, no more time for dainty or small attacks. You got to put everything full bore. Battering ram style will totally help either team, especially Concord, because they're flying from behind.
Rain takes a lot of that clear, but so does Helix, being able to tap that one into Simas. It's going to be Crispy, tap down. Simas is going to be able to turn for this one. 50 going to be won by Creams. He doesn't have too much support, but Hockey is lurking on that back post. Maybe trying to latch on to this one. Kind of a premature jump from him, but at the end of the day, Northwood still free-flowing. So is Simas going for the edge of a bump. It's going to be underneath Creams, leaping over it, get the save.
Oh man, Crispy tried to be here to get the rebound. That could be the bad idea. And wow, bumping your own teammate right in front of net. It's wide open. And Zanil tried as he might. Wow, that could have been really bad there for that orange side.
Dreams. Low air dribble. Helix knows it. You can see just trying to take that 50 as slow as possible so it doesn't ricochet out into a weird position, but Hockey's going to put one into a supernaturally nice position. Look at this touch and continuation.
Kind of just rolled it around the wall. It's easy peasy. Sometimes you say, I'm going to put it here. Hopefully someone got me, but Cream's got you. 1-0 Northwood.
Really do like that one from Hockey, being able to land after the 50, then just immediately go to the side wall and then get the lightest of taps. Sometimes being out with the defense isn't really just getting the perfect pass right on a platter, cutting across the field, 90-degree angles, whatever. It's just finding people in space. How about this one from Helix? Crispy is seen on that back post.
A little bit of hesitation there on my end. I was like, did it go into the net decide otherwise? But hey, look, it was the right place, right positioning. And sometimes the gods work in your favor. We're once again tied there.
Solid chase down, as Concord knows that those opportunities aren't going to come around every day. Especially nice when you do have someone actually already boosted up to be able to chase it down. Helix getting chased down at the sidewall, still saves his flick. It's a close angle for Creams, who will circumvent that pressure somewhat to get it to the corner. And now Concord seemingly comfortable back in their positions, trying to go left and right, be able to police how far this clear can come out and what they can reach. That's a flip reset, trying to get the pass on a pre-jump is Simas.
Oh, look, I understand the idea of going for finesse there, but sometimes that was a bit too much finesse. You had a little bit of a second there to put something in with force, with authority, decided against it, and now you don't have a goal being scored.
Crispy from the ceiling with a flip. High lob. Creams is going to have a much cleaner angle on this one, so Helix will back up actually with a flip, which kind of takes him completely out of the play. I understand you want to play kind of a midfield, somewhat police how everything is going to progress, but the thing is, he's not going to be a factor if he keeps turning around a lot of these challenges. It's killing the Concord defense. They got to trust in that rotation.
Yeah, I think trust is the operative word. I feel like a lot more trust is being employed by the Northwood side, and it does seem that Concord wants everyone to go into business for themselves. And I'm not going to say it's the end, but it's definitely a different Concord we're seeing right now than we saw in that last series.
See Simas again, try to fake out one. Zanil going to take the bait for number 2, and he's going to continue off the side wall. That 50 will technically take out another one, but boost is really going to be a rare commodity. Creeps on the recovery, steals the mid boost, so he just has to watch and hope and get a bump, and probably a ghost touch as Zanil is going to have to deal with that first shot of almost a miracle double save, but Hockey's going to make no mistake on the putback.
This is off to the races. The inbound pass at Neil, and Hockey decides to go be the second option. And second option is what you need there to really put the intimidation factor on the defense. Didn't need a second option, but the formation itself ensured a goal was going to be scored either way.
Of course, Miles, one of the hardest saves in the game, in my opinion, when it gets shot directly at you when you're stationary. There's only so much you can move left and right to be able to deflect it wide, but even worse for them is that this starts the death timer. It's game 4, Northwood on match point. This is going to be the end of the road for Concord if they can't get something together to at least equalize this game. Pass in, Helix somehow stands in the way.
Yeah, I do feel the pressure is being felt there from Concord the first time in a long time, even though they're okay with being like a quicksand. Sometimes they find a way to get out. So you're seeing everyone being pushed forward, almost a 1-9 formation. This was soccer, to be honest with you. And it's an opportunity for them there, and that's knocked away from the side.
Open shot for Helix, but unfortunately he still had an angle to work with. Crispy, pat down, Green's right down the middle. It's going to be over the shoulder of Helix, so now Simas going to have to get that boost and try to carry it all the way back. He's going to fake down, trying to get past Zanil. Open space. Crispy might be able to get a pass here. He's going to leave it for Simas. Little of a feint sleight of hand even. Helix across the corner. Zanil getting bothered in the goal. Where is Crispy? Open shot. He won't choose the pass. It's not going to be top corner. Pass down in the middle again is going to be into Helix. Air dribble denied. Concord try as they might, cannot find their path through.
Crispy wanted that one back because that was a chance to really be a hero, and it was missed. And to be honest with you, Crispy is so good, I would have gone in 8 out of 10 times.
Crispy trying to chase this one down. Minimal boost. Neil knows it. Fake underneath one. He's going to get the lob over the second up until the deflection. So a little bit of hesitation there. Simas trying to beat out Hockey, but masterful control from the ceiling. Taking a 50 that will deflect again into the Concord corner. Every 50, every touch by Northwood, draining off precious seconds.
Precious seconds it is, man. Last gasp as for Concord. Can they pull something out their hat? Can they force a game 5? Here's the last opportunity here. Hockey beats them, and this could be it here, Taco. Is something going to happen? Are we getting magic?
Not if Preems has anything to say about it. He's trying to keep that air dribble as close as possible. Flip reset, looking for the top shelf. Crispy does well to keep underneath it. Felix does the same. Pass to Samas, gonna be 15. And unfortunately, there's no Cinderella run here. Concord will not be repeating. Northwood still stays on that revenge arc. They're into the grands.
I don't like being wrong in my predictions, but what I didn't predict was Northwood putting the shoulder down and giving us a little bit of that aggressive teeth of old Northwood here today.
And this is really what we were looking for there. Concord definitely doing well. I really thought they had it. I love the way Concord moves the ball in the attacking third. They were looking for options, looking for creative setups. If they wasn't able to put it on target, they weren't able to have that follow-up. And sometimes I think that's psychological. They want to get so close to the goal that when the rebound comes in, it goes behind them. And then they have to reverse, get that half flip and recover. So regardless of how that one transpired, I don't want to take anything away from Northwood. They have been through a lot of trials and tribulations in this bracket, or even the past couple opens, but they've emerged with their second grand final appearance of the season.
Yeah, you got to give GG's to Northwood. They found a kind of a strat that no one else was doing. They understood what the stakes were, calculated a countermeasure, and used that countermeasure to put them towards the victory. So all the props in the world in Concord. It was a good attempt, but I do think the one thing you relied on was the ego of your opponent, thinking they will come to you. Didn't work this time, and Northwood decided to go full on aggressive, full on physical, and they got themselves a dub.
At least it's one of the dubs that they need to get, because now they need 2 more series wins to be able to take over, because that's grands is going to require a bracket reset. So we'll bring back in the desk and be able to break that one down, because we really didn't believe in Concord, at least some of us, but sometimes Northwood is going to be Northwood.
That is very true. And, you know, the 2 that were casting were believing in Concord. The 2 that weren't were believing in Northwood. And we talked about this past. It's like, it is Northwood. They don't miss out on 2 back-to-back grand finals appearances. And this is just proof in the pudding right here.
I mean, it's Northwood. I don't really think we need to explain any further than that. Northwood are just a team that are inevitable. They consistently find ways to reach ceilings that we never even imagined from them. And to be honest, I don't even know if they reached their ceiling in that series. I think they were just playing better than they did earlier in the day, found a rhythm, and unfortunately for a Concord who are more used to the rhythm they just saw against Fisher, which is hyper-aggressive, in-your-face, constant action, it took a little bit too long for them to adjust. So, unfortunate for Concord, but hey, that's another top 3 finish for this team. They are the only team to finish top 3 weeks in a row.
What's crazy about this too is looking back at the point standings while we're talking about this series, it was so important for Northwood to get that victory. If they get the win in the grand finals, they will have the number 1 seed going into that final open. And that final open is going to come down to the wire for a lot of these teams trying to make their journey into that top 8, see where their seeding is going to be, because it's a single elimination bracket as far as we're aware for that fall championship. So no second chances. You want to have the best first round matchup you can and the best journey forward from that. And looking at this, Concord Northwood kind of going back and forth here in the standings with Maryville. I mean, how do we feel Concord recovers from this? Yes, they've had top 4 performances every single time, but they want to make sure they have another win in that fall open 4 here, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, when you are looking at a team like this, I don't think this loss is really going to be damaging the reputation of Concord. I don't even think it really impacts my thoughts about them. If you're going to lose to any team, it's going to be against Northwood, and it was with some effort from Northwood. They really had to put together some nice offenses. There was a giveaway, as we saw in that replay, that did facilitate a pretty easy putback for hockey, but for the most part, it was them having to combine with full teams committing on the bumps, being able to get a lot of mechanical plays started, and I really do appreciate a team that can take Northwood to its brink, even in this, I would say, new era where maybe they have to struggle a bit more in this. So definitely some bright horizons. And of course, with one more open to go, we still have a lot to determine about where these teams, even if some are more or less guaranteed to make that top 8, make that championship playoff weekend, we don't know exactly where they'll land within those seedings.
Yeah, and that's what's so important for this next round matchup. I mean, Akron, they're still looking to move up in the standings, currently in 4th. They could pass Maryville if they win it. That's also a big thing too. Going all the way from 7th to 8th to the top 3 if they win this event. Massive for Akron in their run into a fall championship. But talking about Akron, talk about Northwood. Now back with a rematch here, Novanta. What is it that Akron needs to look at from that series, take some notes, and make sure that they can dominate into this first best of 7?
Yeah, absolutely. Northwood decided in the second game of this series to be more aggressive. Not only as bumps and demos in the line and really dropping that shoulder, but really just putting anyone on the other side out of their shooting and passing lanes. So if you're angry, you gotta look at that and go, okay, what do we have to do? Do we take it to the sky? Do we try to be a faster team? Do we do tighter rotations? There are many different countermeasures on the table. What we won't be able to do is bring the same old thing you brought today, because then you'll be respawning all series.
Well, we'll have to see Northwood versus Akron yet again in a grand final in CRL. We've seen the history be made with Akron the first time in a couple of years, taking down Northwood in the upper bracket, but can they do it potentially one final time? We'll find out after our final break.
Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, but always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Baby, I forgot to breathe. This time's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open Feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open space. Open space. Find me open space.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. passing me by. 40 years and 7 months of true crime. 180s off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. And you were gone. I said I'm getting out. Town I'm gone. I'm always on the run. It didn't go to plan. If it's the wrong move. Another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy.
We have been here before. Akron against Northwood yet again. I talked about the matchup before, that Akron hadn't beaten Northwood in quite some time, but they did it earlier today. Can they do it again? That is the question. But let's take a look back at the bracket before we get into the matchup here one final time. What a run it's been for both these teams. Northwood taking down Concord in their first ever matchup against each other in Akron. Their first appearance in the upper bracket, and they have made their money's worth this time. Bass, I mean, we got to talk a little bit about this before we even get into the matchup. What a great bracket we've had every single week so far.
Dude, I continue to state, this is the best version of CRL we have found so far. It's just been so contentious. Every series is so close. All of these teams have the capabilities to beat every other team on the board. It's why we consistently have not had the same final week after week. The only team to make 2 grand finals this entire season has been Northwood. And granted, it's Northwood. You would expect that to be the case. But it's crazy to think that it has not been the same finals a single week. The competition has been so fierce. It's been so fun to watch.
It's been an amazing event for the entire length of CRL so far, but we still have one final, potentially 2 final, best of 7 series to go. Every single week we've gone to it so far, but Akron facing off against Northwood, we wouldn't want it any other way for a classic matchup between these teams. Yes, Northwood has had the number of Akron, but they bounce right back earlier on, as I mentioned. Looking at these 2 rosters, looking at the way that both of them have been playing today here, Taco, how are you feeling about this one?
Honestly, I would not say the main reason, but one of the reasons I think we do see bracket resets is I do feel like there is an issue when you have to get into the upper final and say, all right, now we have an hour and a half to just sit around and try to stay warm versus like, yeah, actually playing in a game. Yeah, you get scrims, but it's not really quite the same on the preparation. I think Northwood coming in real hot is going to be able to come in a little bit more warmed up. I think they actually have improved a little bit since the last time that we have seen them. So definitely this is the matchup that we should be getting for our grand final.
Potential of peak Northwood versus definitely peak Akron from what we've seen in quite a while, taking down Northwood earlier today. How does this Akron roster make the magic happen twice here, Novanta?
Yeah, that's the name of the game here, because that first game really felt like it was a war of attrition. We saw a little back and forth. The scoring wasn't great. The Rocket League wasn't great. And now you're Akron and you're sitting. So you saw Northwood. You saw how they were able to be aggressive. You saw they were able to do more of that wall defense. Your name of the game right now is be the faster team, because you can't hit a moving target. So if Akron can do that, if they can lock in on that end, then they may have the advantage.
Well, we'll see which team has the advantage going into this matchup. Is Akron technically, since they do have that bracket reset potential. If they do lose the first one, they still have a second chance in the second best of 7. Last week, it went all the way to 14 games. Do we think that's going to happen again, Bass?
Please, no. Please, I'm still recovering from that, man. I don't need to just lose my voice till ever.
14.
No, stop.
Yes.
No. I really do hope, though, it's still a good back and forth. I don't think we're going to get the full 14, but I do see a world where the reset happens, mainly because, man, Northwood be cooking, dude. They looked good in that lower final.
They do. And reminder for everyone using their channel points in chat for their predictions, you use your channel points for the entire length of this matchup. So for both a bracket reset and the final result. So if you think it's going to be Akron taking it all, make your channel points known through that prediction there. Or if you think Northwood is going to get the reset and then a win afterwards, make your channel points used there as well. But with our predictions here on the desk, Novanta, for the final time in the CRL Fall Open 3, who is it going to be?
You know, judging by what I saw today, you could only look at what you saw today. I think Northwood's figured out some of their kinks they had in that first series. I hopefully won't take them 14 games to do so, but I have Northwood winning this one here today.
Okay, Northwood with the win. Okay, that's 1. We'll see if the desk curses Northwood again. But again, Bass, with that out of the mind, who do you think is going to take it?
I'm picking Northwood as well. Look, you can deny them as much as you want, but we have had 2 weeks in a row where Northwood have not been champions. That is the longest drought I could have ever possibly imagined. I barely even imagined a drought for them. I just don't think it's going to happen again. Akron, you played phenomenally in the upper bracket, but in a best of 7 series extended with a very, very powerful Northwood on the verge. Good luck stopping them twice.
That's very true. Good luck stopping Northwood. And that seemed to be the name of the game here for CRL for such a long time. The 4 years since 2020 that Northwood has been a part of CRL history. But Taco, history's already been made today. Is it going to be made again?
Yeah, we're in a spooky area where I think this is the best I've probably ever seen this Akron Blue squad play. But at the same time, that first series, they played really well. They're beating up on Northwood. It took them to game 5. They kind of fell apart. I'm thinking, okay, that's good. But then as we kept watching Northwood, I feel like they've gotten better with every single game and series that we've seen from them. They're taking better challenges. They're actually taking advantage of their opportunities better. The shots aren't just kind of like weird taps to the side. They're actually getting a lot of power, a lot of nice buildup. I think they're just a bit stronger this time. I love Akron, but I do feel like they're going to have to get that reset, and eventually they will be toppled.
I do have to pull out a few stats here before we get into the actual matchup itself. Akron has never won a grand final against Northwood, and also the way that we have seen these teams play. Last time they placed on at a potential bracket reset, Akron was coming from lowers and got that bracket reset, but did not get the win eventually in their first ever grand finals appearance against Northwood in 2020. So history can be made today, and this has been a very historic moment for everyone. All the schools participating, a new format and new faces time and time again in the grand finals. But only one team will make it to the top, make it the distance, and go as far as they can to come out in the end of a best of 7, potentially 2, depending on if that bracket reset comes. So I gotta go with Akron on this one. I'm not doing the curse. I'm saying Akron is going to make history, and we'll see if it happens. I just know that they have it in them.
I love wishful thinking vibe. It's great.
Yeah, it is a bit of wishful thinking, but again, somebody has to break the curse. If we all go Northwood again, we saw what happened last time, and I can't allow that to happen. So Northwood, they are the master of their own destiny. Akron, again, trying to reclaim former glory before Northwood took it away from them and dashed their hopes and dreams. Akron looking for that glory, while Northwood is looking for redemption. Both teams with legacies on the line, but only one will rise. A new era of CRL is on the horizon, and it is time for your CRL Fall Open 3 Grand Finals.
The longest rivalry in the history of collegiate esports, the El Clasico of CRL, shows itself again, but this time it's a bit different. Akron peaking beyond compare, but a surging Northwood want to prove the crown still fits on their head. But in order to do so, Taco, they gotta do it 2 times in a row.
I really don't want to confuse people in saying that I don't like this Akron team. It's one of my favorite teams to watch. All these guys really do earn it every single week. They are looking so deadly. They're some of the best of friends, and certainly they have the chemistry and skill to prove it. But you're going up against the big bad Northwood. They are always going to be seemingly a final boss you have to get past. It's the skill check team of all skill check teams. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like that. Opening goal, very familiar for our first series.
Whatever just happened? We're expecting this incredible back and forth. 2 teams that are not going to give a single break to either side. And immediately, that's thrown out the window. Bullseye finds the first, and Taco, I guess it's just going to be as spicy as the first time we saw him.
Yeah, and I don't want to use too much high-level terminology, but in industry, we call that a bruh moment from Northwood, as that one just goes straight into the net, and you're thinking, okay, this is it. We lost this team, but we're going to lock in, and that's just it, isn't it? Okay, well, that's a 50 you don't want to take. So if you're Akron, best possible start for them. Reminder, they just need 1 series victory, and for them, that has to feel a lot cleaner than having to march through the lowers like their opponents have had to.
Yeah, it is. It's been a rough day for Northwood, to put it simply. But as we've mentioned, it's been a rough couple weeks for Northwood, a team that didn't even expect to get tested in this semester of CRL, and they have been tested multiple times. And I don't really know if I can say they've been passing with flying colors. They haven't played poorly. This has been multiple times that Northwood has at least made a top 8, if not made it further. But again, a team that was expected to take wins here in our opens. They've yet to do so, but they're making the grand finals a second time. Unfortunately, similar to the last time that they played, they're not exactly starting off on the right foot.
Well, Patty's trying to be able to kickstart everything because he's going for yet another double tap. Brink's going to get stopped in his track. 5 up with a dunk down. Should lead to Patty. Being able to re-energize things. Double tap on the near post. Hockey, no boost, but able to get kind of planted against that backboard by that air dribble from his opponent. So luckily Northwood able to get away with it, but right now we'll see if they can maybe steal something away with the low 50. I like that approach from Zanil. Akron, though, if you put 2 bodies in the way, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, they're playing very similar to the first time we saw Northwood play here today, just taking it slow, waiting for moments, trying to figure out where the weaknesses of their opponents are. This reserve play of Northwood is not something unfamiliar to probably any Collegiate fan watching, but maybe it's an Akron who already know that they're going to play this way and are trying to take advantage. You can see it. They're jumping at everything. They're staying aggressive and in the face of their opponents. That lack of hesitation is what won them the first series. I'm glad to see them doing it again here in the grand final.
5 up, he's going straight for that corner boost after that long clear. Neil's not too worried about it. He's more interested in maintaining possession. Hockey, maybe less so, is going to go for a skim on that touch and doesn't work out. That ball behind Creams, but not past 5 up yet. Bullseye quickly up to try to beat out Zanil, and he will not be successful in that venture, but fortunately for Akron, nobody on Northwood able to creep on up until 5 up almost gives it away. Creams asking way too much for that double, and therefore it'll just go to the corner.
They'll keep the offense going, though, but not a lot of boost, so maybe this long ball upfield could change that. Patty, look, double, can't find contact. Feels like it's a similar theme on either end. Both teams trying to go for that extraordinary mechanical play, not finding the contact necessary in order to find a goal. Northwood, it's a bit more important, though. 3 minutes scoreless here in game number 1, and Akron back in offense again. 5 up, lobs to center, nobody home on defense, and Bullseye to double the tally.
I looked down on my screen into the corner and I didn't see anything. I looked across the field and that was where the third was. It's a recovery that was not there from Northwood. A wide open shot, 2 for 2 now is Bullseye living up to his name.
Okay, Akron proving they're not just peaking, this is their new form. Already proving that, hey, you might have thought that Northwood, they got warm, they've been playing well through the lowers, but apparently they've been doing something in between the series here. Akron do not look like they have missed a beat in comparison to the way they played in our first series of the day. And honestly, I think we're kind of foolish for almost thinking that they wouldn't look this good. We said it, Akron have gotten better every time that we watch them play, and for them to do the same thing here in the grand finals is spectacular. Job's not done yet, though. 100 seconds to go. They still need to be careful, or maybe Bullseye just gets a hat trick. Not quite. Denied off the backboard from Zanil.
5 up, look at the control. Patty trying to finish that one off. Hockey saying, no, the most you're going to get is 2 if I have any say about things, but it's not able to actually continue that offense, which is why Cream's going to try to combine with Hockey. I like the idea, but that pass a bit too far away from Zanil. He'll dive at it regardless, and I don't really blame him for that one. There's not a lot of time, especially if the scoreline keeps on growing. 5 up, can't get the hook shot on target past that goalie.
Minute to go. Akron just controlling this game number 1. It's not as if they have dominated it, but it's been very limited options for, oh my goodness, this Northwood side. One thing will stay true for them, though. Creams has been fantastic on defense, and he shows up again and again. Patty denied on the line, but at this point, they don't need to get more goals. Akron just need to lock Northwood into their half, and they're doing a good job. Bullseye, another deflection out at midfield as Northwood struggle to break out.
Pass down, Patty, open double. Hockey's late to it again, and yet he's able to pick the right angle as Patty was drifting a bit too much on that last one, but not really going to worry them. Still 2-goal lead and a lot of time to be able to bleed off. Akron seemingly fine with that, particularly if Northwood keeps getting predicted. How about a pre-jump from Patty? How about a follow from Zanil? And Demo will aid in that pursuit. 1-goal game with 20 to go.
And this is why you can never count Northwood out. Just at the moment you think, all right, Akron's got this one wrapped up, a demo in front of net, a clever fake to misdirect the shot, and boom, lead cut in half. 23 seconds to go. Can Northwood find an overtime in game 1, just like I think every other series they have played today?
One of those more awkward moments where you do get that deflection off the sidewall, like on that last one from Akron, and then you don't have the follow through. Then it's just kind of sitting in the middle, and everyone kind of looks at each other like, do you have that? Do they have that? And while you're doing that, Zanil's going for a demo, or really everybody on Northwood's going for a demo, but now they got to go for something a bit more finesse. How about an air dribble all the way across the field? That 50 does not help. Hockey, high lob, Creams is up for it, so is 5 up. That will stay up for Zanil to knock it into Hockey. Is Bullseye did miss that, but not all of Akron gonna be fooled. They'll spike it down and take game 1.
I got a little nervous there watching that one float off the backboard. You thought for a moment we would find the OT, but Akron going to escape, and I really will use the word escape. They played a much better front half of this game, but once Northwood started to figure out the pace of play, started to find a way to adjust, it definitely got a lot closer. Granted, the shot totals were not close at all. 9 shots to only 4, getting outshot by almost over twice the amount is this Northwood team. So, yeah, they definitely started to find their form at the end of that game, but Taco, it was far too late when they did.
There's something about this Akron team, man. They start off and it's looking really nice. I am thankfully that we only had to play one game, you know, in terms of the total timer to get a goal. Last time we had to wait, 10 minutes to be able to actually get into scoring habits. But no, it was right off the rip. Then immediately they had to follow through. Northwood did have a response. So clearly both teams implementing new strengths and new weaknesses, being able to try to be pushed through. But the biggest thing for me is that Northwood, even when they started to gel in the midfield, Akron didn't back down. It's my biggest key to victory against them. You cannot sit around the midfield kind of staring at each other. That's really, in my opinion, the downfall of Concord. Akron doesn't seem to be interested in that play style. Let's see if we'll see a repeat of game 2 from our first matchup of the day from these two, where Northwood seemed like they did not take that loss sitting down.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. Let's also see if we get back to the shutouts here. We already avoided that trend here in game number 1. I would not be surprised if we go back to it in game number 2, but there's at least one guarantee. We'll at least be able to play a couple more, unless Akron says, hey, we're just going to take the next 3 straight, which, to be honest, after the game when they played, I'm not going to deny that that's a possibility. Yeah, Northwood are playing well, but again, Akron, we keep on saying that they're playing to their peak. This might just be the new standard for this team.
Ooh, Hockey is wide open, and even with a little bit of pinball in there, it's still going to go on through. But look at this build-up by Zanil. Gets the reset, keeps it low, and poor Bullseye can only do so much. Playing for the 50, he did not get any.
That is kind of crazy that was almost still a save. Even in the most chaotic of moments, Akron still keeping their heads on straight and not really worrying all too much. This isn't probably going to phase them. The first goal in favor of Northwood, but they still have plenty left in the tank for a response here in game number 2. Breams trying to get something off the ceiling. Great 50-50, but only into the hands of Patty, who will launch Akron into another offense.
Patty getting the 100 boost, but can only do so much with that deflection. However, Bullseye can do quite a lot with that. High lob. Cream's going to immediately jump for this one and gets a double as well. Zanil in tow to be able to knock that one real dangerously. 5 going to forego the boost. Does not get the read, luckily. The staggered defense from Akron still paying dividends.
Zanil not going to make it to that one. Pre-jumped from 5 up, might even give his team a shot, if not for the pass out center being deflected by Hockey. Perfectly played out to Zanil as well, but Zanil does not perfectly play it off of the ceiling. Awkward scenes here for Northwood, as they probably should have launched into a counterattack there, but can't quite find a way to even get an offense started. How about on this play? 50 from Hockey. Ricochets out to where Patty's waiting, but he's going to get interrupted. Both teams no longer fearing, no longer hesitating on any of these plays. Akron might need to be careful, because I think Northwood is starting to figure him out.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well. 5 is trying to improv his way through this one, but Hockey actually reads that one. He knows since 5 is above that ball, there's really no touch he can do to push that forward. It has to go down, and that's where the comms come in as well. Hockey follows through, puts it high, and there's only one player reaching that ball in time.
And that one player has been integral throughout this entire day, and really to this team as a whole. Northwood starting to finally fire on all cylinders. Can they do it again? Cream's looking for it off the kickoff. Can't quite find it past the final defender. Maybe 5 up Cam on the other end. Nope, flip reset. Not going to lock in, and he's got no boost. He'll look for a back pass to Patty, but a little bit too awkward for Akron to really establish anything in this front third.
Zanil quickly up, trying to find Creams in space, as Creams has been relatively quiet. 34 points, rather. Now 36 that last touch, so mostly uninvolved. But honestly, what's a better job than just watching your teammates peek on the other team, just kind of sitting back and making sure you're solidifying the defense? Kind of like that, reading the ball off the corner, even with 2 Akron players in his face.
I mean, the best way to play is to have 2 other players carry you and just to be able to do your job in the right moments. We talked a lot about that from 2 different players in our lower semifinal when it was Sosa just carrying the offense and CMOS just really being in the right place at the right time for every play that we saw. Sometimes you don't need all the flash. Sometimes you just need to do it right. And right now, I was going to say, Northwood are doing it right, and they'll do it again. Zanil, how on earth did you keep that out?
Well, one thing is he didn't panic. A lot of players actually panic too much. They try to get to that read as fast as possible, then they end up flying by it because they don't hit the brakes beforehand. But Zanil knew he had time to touch that away, but good job on him for also saying, I have the first touch. Someone's going to need to get the second one. Coordination from Northwood seemingly back on. It's a huge reason why they do have their lead and why I feel like it even could still grow if Akron is not careful. They're going to probably get more and more aggressive as this game goes on, because if it's a 1-goal game, you can kind of afford a little bit more of a leisurely approach. When it's 2 down, you really need to start pressing down on that accelerator, and especially hope that it doesn't even get more of a downhill battle, as it looks like Northwood keeps trying to press forward. This time, though, Bullseye does well to bait in the challenge with no success.
was Zanil looking for the double touch off the backboard. He did find at least the space to be able to do so, but unfortunately couldn't find the follow-up touch. Northwood starting to find more and more time spent on this Akron half, though. A response here would go a long way, but Hockey not going to blink on the line. A great save and then a demo after. Should mean that Akron are going to have to retreat. Or maybe not. They don't seem to care. Numbers disadvantage, but they're still charging into offense. Maybe this is that no fear attitude, just extended a little bit more.
And rolling all the way back across for a Bullseye to be able to wrangle. Gets a 50 as well. Luckily for Northwood, creams all the way back to send it to Zanil. Off the ceiling, saving his flip near post. Borderline unsavable when you pass like that.
Zanil continuing to show up when it matters most, and my goodness, did he show up when nobody expected it. 5-ups planted in net with a full tank of boost, and by the time he realizes Zanil is coming off the ceiling for the shot, it is already far too late. Akron, the wake-up call that we kind of expected. It was the same thing that happened the first time these two teams played. History, I guess, repeats itself.
And this is where I really do get worried when teams start to play against Northwood, because you see game one, you're thinking, okay, apparently they're doing fine. I don't really see a problem, any concern, Northwood who? And then you get in game two and they really start getting going. I just feel like they just own Forbidden Temple. It just feels like they know how to play on this map. They just need a little bit of a warm-up and then they're all fine. And I think the scoreline repeatedly showing that one. I believe this is 7-0 in their past two meetings against Akron on this map.
Yup, something about the cherry blossom trees, man. It just makes them feel comfortable, makes them feel at home, and also makes them get the win. 45 seconds to go. I would be surprised if Akron can turn this around, especially considering Northwood are still just living in offense here. They are not even allowing the team to get to midfield. It's not 50s at midfield. It's literally just like cutting it out before the chance arrives. Finally, they get there, and immediately they are met with another 50. Northwood, this is the version of them that we were expecting. This is the version of them that could see a second series.
Thing is, they have to chain it together, and we know how that happened, or at least tried to happen last time. Patty, open shot with a demo,
Woo!
So maybe something if they can engineer some kickoffs, but that's asking a lot.
It's asking a lot, but I'll say Bullseye has a way to deliver. That is a fantastic demo in front of net. 5-up getting the assist, but I'll mark one on my stat sheet here to give one to Bullseye as well. 14 to go. Hold your breath. This kickoff's going to be important.
They'll go just for regular standard kickoff. Patty is ready for it to be able to lob it all the way over past Hockey, who does get the read, but it's straight down. 5-up had a pass, didn't want to go for it because Creams was marking it. This has to go in before 0, and it does not. All the way back down. A little bit of a psycho attempt just for fun, because that's all this is. It's already done and dusted. Game 2 belonging to Northwood in our grands.
And we get a tied series, and just like that, all of a sudden, the best of 7 we have here in finals does not matter. Best of 5 from here on out between the two sides, and really, it's that player dead center of screen that everybody's going to have to focus on in Zanil. This dude was electric in this game. 2 goals, an assist, and 2 saves, leading his team in every single stat. And honestly, he's been a player that has been under the spotlight for quite a while. When Northwood ended up signing Zanil, a lot of people said, all right, that's it, GG's. They're dominating for the rest of forever, and I don't know if he necessarily had that impact immediately. Now, I think he's starting to show the impact that he truly has on this team. This Northwood squad has been phenomenal on the day. The issue for them, though, is they're still climbing back. Akron, the win in the uppers means that they have this series as a bit of a safety net. So, good response from Northwood after a loss in game 1, but they still have a lot more they got to do.
It's incredibly important for Northwood to stay locked in, because they've seen this before. This could be a rerun if they're not careful, where game 2 goes their way. They're scoring everything. Granted, Akron being put in awkward positions, but that's all by design by Northwood. You take good 50s. If they're low boost, you lob it high. If they're giving you a lot of space, you take it with passing plays, like we just saw on the replay with Zanil off the ceiling on that one. Really, the only goal Northwood did give up is because they had a pass and then missed it. It went a little bit wide. I don't know if Akron can rely on that one, but I don't think they really need to. You just kind of go back to the game plan and say, that one got a little squirrely. Let's lock in. DFH is next. We have a chance to be able to take back our lead.
Deep breaths, both of these teams, to be quite honest, because as much as we did see Northwood play well in that game, I do not want to say that they have 100% figured Akron out. They still need to be careful, because there were a couple of chances that were left at the table. A double touch off the backboard from Zanil, a great example of that. But this team seems to get more mechanical the further they get into the series. So here in game 3, let's see, can they stunt to start this one off?
5-up, able to take this one a little bit. It looks like that was a plan B or something, trying to just get that little deflection, but either way, not going to always work out. So Patty gonna have to take it back all the way to his corner. Misses that touch somewhat. Hockey, not much of a plan outside of that. So instead, Cream's demo gonna slow down 5-up as he has to respawn in. And honestly, Northwood, not much aggression, but it's very calculated when they actually do go for those.
It really is, and I will say the demo play starting to become more prevalent for Northwood is something I hope our entire audience is going to pay attention to. They are a team that like those demos at the most tiny of moments. They're not going to do them willy-nilly. They're not going to try to tilt out a team and just constantly rain fire upon them, say, similar to I'd say, St. Edwards or SDSU strategy we saw over the summer. This is a team that'll use them at the right moments, utilize them, really use them as a resource, and although they haven't done it now, it's why they've been given so much time on offense. Double commit there might end their stay here on the offensive third, but as they get sent into their own half, Cream's well prepared to restart again.
Really nice touch, and actually he has his options to choose from. Double commit, but who really cares? It's the same result.
You know what? I'll excuse the double commit here because I think both of them went, oh, this is completely open, huh? I want this goal, and for Zanil, well, you gotta slow down the scoring of Zanil at some point. Gotta let Creams and Hockey get involved, and what a perfect time to do so. The lead here in Game 3 after just a minute of play.
Like, listen, I know Hockey, he's a quiet dude. He's a little soft-spoken. He doesn't really pop up too much, I feel like, within these games, but he's a great midfielder. I'm sick of the Hockey erasure, so I would love for him to get some more statistics. So I'm all in favor of cutting in front of Zanil. He's had enough, and maybe he can get some in the later stages of this game. For Akron's sake, I think they would like to be able to curtail all scoring at this point. I don't think they really have the offensive capacity yet to be able to contend with Northwood when they start cooking and get multiple goals per game. Zanil trying to provide that with a pass down to Hockey, pre-flip into the corner. It's looking pretty. Zanil might look for a pass down to Creams. Not able to get high enough.
They are starting to bait Akron into these challenges here. Oh my goodness, and it almost works out as a ricochet into net will not be found. But this is kind of the concern, and something we saw in the first series as well, is that Akron, if you are going to be with this go, go, go attitude the entire time, eventually they're going to recognize, okay, they're going to make a challenge here. And if you can fake it out, great example there is Zanil just plays it around his opponent rather than even opting for the 50, it becomes problematic. You're too predictable at a certain point, but it might not matter if Patty can get that angle. He cannot, and the follow-up from Bullseye will do nothing. Almost halfway through this game, and Akron might need to figure out a new strategy. They are no longer taking Northwood by surprise.
Bullseye slows down for a microsecond. Zanil leaps on top of that to get the deflection. 5 up. Trying to take that one low. Green's losing that 50, and then some. Bullseye quickly up, meeting Hockey. Deflection backside. Zanil needs the read. Roller up for 5 up. He's going to go off the ceiling. It's a heavy touch. A double commit by Northwood means it's still a deflection, but the thing is, the ball isn't staying in the center. It keeps going left and right. Half the time, Akron's on offense, they're just trying to chase down this ball.
Yeah, it's the big issue right now is that Akron aren't really developing plays. They're getting touches. They're definitely not just completely being outclassed, but that's the concern. You buy into your offense this heavily, you make challenges like that, the retreat's going to be sloppy, and, well, Creams takes advantage.
Now, it's got to be a bit more of a possessional play in my mind. Akron cuts across this one. Patty wants to keep it alive, so hits it directly across. Sometimes you just got to back pass it because you know that deflection is going to carry pretty heavily into your half. Sometimes you need to understand, okay, this attack isn't going to work. We'll just try on the next one, but it's hard to be able to stay in that mindset when you are playing against a Northwood team that is just all over the pitch, even on the ceiling as Hockey tried that pre-jump.
I mean, you're mentioning it. You kind of just got to, wipe that one away. Memory of a goldfish, a valuable thing here in Rocket League. But unfortunately for Akron, this might need to be one of those moments they actually remember everything going on. They need to learn their lesson about just diving into challenges, getting baited into challenges by this Northwood defense. Because really, the defense has been the focal point for Northwood right now for me. They've been so quick on the transitions. A great example is Hockey just fires immediately and maybe even gets a couple 50s to set up a teammate. No, instead, Bullseye, though, finally carries this out past midfield. Can Akron now finally find a solid offense?
Patty was looking for a pass there. I think halfway through he realized he's not able to get around it the way he wanted. Just opted for the hit right forward. Easy save for Northwood. Combination still trying to work in as Bullseye was intercepted from that pass that it was attempted to find him. And right now, this is the flow state that I was getting a little anxious about coming into this one. Akron is really struggling to find these passes, and when they do, Northwood's already there, much like right here. Zanil waits for that delay, still gets a 50 away.
He really is doing such a good job at forcing these challenges. Like you said, the little bit of delay may not seem like it's something significant, but it's enough to force a challenge out of Akron and then give some time for his teammates to grab some boost, get prepared on defense, and it's why none of these shots that are going even close to net are catching anybody on Northwood by surprise. They're prepared for almost every one of these plays, and unfortunately, I think Akron's going to have to be prepared to play this series from behind. 40 seconds to go, not a single goal scored through over 4 minutes of play, and errors like that aren't going to help them out whatsoever.
Yeah, they had some boost. The problem is your thought process, you wanted to go upfield. Patty had 100 boost, and as he jumps for it, maybe expecting a little bit of a heavier touch, maybe off the ceiling or something to be able to deflect it down, but at the end of the day, I think the writing is on the wall. 2 goals down, 30 seconds, now 3 goals down. It's going to be even harder for you to come on into it. You just have to shake it off, and sometimes you just use the remainder of this game to just plan on what's going to be coming next, because it seems like this one is just more of the same in game 2, not the back and forth that we were accustomed to from the first series we saw these two match up.
Well, the big issue for them is that, you're trying to figure out what's coming next. You don't know which player is going to come to life in any of these games. We talked about it in Game 2. Zanil just really lighting up the scoreboard with a goal and an assist. This game, he doesn't even get a goal or an assist. It's all Creams and Hockey combining for the offense, and that's what makes this Northwood team so difficult to get past. In the game where Zanil is not involved in offense, he's making saves like that. In the game where Creams is not involved in offense, he's making saves as well. This team so well-rounded, and it's why they're going to take the lead here 2-1 in the series as they take a shutout victory in game number 3.
This is where I start to get a little bit more reminiscent about the Akron side that I've seen in the past. They play up to the scale of all these other teams, obviously getting into the grand final, winning the upper final against Northwood previously, as we have mentioned. But the thing is, now I'm starting to see from Akron a couple aerials that don't really connect, a couple aggressive plays that don't really go through. They're going for passes instead of possession and gets intercepted or deflected, and I just feel like they need to take a different approach here. Maybe they're getting a little too headstrong. What won them that first series was not necessarily Northwood playing off. It was really just Akron playing to their capacity, playing high percentage plays. And I feel like right now, the desperation starts to creep in the back of their mind, even though they do technically have 2 lives.
I 100% agree with you on that one. I think that's why we keep seeing them make these over-aggressive challenges in moments that they don't necessarily need to. And Northwood are taking great advantage of that. It's not just the fact that Akron are playing with this way too heavy play style, but it's the fact that Northwood are taking advantage of it. A lot of teams would see teams like that just dive at them and they wouldn't know how to react. They buckle underneath the pressure and just keep losing 50s, keeping you in opportunities. But Northwood recognizing that that's the strategy Akron are going for is why they're starting to get the advantage here, really counterplaying them to the best of their abilities. And to be quite honest, can you be surprised? It's Northwood. They counterplay teams so unbelievably well. It's why all 3 of these players literally were professional players signed to organizations during this RLCS season. Granted, they are also going up against the only team in the history of Collegiate to ever make it to RLCS as a Collegiate squad. Technically, it's a little bit different, but when you're adding 5 up to the roster, theoretically, they should be able to repeat the results. Can they do it here in Game 4? It's a make-or-break one for Akron.
Yeah, even though they do have another game after this one, that is not the situation we want to be looking at. More or less, in a best-of-5 scenario that we had mentioned, once you trade the first 2 games, it would be more or less a reverse sweep. So you don't want to be able to even contemplate that. You just focus on taking it 1 goal at a time, and also not rushing anything too much. Bullseye, understand they'd have no pressure on that one. They take it slow, which works fine up until the goalie gets demoed. Bullseye, though, able to recover just in time.
How on earth did Bullseye get back there? And honestly, good on him for recognizing the scenario. Awkward on defense here are Akron, but I think they'll finally find a way to escape. I don't think it's going to turn into much of an offense, though, unless 5 up could have found the pinch there. Instead, Zanil booms it back into the Akron side, and Hockey tries to get a narrow angle. Still might get the pass to Zanil, but he is denied, and I'm not loving how close together everyone in Akron is playing, especially when they can't hit the open nets!
Bullseye, unfortunately, was not sure how wide that was. Was that off post? Was that off crossbar? And Patty, if that is just a pixel lighter, that is probably bar down and in. But either way, Patty has the pass. 5 up is there, and yet Northwood sees it coming. They use the third eye there, just to be able to see the future, get that pre-jump off.
Oh, Akron, you gotta finish your food while it's at the table, my friends. You cannot allow opportunities like that to just fall to the wayside, especially against the Northwood, who are not giving you all too many opportunities. Speaking of which, Northwood finds one of their own. Shot on target and a midfield back in control. Akron have gotta find a way to change this up. We're in a repetitive pattern right now where over and over again, Northwood get away with highway robbery and then counterattack into a goal.
Bullseye able to tap that one high, but not going to work out. So instead, Bullseye takes his time, takes the reset. No 50 coming in, but does get the lob. Hockey will send it back to 5 up to gather up. Doesn't really have a pass available, so he'll take the solo play as he usually does. That's a wide open flip reset. Gets it past the defender, or at least I thought so. Back bumper tagging that one to the corner.
Pass out from Hockey, not going to be nearly enough, but Bullseye's touch to the corner isn't all that great either, and the double commit! Waterfall down, is anybody there for the shot? No, denied by the defense, but again, very scattered defense, constant double commits out of Akron. They've got to be careful. They haven't been punished yet, and they won't get punished there either, but eventually something's going to break.
Akron being a lot more militant about keeping that boost in there. That ball is going to the sideline. Patty just completely forgoes the read, gets the boost to be able to preserve the defense, and I think that's the right opportunity or really right decision to be able to take in that scenario. Now we'll have to see whether or not the rest of them can take that and apply it on offense. Bullseye gets the boost steal in the corner, but Creams doesn't need it for that clear. They might need it for the follow-up, but Patty passes it down. Bullseye turns around. He was not available.
Both teams starting to get some really heavy touches, just ricocheting back and forth across this pitch. A little bit of a match of ping pong, but probably not the moment to do so if you are Akron. That's all far too risky strategy, but it might pay off. Chance there, and now the follow-up. Patty, control in the corner, can't get around the first defender. It goes straight to the ceiling, and Bullseye doesn't make the right read. Luckily enough, 5-up is back, but again, Akron really struggling to hold on to this control on offense for extended periods. It feels like they get there, get a couple of chances, and then one mistake, and it all falls apart.
I love that 50-5 problem is that's going to be a deflection past both of them. Bullseye chased the ball. It was there in the middle for him, but he didn't believe in that 50 coming back mid. So instead, it's going to be Northwood able to escape disaster again. A lot more midfield opportunities coming in from Akron, but sometimes it takes a lot more aggression on that rotation. Therefore, trust in the rotation to be able to make that actually pop into something.
Chance here for Creams. Can he do anything off the sidewall? Reset in the bag, but denied by Patty, and Patty's 50 after will do the same. Akron starting to deny Northwood on these chances and these passing plays a lot more often, but they need to make sure they get a goal of their own. Like we said, this is not a game that they want to lose, not one they can really afford to in any capacity. Creams tries to get something started for Northwood here. Another pass out center, another denial from the Akron defense. We're talking about Akron having to change things up. Northwood, I might say the same. These passes out center, these infield passes are just not working out anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, Akron's not really getting convincing clears either. There's a lot of touches right this one, right down the middle. 5-up, probably catches this one. Tries to slow things down, saves that flip, and will play for the 50. Now I need the follow-up here. This is what I was looking for. Bullseye quickly on at Hockey. I like that stutter step just to be able to top it right over him as Patty almost abandoned to the corner, which almost gave just a wide open counterattack. 5-up needs to make sure they keep this one away from Zanil, which is a task in itself.
It's going to be difficult, but it's also possible that Akron maybe take advantage of the counterattack here in the dying seconds of this game. Hockey, that is not a pinch, that's barely anything, and what I think it will do is not give us an overtime. If this shot goes in, Patty on the line sends us to OT.
Well, get down, Mr. President Drill, right there as the player dove in front of the Northwood offense, being able to take a demo, but produce no shot from Northwood. But maybe it's a shot from 5-up, double tap. He's gonna miss it. Is that a tactical decision? The high lob gonna be bar down and deflection. Now all the way back to the Akron half. I thought that was gonna be an instant end to that OT.
Akron stuck somewhere in the middle ground right now. Every single challenge, it feels like they either full send or they full hesitate, and you can't afford to do so at the start of an OT where Northwood are already going for double touch resets like that. This team seems to be surging here in OT, and they'll take the win! One away from the bracket resets!
If you do not have the open shot, you're gonna get punished eventually. You don't take your opportunities. Hockey understands everybody flailing. Let's just put it right behind their momentum. It's a simple shot, but anything is more advanced than trying to build up these opportunities that Northwood continually has. Just shy of 12 shots all around, nearly doubling their opponents, and they get the reward.
Poor Akron. So much effort, so much stellar defense, 8 total saves, and it mattered not. Northwood with the single goal in this game. And they're doing 2 really good things right now, Taco. They are shutting down chances for Akron on offense. They have more shots than their opponents, and they're also playing a defense when it matters most. Multiple chances from doubles off the backboard or passing plays just being cut out before they can really develop anything threatening. And I think that's the concern both of us have had for Akron, is that the ideas are there. They're drawing up a great game plan. When it comes to the actual execution, though, they are just a tad off the mark. And in series like this, when you're playing teams like Northwood, that small difference maker is what determines series.
And when you have a frequent offense and you're missing a double tap, it's not the end of the world. You know, you get a shot, you leave it a little bit, you're doing fine. Honestly, for all we know, 5-up could have seen that double, seen way too many people in his way on the goal line saying, I'm going to maybe leave that one. But when he left it, it was about a full second and a half for Bullseye to get up. At that point, you're so far away, I don't even know if you can hit it hard enough to make it sure that it's something that can get past the defender. So I'd rather Akron just take their chances, just be able to go for those aggressive doubles, get the deflection, follow it up or something. But when you are also playing with only 6 shots, you need to make sure every single one of them is solid, on target, requiring a save. That's how you wear down Boost. That's how they did wear down Northwood in their first series. But now we might be done with the first of 2 potential series in the grand finals if this does not pick up. Patty, miracle save.
They got to do something special here. This is the time for what I like to call a full send attitude. It is required. If there, oh no, is a chance to avoid a second series. Hockey seems to disagree. Immediately a goal for Northwood.
And I really do like that pass down. And of course, it's going to be a forced own goal because that is one of, in my opinion, the hardest reads in the game to do as a defender. When you're driving into the goal as it's dropping straight on down, you have to provide so many angles, the speed of the approach, and sometimes even the best of the best not able to get this one. But it's just Northwood being clinical, being efficient, knowing how to build up these plays, and also how to hunt for those demos. Zanil almost getting a demo, and then a follow-up off spawn, all leading to nearly a second.
How on earth did Creams, I mean, he didn't get the angle, but he got dang close, and I think that's a lot closer than most players would be able to. Northwood seemed locked in, and unfortunately, this is the concern we kind of had on the desk, is that, yeah, Akron, you're playing well, but you've kind of been peaking. This has been the best version of them. Meanwhile, Northwood, I don't think we saw the best version of them up until now. This version of Northwood just looks so on point. The demos are well coordinated. The passing plays seem to hit every time, and the defense is barely being fazed by the attempts that Akron are coming out with. And it's not due to Akron playing poorly, but I just think Northwood have figured out their opponents and really are just driving circles around them at the moment.
Ooh, especially with touches like that, Hockey getting escorted away by Patty, is that deflection again is something that Akron has to reposition for, grab their boost, and ready up for the next attack as 5 up will try to do it all himself. That's a nice touch off the backboard, being able to get a bump on Hockey as well. Pass down to Patty, deflection high. Gonna be a little tricky for Zanil. He had to see through the fire and flames to be able to get that touch, but Bullseye, unfortunately, maybe overthinking that last one.
He makes up for it, though, with a bump with the defender out at midfield, which should give some offense here to his team. Bullseye, he's ready for the follow-up this time. Is he ready to do anything with it? Oh, very much not so. No boost in the tank, and a long ball downfield forces Akron into a retreat yet again. They've got to do something with one of these offenses. They are building up these plays phenomenally. When it comes time for a shot on target, they are doing nothing to phase this Northwood defense. 2 minutes gone in this game. Still only a 1-goal ball game, so very doable for the comeback from Akron, but they got to break out of their half.
Patty could be provided an opportunity if he gets that off his hood, but Hockey is going to call that bluff. Immediate challenge as Bullseye tries to fake. Cream's also going to be just going straight through. I don't think Northwood even cares if they're trying to get faked out. They're just going to be able to challenge the ball, and that is it. It's a strategy that's working out well for them right now, and despite the fact that we've been so complimentary of Northwood's play style, I'm not really critical of Akron either. They just need to make sure they take away these types of opportunities. Good pre-jump to be able to get the first save, and none needed for Hockey's putback.
Creams got some space to work with and a decent amount of boost. Can he get past 5 up, though? No, he cannot, and neither can Hockey. The 50 in front of net, though, will linger around. I think Akron will find possession, but they won't find the clear. Creams, full tank, just needs a pass out center. They can't find it either, but Akron lower and lower on boost with every one of these challenges they make. This long ball downfield is the reprieve they need, but 5 up has to stretch to find some boost and really can't establish much of an offense.
Maybe they can if they just take their angles appropriately. 5 up, understanding that he needs to create some chaos. Goes for bumps on Zanil. The high lob from Patty won't yield anything, but maybe some more deflections as Creams puts that one right into the ceiling. Patty's too late to it. Now Creams on the near post. That's a laser 5 up. Not fast enough.
And that's another one to add to the tally, and the death timer continues to chime here. Unfortunately for Akron, 2 goals in very quick succession are going to be difficult, especially considering Taco, I hate to mention it. This is 13 minutes scoreless for Akron. They have not scored since game number 2. This team needs something to get going.
And you don't even notice it when you're a player up until you really have to put it in perspective and say, hey, when is the last time we were able to score? And it starts to make you feel real feeble, and I don't really blame them because they've not been inert in these offenses. I will say this game is kind of the outlier for them. Only 1 singular shot recorded based on the in-game stats, so they're trying to be able to mount up anything, but notice how often in the midfield that happens. Hockey cuts in right before contact and just places it to the side.
I will say, I do think there's something we have to bring up in this moment as well, which is that this is Akron's first final in what feels like a hot minute, and the pressure from it seems to be getting to them. Another opportunity left at the table, and Hockey not going to punish them for it. He'll leave it to Zanil, but it really does feel like Akron are starting to feel the pressures of this grand final, feel the pressures of what is on the line. They know how capable this Northwood team is, and they know they might have missed their window of opportunity. 50 seconds to go. It is still possible for the turnaround, but they need to get something going.
Ooh, like that from Patty. Creams, it's a weird save. He still is able to lob that one so that Hockey can reach, as Bullseye going to be yielding that 50 to 5 up as Patty now pre-jumps this one. Maybe a pinch down the line. Bullseye was maybe waiting for something to find him in space, but instead it's Creams in space, producing a spectacular save. How about a follow-up? Hockey, double, no contact. Creams, how about his double from a close angle? He will also go off target. I don't even know if it really matters, Bass, though. 18 seconds, 2 goals. I just don't see it happening.
I honestly think they were just kind of messing around at that point. I think they went, we got the win here. How often can we just force them into challenges? We don't need to score as long as we can keep them awkward and lock them into their half. Long ball downfield gives them a moment of reprieve, but it won't change the outcome. Akron, you couldn't get it done in the first, which means we're heading to a second. First reset complete. Northwood see another series.
Highly familiar as well. For the last time they had to fight all their way back into a grand final, into then a bracket reset, was way back in the Fall Open 1, in which they 4-1'd their opponents. Maryville then 4-1 them and repeat. Do we see that with Akron? I don't really know. Based on what we've been seeing, this isn't just close games that are falling by the wayside. This is Northwood really just taking Akron in a stranglehold.
This was, I hate to say it, but this was the Northwood that we've kind of been waiting for. And unfortunately, this was the Akron we expected coming into this week. A team that is great, has been able to make top 8s, has been able to play against the best of the best in the entirety of CRL. But the issue is sometimes when this team sees the spotlight on them, when they get into scenarios like this against teams that are well-established, playing well, they can buckle underneath the pressure. We saw it in Summer Series as well. A third-place finish for them was phenomenal, but by the end of it, it did feel as if Akron were starting to get a little overwhelmed, and they definitely did there. Unfortunately for Akron, they finished the series with 15 minutes scoreless. Not a single goal after game 2.
And that's the biggest thing I think for them, that they're nice to see that they will have a little bit of a break. And so will we, but not before we get the desk involved to be able to break that one down. Maybe as expected, as most of the desks go in Northwood, and I think we kind of saw what we were expecting.
Navante, I feel like you have some thoughts on this one.
There. Oh, I'm muted. Bam. But we found out a team that was started off pretty solid and got better over time, and they found a way to beat down an opponent. Of course, this would be expected because I predicted Northwood, and I'm never wrong.
Okay, never wrong. Even though we were wrong, all of us in that first series of the day. I just got to bring that up. Either way, though, I will admit I was wrong, at least for now, on Akron taking the victory in that first series. But it's an overall prediction, and if we look back to that Fall Open number 1 for Northwood, this is a similar performance for them against Maryville, a 4-1 confident victory, and then they lost 4-1 to Maryville that time again. Looking at this look of Northwood, though, compared to the first appearance we saw them this season of CRL, I feel like this is a different story, Taco.
Yeah, this is really where everything gets a little interesting, because you look at the narratives of teams. I think it's so hard to not look at the legacies of all these different squads, of being able to say, okay, well, you know, we see there's these individual games that they could win, but, you know, are they going to take series? No, because everybody has leveled up. I think Akron has even leveled up. But the thing is, when we talk about all these teams, there's peaks and there's the ceilings rather, and the floors. I think right there we saw Northwood near their peak, where it seems like any team they're playing are just going to be helpless, kind of diving around. And poor Akron, they're not playing at their peak, but also it's so hard because you're playing such a good team. You are kind of almost crumbled up in the fetal position. Like, please stop. I need you to stop being able to do this.
That's how it felt in that last game too. The own goal is the way it starts, and it's like, oh, just downhill from here on out. But looking at the upward trajectory, the turn back, they're at the bottom of the barrel here, Bass. Akron need to rise to the challenge. How do they do it in this next best of 7?
They need to get confident in themselves again. I think that's something that Hako and I talked about a lot throughout that series, is that there needs to be a middle ground for this team. Not where they're constantly making challenges and literally not hesitating on every play, but also not where they are hesitating enough to where there is space being afforded for the defense of Northwood to break out from. It's a very hard middle ground to find. They need to, though. If they cannot find that, I don't believe they're going to be able to take down Northwood in the second series. But if they can find that, if they can find the confidence in themselves to win these 50s, make these challenges at timely moments, there's 100% a world they turn this around. Unfortunately for them, they kind of have to. Yeah, Northwood truly are, I think, in their form. And if you're not at that same level, good luck.
Well, to the benefit of Akron, hopefully luck will be on their side, because we are taking a bit of a break before we get into our final best of 7. The bracket reset has arrived, but which team will claim the crown?
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is all I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
need you. You know I don't need you. I don't need you no more. I don't need you no more. Switch. You know I don't need you. You know I don't I don't need you. You know I don't need you. I don't need you no more.
Yeah, I meant what I said. I don't need you no more.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. I feel like my life is passing me by. 40 years and 7 months of true crime. Honeybees off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy.
Northwood proving yet again that they are inevitable in a bracket reset format at least. They got one last time in the CRL Open #1 against Maryville. Did falter afterwards though. So all eyes on the prize for them here on out to lock in and see if they can get that victory once again in the best of 7. But let's take a look at the bracket, see how we got here to remind those who are just tuning in for the first time where we got through the day to day, the teams that started in the top 8 and the ones we have remaining in Akron and Northwood here and now. Akron got the win in the upper final, but yes, they also didn't score for 13 minutes there. We kind of saw a similar thing here, Novanta.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's really been the thing that's killing Akron. They are going toe-to-toe with anyone, their opponents of different levels, but you gotta score. I understand the defense is important, but you can't have these stretches where you don't put anything on the board. That has been their Achilles heel, and a team like Northwood's going to exploit that every time.
Talking about the standings here a little bit, Taco, if Northwood get this win, they go back to the #1 team in the standings. And I feel like that means a lot more than just this victory here for them.
Well, particularly because they did win. in the past two, but it's just the consistency of getting in top 8, at least getting a little bit further within that. Obviously getting knocked out a little bit before they expected by West Virginia in the last time, but this is exactly what the importance is of getting in top 8. It's also why we talked about how important it is for these teams to qualify, or at the very least get into points. If you don't make day 2, if you make the qualifying match or just before in day 1, those are really what's going to separate, I think, those 7th and 8th place teams more than anything else. It's if those teams miss out, much like St. Clair Green missing out on the 3rd and the 1st, but making the grand finals of 2. That inconsistency, weirdly enough, is going to hurt them more than anything else.
Yeah, still not 100% locked in over there. There are a couple of teams who could surpass them. Even Fisher Navy, who did have to reset their points total, got all the way to 6, making it into that top 4, but they are still outside of the top 8 looking in, with Ball State holding that spot as the gatekeepers with 10 points to their name. A lot of teams still looking for a chance, but we still have 2 teams having to make their names known throughout this matchup here. I mean, talking about this one, Bass, a little bit before we get into it again, Akron, if they win this, they will be number 3 in standings. They will take Maryville off of their pedestal that they've been in some time, and Maryville didn't really have as much of a showing this time as we expected, nor the other one when they had a sub, but Akron seemed to be the story of an underdog making waves, but can they make it again here?
It's going to be difficult. My prediction is still staying to Northwood. I still believe that they're going to finish this one out. They were unable to do it in week number 1, but also Maryville was a pretty close back and forth, even in that first series. If I'm not mistaken, I think it ended in an overtime. Yeah, game
reverse sweep, too.
At the very end of it all, it was an overtime. But Northwood, again, I think the big thing we have to mention is that they have found ways to shut down the offense of Akron, something they couldn't do against Maryville. So, Akron, I still have faith that you guys can make this a contention series. There's 100% a world where you win this.
I mean, Northwood, they took down Fisher twice. They took down Maryville. Now they took down Akron once as well. They've beaten so many teams that are in this top of the competition. They also took down Concord. So they have taken down everyone in their path to make it here into this best of 7. But can they do it again one more final time? Another best of 7 is on the horizon here yet again for these players. So we'll have to see if they can make it the distance. Are they going to be the number 1 team in the nation? Finally, as we kind of expected, they were coded to be that once they got into CRL. They've been it for like 4 years now. So we'll have to see how they do with that as well. But even then, these teams giving it their all, giving it to the last moment. One more series to go. One final best of 7. One more chance for Akron to rewrite history before yet another Northwood win. Is Northwood truly inevitable, or will Akron take back the crown?
3 CRL fall opens, and there will be 3 different winning teams. That much is guaranteed. What isn't is whether it will be Northwood Esports restoring glory to their legacy, or the Zips beaten down but not knocked out yet. One more chapter written in the tale of these 2 collegiate dynasties. Bass, let's run it back one more time.
Let's get it going. Game number 1 and yet another best of 7. And honestly, this time I think we could go the distance. Akron, if you show a performance like in our first series, good luck. But if you can turn up the heat just a little bit, start chefing it up a bit, I've got faith this team could give us a heck of a back and forth. It's all eyes on Akron. We know what Northwood are capable of. Now we need to see, can Akron respond?
It's a feat of endurance, to be honestly, even getting this far into the day, because even the teams that I was saying, Akron coming in a little cold that grand final, oftentimes we see a lot of bracket resets. I always say it's because the teams came cold in. Akron, you do not have that excuse anymore. If you are looking at this as a matter of endurance, as I phrased it, then you have to be like Olympians and be able to go through, run that marathon. Northwood certainly is. They seem primed to be able to just continue that dominance as they're trying to avoid yet another Game 1 loss.
Oh my goodness, the pass out center from Hockey not going to turn into a goal, neither with a follow-up from Creams, but already Northwood showing they're ready to live in this offense just like they did in the first series. Creams causing some problems on the line, a couple of awkward 50s, but still no reprieve for Akron here as they are sent back into their half yet again. A high ball upfield, Patty gonna get the pass to Bullseye. Where on earth did he come from?
I'm not gonna lie, this is a harder redirect than it might look. Patty puts that one down in a straight line. Bullseye not only has to lean back, but be able to angle his car, turning it left to be able to actually hit that one on target. That is so well done by Akron. That's the razor sharp precision that we know they're capable of.
Unfortunately, it's, remember how we keep talking about history repeating itself? Guess how the first series started off with. Could it possibly be Bullseye getting a last-second touch and getting a goal? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Akron finally find the lifeline that they need. Question is, can they hold off Northwood as they start an offense of their own?
And keep in mind also for everyone joining in, this is the bracket reset game. 10-minute break between Series 1 ends now. This second one, our final of the day. I think a lot of that is good to just kind of rejuvenate Akron and remind themselves, okay, let's get up from the PC, let's stretch a little bit, have a talk through, and just calm the nerves down. So then maybe you can peak again. Cream's more than ready for this one, but how about the follow-up from 5-up? That one's going to wrap around the backboard. Hockey with a light clear right into Bullseye. He'll meet them on for 50, or at the very least, attempt to. Creams, maybe they want to double. He's off the ceiling. Patty taking no chances.
Hockey, big miss there, is going to give some space now to 5-up. Flip reset in the bag, plus a lead blocker! No! But Patty accidentally puts it wide of net! That extra touch just ruins the shot for 5-up. There's no way to get another goal, and Akron again, unfortunately, leaving chances up at the table they cannot afford to, because now here comes Northwood the other way. Hockey has 5-up in front of him, doesn't seem to matter, as Daniil back pass to Cream, shot on target, denied by Bullseye, but Akron gotta be careful. That was already a very scary scenario.
And Northwood wants to be able to avoid any of those scenarios in the future. Those 2v1s, Akron loves to be able to chase down those demos, and typically they're pretty elite with it, but 5-up, he's also pretty elite off the ceiling. I don't know where they taught Creams how to wait that play out, but it does work out well, especially the follow-up as well from Akron, as they will get another long clear, just to be able to force Northwood back. And honestly, I don't really mind this from Akron. Seems like they've learned a little bit more of their mistakes, looking like they're a lot more clean in those straight line aerials, getting those passes tipped forward, but Daniil with a good fake on the challenge.
The only issue I'm seeing is that with these long balls downfield, it almost always goes into the hand of somebody on Northwood, so it is giving them repeated possession, but it's not very long possession this time. Akron finding ways to slow this team down and not give them these elongated stays on offense or defense. It's given them at least the lead for now. 2 minutes to go. That single goal, the only thing separating this either side. Bullseye, though, would like another. Won't find it there as Hockey makes the save after the bump from Daniil.
Yeah, he does not get the ball, but he does get that boost on the steal. Could be paying off well because Hockey's just going up with absolutely nothing in the tank, hoping for any form of contact. Creams, he's at all the boost for his team, but Hockey will be able to try to rescue it. Again, still on nothing, so he needs a pass. Creams is there, but 5-up read that one way before. Patty now trying to read this one. Double tap off the bar. Just pixels away from another Patty banger.
Could have been something special for Patty, but honestly, I think Daniil had that one read had it been a double touch. That's why neither one of them made contact, because nobody's expecting that ricochet back out. It'll work out for Akron, though. They keep trucking on offense. Minute to go here. They would like another goal. Do they find it here? Creams, a last-second save, but still no escape from defense. Akron is locking Northwood into their own half.
A lot of demos coming in from Akron and forcing Northwood to have to play on low boost and just try to play these kind of handoff plays high into the ceiling. Someone else get it from me, and right now Akron's doing the same. Look at that mid-air bump from Patty, saying, Creams, if you want that redirect, you're gonna have to be faster than that.
Creams will get another chance at redemption, though. Off the sidewall. Not a great setup, though, to be honest, but it'll fake out Patty, who makes no contact. Maybe now a chance for Northwood. Hockey, reset and some boost, but can't get it around Bullseye, but Daniil might be able to. Pinch out center, straight to Creams. He's looking for a second touch out of the corner, and will find it, but won't find a follow-up. Patty, an easy dribble out, and Akron looking to increase the tally again. They must hate that bar at this point.
Patty hates that bar. I hate that bar for him. I can't believe how many times it's not been going in, but doesn't mean they have this win buttoned on up. Northwood has one more chance at it. Hockey, no boost. Akron, they're not aware. High lob for 5-up, still not down. Patty with all the boost and control to end this one, so long as he gets this one down to the turf. 5-up trying to assist. Daniil gonna actually get this catch. Can they do it, Bass?
They're trying, but Bullseye with a 50 is going to make that difficult. Another 50 after, finds its way to the backboard, and now maybe into the hands of Hockey. This one will roll up, but not enough. Akron take a 1-0 victory here in the first game. A little bit different than how we started the last series, but just as close of a competition.
And something about these games, Akron really does start off real well. And it's not like Northwood isn't aware of it. It's just, I really like the play style from Akron. They're looking for quick plays off the backboard, off the sidewall, and have immediate follow-throughs. The thing is, if you're hitting the ball in the middle willy-nilly just to keep it away from Northwood, there's not really a threat. But if you hit the ball and there's someone tailing it, even if Northwood has you beat out, they have to think 2 steps in advance. Okay, I can touch this ball to the sidewall, maybe have to double it, or touch the corner, but I'm going to get chased on the demo. And all of that touches, all of that kind of chasing mentality from Akron does put Northwood in a weird position, and I don't think they handled it that well. A really good win from Akron, despite it being a somewhat close margin.
It was a very close margin, but it was definitely a more earned victory, I think is the best way to put it. It's not as if they were able to just get a couple sloppy plays against Northwood like we saw in the last series, where Northwood really did not have their defense cleaned up in game number 1, and Akron took full advantage of that. This time they're earning those goals. Granted, it is a breakaway play that gets them their 1 goal, and a last-second redirect from Bullseye that was just chef's kiss. But if it's working, it's working. It's another win for Akron, their second so far through the 2 series, and anything to give them momentum at this point, I'm going to give a thumbs up to.
Yeah, particularly when you do also count in. I like to think about things in the games like that. The what ifs, if we're on a different server, if the touches are slightly different, that could be a 3-0 game based on those crossbars. Patty was getting so incredibly unfortunate on some of those reads, depriving him of the double tap, depriving him of that 2 flicked over play coast to coast, but it doesn't really matter because that's in the past. We need to focus on the present, like Forbidden Temple, prettiest map in the game, trying to see if it's just going to be Northwood domination, because right lately, they've kind of owned this map.
What did we say it was? It was 7-0 for them today on Forbidden Temple. Oh my gosh, they're going to do it again, aren't they? Not quite yet. Now they've got some reason to hate the bar in the backboard, but still, I'm not going to say that Northwood are just going to cruise on by. It does feel like it's a different version of Akron, and that's already evident from the fact that they are not resisting, or they are resisting, against this Northwood constant control into offense again. For the first 30 seconds, nothing going to be found, but Akron living here a lot longer than they normally would.
Bullseye getting bumped around, but he's not out of it. That's a high lob. Back post, Neil has to spawn in. Patty taking his time. High lob again to the back post, and I do like that because even though Creams has the touch, it's slow. It has to be slowly taken on out, and then it's a giveaway from Hockey to be sent up, or 5 up to maybe deflect. He's looking for boost. He will not find any.
Bullseye. This is going to be a little bit awkward for him. He knows he's getting chased, and Creams will get the demo. Is he going to assist his team whatsoever? Potentially, if Zanil can beat out 5 up. He will. Bullseye there for the rebound, but has no boost to work with, so he's just got to boom it downfield. That'll be into the hands of Creams and Hockey, who, maybe didn't really intend for that touch. Hockey lets it get away from him, and then double commits with his teammate. We talked about Akron maybe feeling the pressure in Series number 1. I'm starting to think Northwood might be feeling it here in the second.
You know, Northwood also knows that they recalibrate real quickly. It's not always just going to be frantic and diving around. Sometimes you're going to have to play that way, but other times, comms are good. They know how to play around each other because 2/3 of them have had to for a better part of a year now. 5 up trying to make sure Creams is going to be tested on this one. There's a little bit of a delayed bump attempt earlier on, but looks like Northwood has this one handled, and then some. Hockey getting 50s even off the ceiling.
He's trying to bait into 50s again. We remember this from the first series where Northwood just like to keep it close and then force these challenges out of their opponent and like to get demos as well. That'll work out. The initial bump will not completely give them the goal, but the follow-up after will.
I don't know how this happens. Bullseye gets bumped, but both 5 up and Patty are kind of equidistant from it. They're both looking at each other like, I'm not really sure who has the better angle. Poor 5 up, I think he thought that deflection was going to go anywhere except for just staying right in the middle. Maybe a kickoff can remedy things. We've seen Akron already strike back off of them before, but it doesn't look like they're having that fortune this time.
We're going to make the tally 8-0 now in terms of just specifically Forbidden Temple. Something about this map, man, Northwood just come to life, and although they are not just having a scoring extravaganza like they had in series prior, they do have the lead as we get to halftime. Bullseye trying to erase that, but Creams, long ball downfield, can he find a follow? Nobody can find the demo. Patty in a rough scenario, and Zanil will opt for the 50 rather than the dunk, but again, Akron's got to be careful. They're turning up the heat right now. The demolitions are becoming a frequent problem, and that's a problem as well. 5 up. Finally, the bar goes in favor of Akron.
He's from Akron, actually. He's the hometown hero, but right there, that looks like a Vegas native. He's a slot machine. I don't know how you put that in that top corner. There was even a defender on that near post, and he still found a way to put that one through. Love the accuracy. Taking your time sometimes better than just smacking as hard as possible.
All right, well, 5 up. If you're claiming Vegas, I might need to switch up my opinions at this point. Maybe I'm going to start saying that Akron's going to take this one. I'm not convinced quite yet, especially as here comes another Northwood offense, but what is going on with Northwood's touches? A lot of these touches that they're trying to keep close to themselves, they don't need to, and the ones where they're looking for power, they are just not getting the contact necessary. Akron seemingly have found Northwood in maybe a bit of a weaker state. They still do have the tie, though. They're not out of this one whatsoever. They'll be out of that play, though. A little bit of collision in the corner will stall things out for a moment.
I absolutely adore that play from 5 up. Steals boost, and he knows, hey, you're going to have to jump through me to get to the ball. I'm just going to bump you. It's just going to slow you down. That's all I'm going to do. But I love annoying plays like that. It's something that really tilts the other team because it's something super unconventional that you don't really anticipate any player going for. Much like Hockey missing an aerial. Bullseye had to wait for it. Not the best clear, but that's why 5 up is there, along with Patty in tow. Nice cut to be able to get it past that first line.
Zanio in the corner's got a lot he's got to do here to prevent more offense from Akron, and I don't think it's going to work out. Hockey opts for a 50 as well, but Patty clean beat against him. A demo downfield, though, means bullseye with low boost and not much of an option. And Zanil drop down to Cream, shot denied, and then ricochets out again. How many times have we seen the second man go for a shot, get denied, and then just ping-pong it way away from nets?
Creams is so good at being able to slot those typically, but he was not able to actually thread that needle. Zanil, however, he's in real deep trouble because that 50 is way over his head.
He just wasn't expecting it. You can see it. Zanil doesn't have a ton of boost, but he flips at the unfortunate or the most unfortunate of moments. And Patty recognizes the scenario, just takes a shot on target. And the 2-1 lead here for Akron. This would be huge for them.
I really do also like the focus on the ball. It'd be so easy to try to go for that demo on Zanil, but who knows if he's going to dodge it. You have the speed advantage. You have the angle advantage. Just hit the ball on target and take your lead with under a minute to go here. Northwood, certainly not out of things, but this is the most off balance I've seen. And how about this one? They're trying to knock him full over. Bullseye off bar. 5-up putback, and that's a chance gone by the wayside.
40 seconds to go. Not a lot of time for either one of these teams, but definitely a lot less time for Northwood that just need one more to find an OT. 5-up, gonna deny that for now. Pinch out to the sidewall. Cream's there though. Shot on target, and unfortunately the bumps from Zanil did not do enough. Patty will make the save, and although Northwood have an offense here, they have got to find a solid shot. 20 to play, another one denied. Pass out center, can Creams get there? No, 5-up in the way again, and Northwood will have maybe one more chance.
Akron just needs a one more clear to be able to burn out this rest of this clock, but it's always going to be interesting in the back post. All three involved on this one. Hockey 50'd in the air for Zanil. Creams, it's left for him. Deflected high, far side. Creams, high lob. Hockey with boost, uncontested. It's left for him. Low flick on the near post. Also going to be a score to the side. Akron fighting just to put this down. Another game for the Zips.
How on earth did Akron get away with that? That ball floated in front of their net for what feels like an eternity, and somehow, some way, they will not concede. Game number 2, the second in a row for Akron. Finally, the Forbidden Temple streak is broken for Northwood.
You know, thinking we're commentators, I would assume we've mentioned it so much it has to get broken eventually, right? That's the
Right?
whole
Like,
point of our
eventually.
job. We curse the teams. If anyone had any other thought about what we do here, you are wrong in that regard. And I was wrong about Akron's ability in this series. Series 1, I just really felt like they just were not looking good in that. That first goal got me a little anxious, I will say, Best. But after this one, they're following all these reads so quickly. That slot coming in from 5-up, the instant breakaways, good challenges out of the midfield. Northwood, at a certain point, it almost looked like they just tossed up their hands. Like, I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. It feels like Northwood, while they had control in the first series, they have none in this series, and they're getting creative too. Fakes at the end of the game, these little bit of hesitations to try and bait out Akron, but that's something we said was a problem in the first series. It is not a problem now. Akron are not buying into these fakes. They are not watching them get Euro-stepped around constantly. It is a significant difference from this team, and unfortunately for Northwood, we need to see a significant difference from them. This is the most muted I think I have ever seen their offense, at least so far today, for sure.
And the one thing I have to pay attention to, and I think everybody should, this is something you can use for game tape if you're trying to coach people. Akron's option coverage. One high on ball, one low in goal, one backboard to cover. As soon as one player gets beat, other one takes over, gets the save. That's what they've been doing so well in games 1 and 2. Now they got to keep it going. They have an option potentially for a sweep if they take another one.
Northwood has got to be terrified right now. They are looking down the barrel of a repeat performance just like in our first CRL Open of this semester. They were able to take the first series against Maryville 4-1, and the second series, let's just say it didn't exactly go their way. A 4-1 in reverse where they only took the first game and then got gentlemen swept afterwards. There's 100% a world where we see the similar result here from an Akron that are playing phenomenally. But Northwood, as we know, they do not sit down and take these fights lightly. They will absolutely claw their way back, just as the Timberwolves would like to think.
And right now they're trying to get inventive, but Akron almost just staring at him saying, okay, well, sure, play around with the ball, Hockey. You're not going to be able to get that one too fast unless you're pulling out a pulse level redirect on the pinch. However, you could get a pulse level redirect on this double tap. Not going to be in, but Creams has a wide open shot that is going to be post and in, luckily for Northwood.
This is vintage Northwood, and by vintage Northwood, I mean literally just last series. Just keep the pressure on, wait until eventually the defense breaks down, makes a mistake in a moment they cannot afford to, and shoot on target. It's still not maybe the power we're used to from Northwood. In scenarios like that, they would hammer one home, but a goal is a goal. Anything to instill confidence in this orange side is going to be huge. This might do it as well. A second goal, and oh goodness, everything was going oh so right for Akron up until this game.
Everyone thinks that kickoffs is just the restart of play, which is, yeah, definitionally correct, but it's a set piece. It's a scoreable play because if you just engineer the right angle, you cheat up more aggressively, it can be just something that simple. Already, we're just playing a minute. Creams getting on the board with hockey, and it seems like normalcy has returned to the Northwood side, but can't be resting on their laurels too much. A lot of time and a lot of space potentially for Bullseye, and 5 Up to deal with as he was trying to headhunt 5 Up, but not able to find hockey for the demo.
Uh-oh, and that's another open net. Okay, Akron, we're starting to see a little bit of cracks in the armor here. This is a very poor challenge from both Bullseye and Patty. I get the idea from Patty, but again, Bullseye's retreating. There's just not much option. Taco, I'm getting a little scared, my guy.
I mean, it's part of it is just kind of a giveaway, as you mentioned on the sidewall. I know what Akron's going for. You want to be able to double that one off the sidewall. You jump singly into the ball. It bounces off your car, off the wall, pinches down line. And it's a pretty low effort play, but the thing is, the margin of error is pretty small in that one. Instead, he just kind of bonks off the sidewall. Northwood says, all right, I'll just take that and keep strolling. And then as they keep going, they realize, wait, that's 2 defenders beaten. There's nobody back to be able to mind the shot. They're going to rob you blind every single time when that occurs. And right here, this is where Akron really has a deep sigh. I don't think you give up on this game by any means, but it's certainly frustrating to have this much momentum, and then suddenly a minute or 2 in, you're already staring down a massive lead.
I have to hope that Akron was at least prepared for this, though. We've talked about this. Northwood are not a team that are going to stay silent throughout an entire series. If you expected them to play as sloppy as they did through the first 2 games for the entirety of this series, you're maybe a little bit too foolish to be winning a series like this. But I don't think Akron are that way. I don't think they're going to get deflated from a loss like this, and I say this, but it is getting rougher and rougher to see a light at the end of the tunnel. That's a 4th goal before halftime.
What a pass by Cranes. Look at this. He pre-flips into the pinch straight down. Zanil doesn't even need a good shot. He just needs to get the car in front of the other defender, hope for that deflection, and he didn't even have to really hope that hard. Bullseye really had limited chance to get that coming off the back wall, and that is not what you want to see from Akron. This is maybe closer, but even then, Zanil's still going to power through that 50.
Okay, so I guess they just delayed it by a game. You know, they'll get the 4-0 again, but it's just, 1 game removed. I don't really know if that's the greatest strategy, as you've now given 2 games to Akron that they absolutely will use as a safety net. But I will also say this, Northwood, you're finally finding the form we've been waiting for here in this second series. I do have to mention, these guys have been playing for a very long time today. Even before the stream began here on the Rocket League channel, they were still having to play through games earlier in the day. Technically for these 2 guys, I don't think they necessarily started there, but this is one of those moments where these teams need to make sure that they are not letting the fatigue get to them, not second-guessing themselves just because they're a little bit tired. It's, again, easier said than done, especially when you're playing a team like Northwood, but for Akron, they got to keep their heads on straight and recognize that they have to play at full force for the entirety of this series.
Bullseye trying to make sure that he goes the entirety of the field to be able to get that assist, but he's not actually going to make that one work, so instead, Patty going to have to try and turn on this one. Zanil, though, he wants blood. He's just trying to get those demos, chased him down, and said, hey, you want to be able to play around in our half, then it's not going to come for free.
Nothing's coming for free in this game for Akron right now. Not a dang thing, as they still are held scoreless with only 90 seconds to go. Even touches off the ceiling, pinches like that from 5 Up, which surely should catch a defense by surprise. No, they're already pre-jumping on the ceiling. Northwood back in control. We kind of expected them to get here eventually, but the good thing for Akron is they've given themselves a 2-game buffer. We cannot overstate how important getting those first 2 games against a team like Northwood is.
And the biggest issue that I'm seeing right now is that you are just seeing Northwood play the speed they want, and then Akron just kind of playing catch up. Every single aerial, a little bit delayed, every single read they're trying to get. It's not really a follow-up for it, and I think it's really just, one, they're already down and you're playing up your play style because you can't just play casually waiting for your shots. You need to rush as fast as possible. That's a huge part of it, but the other part of it is that Northwood knows that you're leaning into your pressure, and they're just going to allow you to do that. It's why sometimes for these elite teams, they get a small lead, and then it just kind of opens up in some of these games. They just, like a runaway freight train, there's only so much you can do to stop it.
And at this point, I don't think they're going to stop it in this game. They're probably going to stop it. Well, they could stop it in the next, but for this one, 30 seconds to go, and I think this might be a 5th goal. Okay, it will not be. I'm not really sure what the intended play was, but either way, it does not connect as necessary. They don't need it to. Akron held scoreless, barring a miracle at the end of this game. Northwood have definitely found their comeback.
And this is where I think everyone almost hears like, uh-oh, why do I hear boss music type of situation when you're playing Northwood, because this is really something that they are patented in doing. Even when they struggle, it never seems like they're truly out, and this is just a reputation of anyone who thinks that they're washed. They just have one series against Akron. That's all they're going to get. 4-0, not even going to give the meme double tap own goal. They're just going to be able to give up maybe a deflection. Okay, so they are a little charitable.
Charitable, giving them a false sense of hope. You can call it what you would like. Either way, I'm going to call this a win for Northwood, and still a dominant one at that. Again, when Northwood started the ball rolling last time, yeah, they stayed rolling the entire time. Inertia carried them to a shutout victory the next 3 games in a row. So, Akron, I'm going to advise you play this very carefully. If this next game looks any similar to what we saw in the first series, you are going to be in for a world of hurt.
Difficulty is shooting 50% is Northwood, and that's not really just because they're, elite finishers. It's really just the fact that it's off a mistake. It's off a mistake. And then after that, it was just breakaways. So it's really tough for Northwood to be able to say that they 100% dominated Akron, as much as it's just Akron. Not necessarily playing sloppy, but you're not being conscientious of all the ways that plays can go wrong. Like that goal from Hockey on the breakaway, that's just completely looking at each other, saying the comm's wrong, saying, hey, I'm going to take it off you, fine. Other player needs to bail out. You need to get the recovery back. And if they don't do that, you're giving away 3 goals to one of the most elite teams in the country. These are 3 pro players. They're not going to miss.
That pretty much is the best summary possible. You can't give opportunities. You cannot allow for chances for these teams to just absolutely find space to facilitate with. And we've talked about this a ton. It just is one of these things where if you give chances to teams at this level, it will come back to bite you. And it's not hyperbole. It's not us just trying to say, oh, occasionally it'll be like this. It's almost every single time. Regardless, there needs to be something special from this Akron team. We know that they are capable of it, but if they give up this game, it's a tied series. And I'm not going to say it's a best of 3 from here on out, because we've used that too many times as casters, but it will be a best of 3 from here on out. So good luck to Akron. They really do need a win here. They do not want to allow Northwood, after 2 games of, I would say, mediocre play from the team in comparison to what we know, to all of a sudden find a life raft and get right back into this.
Yeah, my biggest thing for Akron is or really any team, if you take a tough loss like that, you don't even need to focus on winning the next game. Just keep it close, because as long as it's competitive, you can do something about it. It's really bad for the morale if you go 2 games straight where Northwood is just slapping you around and you're more or less just kind of crying in your gaming chair within the facility saying, I don't really know what to do here. So as long as you keep it close, then we can see Akron maybe restore some glory to their name. But even off kickoff, they're not going to have the same luck. That's quite the angle to ask for, even past a goalie. Zanil, double tap, nothing doing. Same with Hockey.
I'm glad you're bringing up the facilities here for Akron, because maybe for some of our newer fans that they see, oh my goodness, CRLC, you might not know, Akron has got a beautiful facility out in Ohio. These players are all in-house, playing together on setups that are specifically for them. If you go to Akron, you get your own PC, literally a PC dedicated for you. So these guys are all in facility. They're definitely going to be next to each other, high-fiving and fist-bumping when goals like this go in.
Patty, he was just thinking to himself, is this going to hit the bar? Is this going to go down? No, it's guaranteed. Look at the speed, just torching Zanil to that one, and that's where Patty thrives, just the open double taps. He's not missed a lot, and if they have, it's going to be really just come at a freak bounce, and that one is not going to be one of them. Nice start from Akron. He has both of their shots, and now their only goal.
I got to give credit to Patty for not only that goal, but really for the way that he has played this week in comparison to weeks past. We have talked about this. We haven't. Oh my goodness. I might have to shut up for a second if this one goes on in. It won't quite yet, but Patty really has been a player that we know to be the forefront of the offense for this team. He's just electric at the moments that he needs to be, and he hadn't really been able to do that up until today. Now, Patty, he is clinical on the double touches. He's becoming the offensive spark plug that this team needs, and it's so great to see. A player that deserves the accolades, deserves the praise, and he's really showing why here in this series.
Maybe you need one more than just one player to win a championship here, especially in the Sierra Open. 3, Bullseye, going to be going backwards on this one. It's good that 5-up came in for the rescue. I don't think that read was going to go through. Zanil, he has more than enough read. He even has Creams in support as he's waiting behind, playing for a 50. Zanil wins all of it, though, so Creams going to provide some support off the corner. Beaten out by Bullseye, though. Akron continuing, taking smart angles.
They're starting to beat these guys to balls over and over and over again. We talked about before how Northwood just kind of dominated the 50s in the first series. No longer is that the case. They're starting to get beat to these balls, and not only getting beat to them, but they're getting dunked out by everybody on Akron. It hasn't guaranteed them the win quite yet, though, because Northwood are still getting a decent amount of attacking pressure. Can they do anything with it, though? The block there, not going to be found. 5-Up will escape the bump and get this to the corner, but not any further. Zanil, the shot, and he puts it a bit too high. 5-Up will make the save, but even further offense for Northwood.
Love that calm from Northwood, actually able to pass that off, and it's gonna pinball in! The build-up was sublime, the finish, less so.
Death, taxes, Northwood making finals, and Patty own goaling in said final. That's the second time in a row that he has unfortunately done so. I don't really know if I can blame him for that one, as it just happened to fall in front of his car and straight on in, but God, that's gotta hurt. After hitting such a clean double touch, you go right back to tying it from your own touch in your own net.
Well, the worst part is it's one of those things that just comes at the car so fast that you're not able to do anything about it. Kind of like when 5-Up gets a double, answers right back.
5-Up said, it's all good, Patty, I got you. It does not matter what happens because he's just as clinical on the doubles. The bar finally in favor of Akron. It feels like it took forever to get here.
This is where you like slip $1 to the crossbar a little bit to say like, hey, please just give me a couple bounces. I don't need you to go down. I need you to pop out because I can't double tap it if it doesn't actually follow my car. That's 2 for Akron. If that's the bar that it takes to score, that's one thing. But the fact that Northwood has been caught out twice is really saying something on these counterattacks and off these kickoffs. Good to see that it can also favor Akron. However, Cream's not going to be happy with this one. He's trying to combine with Hockey. That's a really weird bounce. Nobody for that is Bullseye making a 3-point turn just to face that play.
Creams just couldn't find the angle, or at least not initially. He'll fight it on the follow-up. Of course, Creams goes, no, easy goal, forget that. This one, though, he's got in the bag.
Okay, buddy, all right, I see you. Not only gets the dunk forward, but then recovers off the ceiling, then dishes it down with the flip. Man is unreal. And if you're saying, hey, don't give any freebies to Northwood, literally any angle on a wide-open shot is basically a freebie for these guys.
Captain Canada strikes again. Seb may not be here to watch this one, but he's definitely cheering from Japan. This dude is seeing this team finally come to life, and after a couple of rough games, it's got to feel so good. Northwood are showing they do not care if you're hitting highlight clips against us. We can do the exact same.
5-Up. Putting that one high. That's really difficult for Zanil. He's going to be able to lob that one into the ceiling. Bullseye doesn't get the takeoff he's looking for, but I don't think he's going for anything. He's just trying to get that 50 down. Hockey gives it away to 5-Up. Again into Creams now. Zanil lurking downfield, trying to cause havoc. He's being a little gremlin, honestly, through most of these series, going for demos, going for these weird cuts. He's been a little bit muted lately, but mostly just because he's trying to fit into those play styles, but I wouldn't count it out for him to be able to make some more chaos as Patty almost gotten fooled by that one going over shoulder.
Creams, time, space, and a whole lot of boost. Reset number 1, fakes it out, gets it back up again, cannot get around 5-Up. But I think Creams is starting to come to life. This is a player you do not want to see start to get more chances on offense. He won't get one here, but he will be the outlet pass. Pass out center, shot on target and in! You call for his name, and he will show up when it matters most.
Zanil, look at this, the 45-degree flick perfectly into Creams, who doesn't even have the angle. You see him actually rotate just to get the side flip into it because he wants to make sure he maintains that power without really putting it way too over the bar. Poor Akron, you're starting off well, you're getting good goals, but sometimes it's just too much force being applied by Northwood on their forward pushes, and might even add some more if they get their way. Zanil still winning 50s.
Back to Creams yet again. This time, he doesn't keep it close. Unfortunately, Bullseye will actually get around him, and Patty won't read that touch either. I'm starting to see a pattern I'm not loving here, Taco. I think they're starting to make these challenges a bit too aggressively. They're diving at every play, and it could be a problem, but not there. Akron, settle down. You've got 30 seconds to go. There is no need to panic quite yet.
Bounce down. That's actually really good for Bullseye, and that's why Creams targets him for the bump, gets him out of the play. Bullseye with no boost. That's another one. Hockey all the way downfield. He saw the opening.
Oh, they're starting to unravel, and I'm getting a bit nervous. You do not want to have Northwood surging and Akron starting to fall apart on defense. You were so complimentary of the rotations, never leaving the net open. And now I don't know if I can say the same. Akron, this is probably not going to be a win for you guys unless you can get it off a kickoff. But as Anil takes this to the sky, I think we know the scenario we've arrived in. Taco, I think we got a tied series.
Yeah, it's not something that Akron likes to see. You start off so strong, but that's why it's so difficult playing Rocket League, because it's a game of adjustment as much as mechanics and strategy on the macro sense. Sometimes you just lose a game, you adjust to the next game, and then the other team has to be able to get used to that. Akron apparently not able to do so. Better offense, but you need even better defense.
They need to stay just a little bit calmer here. And I will say, this is a team that do seem to be taking the entirety of the minute in between games to strategize and figure it out. I actually say that, and this is the first time I think all three of them readied up before we can even blink. But this is a team that truly, I think, is trying to make the adaptations. They know Northwood are a very adaptable team. They've been able to do it so many times against so many opponents, but Akron are the ones that we're now looking to make those changes. Again, I don't want them going to the change of back to constant pressure, constant dives, constant challenges, because we see it's not going to be a viable strategy against the Northwood that love to throw in hesitations. But again, they need to find that middle ground. It's absolutely possible, especially when double touches like this are so clinical. But Akron, unfortunately, staring down the barrel of the former CRL champions. This is a team that knows how to play from scenarios like this. Now trying to prove that Akron can do the same.
It can be so difficult because this is very much a situation in which it's kind of just, we talk about execution, and that is also at the peak level, getting those wide open double taps, being able to get those assists and bang them on target. But it's also just those matters of tiny moments where you're committing into those attacks, and Patty, for example, jumps for that read, doesn't quite get it, and it's those moments where you start realizing as they add up, it completely ruins your expectations. You're not trusting in your rotations as much, and then beyond that, gives away open shots. Hockey looks downfield for that final goal and realizes, man, you're all out in the corners. I'm just going to roll it and see what happens. Wide open goal, and it's going to be the expected result. I don't even know what to expect out of this next one as we go into Aquadome. Last time, Northwood able to close out the series. Obviously, we have a different tale here, guaranteed at least a Game 6, but if it's going to be a Game 7, that's completely up to Akron.
Look, I'd love to see a Game 7 here, but I do agree with you. It really is Northwood in the driver's seat and Akron that have to show they can find some resistance. Here in game number 5, it would be oh so important for them to score first, and they will. Bullseye's got a knack for this, man. He just continually gets the first goal.
I call this even Creams-esque, as he's actually able to go past Creams on this one and then dish it if you just mirror image exactly where they were on the field. But it's a nice start for Akron, and I also do like calling the bluff from Northwood. They actually kind of take that air dribble off the corner a little bit lighter, so Bullseye just plows right through and says, well, that's your penalty.
He does it again. It's clean beating against Hockey on that first aerial, and now Akron will set up shop on offense yet again. Creams. Oh, this would be a heck of a redirect, but he's actually not even going to get it. He's going to fake it out and look for a pass center, and he will find it. Two players from Akron dive in a row. Neither make contact. Surely this is a goal, right? Surely it will be. Zanil to finish it off, and Akron, all that work for the first goal, immediately erased.
Really do like that from Hockey. Actually takes that to the sky, waits for 5-ups jump, and then as soon as he actually commits and starts leaning forward, that's when Hockey leans forward, knocks into the open pass. One of the harder reads in the game when Patty and Bullseye have to sit still and immediately jump to read it off the backboard. Not able to do so, so a quick tie-up right back into neutral territory, but maybe not for long. Bullseye had a lead block, but couldn't wrangle the catch.
They're starting to hesitate on some of these offenses, and they really cannot afford to. They gotta take the chances when they get them. Again, finding that middle ground between riskiness and safe play. It's hard to find, but it's something they need to search for. 4 minutes to go here in game number 5, a very pivotal one in which Northwood could take the lead off the bar and out, and they're gonna have to try again.
5-up, quick turn, nice deflection. He read that one so well. Gets a demo, and Creams is not going to fall for that one. I think 5-up, you can see a break check just to see if he could stop this one, but can anyone stop Creams when he's going for a double? I think we see that answer.
Creams continuing to be the just scoring machine for Northwood. That is now the 4th game in a row that he's been able to find at least a goal. And he does more than find a goal. He finds a dunk on the line. He's been hitting the gym. The Mr. Muscles doing it again. And 2-1. Northwood just cannot seem to be stopped on offense.
It's very difficult where they don't really even need a wide open opportunity. They'll just create something. I love doubles like that because they are so simple. There's nothing simple about this one. Nice little finesse buildup, and yet Akron not able to beat out Northwood to this one, but attack's not done. 5-up, trying to do it himself. Dunk on the far post also. Gonna be met with a 50.
Dreams, what are you not good at, bro? Like, genuinely, I'm just confused because you're controlling offense, you're controlling the passes, you're making saves on defense. He's just everywhere. And unfortunately, while the pride of Canada continues to be electric, Akron have no answers. 3 minutes to go here. A light double commit, but no one from Akron prepared to make the counterattack. Even enough time that Zanil can grab a midfield boost, get back to 100, and now set up shop on defense. Akron have got to go a bit faster. Pace of play was in their favor through the first couple games. I can no longer say that is true.
I like this from Bullseye to be able to get it past Hockey. Thing is, Cream's already waiting for it. Same with off the ceiling, trying to just extend that one out to the corner. Doesn't even need that to be a pass, just something for Hockey to be able to get boost, then recover, and then reset on the possession. Nice little back pass for Zanil to be able to mount up on. 5 up trying to prevent that with a 50. Into Bullseye, open space, trying to take it low on the dribble, playing for the 50 again. Corner read, that's all Patty's trying to go near post. That is not going to get past Creams on that pace.
I like the idea there. It's a good play, but unfortunately the execution just a little bit off the mark, which will leave them still in a deficit. Maybe one that will actually even grow. Zanil from the corner, pinch out center, denied by Bullseye. But where's Hockey? Lurking around, trying to make space for Creams. He can't find it, nor can he find the boost out at mid, which leaves him in an awkward scenario on defense. You know what? An eye for an eye. Finally, Bullseye gets a goal for an own goal instead.
Yeah, but look at this placement. Top corner Hockey is a little bit late. Zanil is there, but he's on the far post. The only place I think he can place that to be able to put that on target and be even close to a goal is exactly where he did shoot it. So good job on Akron getting right back in it, but please no, not the kickoff, anything but the kickoff. That 50, we're going to be able to spare them from that fate.
I just don't want to see Northwood immediately back into the league. It feels like every time Akron fights so hard, they're just like, yeah, tooth and nail, blood, sweat, and tears. We've got to go. Oh, is that in our net? Oh, okay, cool. We're back to tied. Over and over again, we get to this scenario. Right now, I'm not exactly thinking we're getting there, though. Low boost totals for Northwood, but not for Zanil. Space afforded on the sidewall. Flip reset. Fakes out Bullseye. Gets the 50. Where is the shot? Not going to be on target. Clean will at least keep it to the backboard, but unfortunately, an opportunity missed for Northwood.
Patty fighting for his life, trying to avoid Creams on those demos, and now we'll lob that one across. Zanil didn't have too much of an issue. Bullseye knew Hockey was over the shoulder, doesn't want to go for the hard read. Instead, just a little deflection. 5 up. What a pre-jump on this one. Steals some boost. Bullseye, where are you? Apparently getting bumped away. Unfortunately, it seems like Northwood is catching up to the idea of Akron trying to cut in on these rotations, going for bumps just to disrupt.
They're starting to get a lot of good breakaways, and honestly, it's Zanil that's at the forefront of all of them! And it's Patty getting the redirect! Oh my goodness, just as soon as you thought we had settled down, and Patty P. Patterson shows again.
Might be thinking, why is he shooting it from that distance? He's not. He knows his teammate is upfield. Doesn't have to be precise, because that's the shooter's job, and Patrick P. Patterson, as we said, he can shoot with the best of them. He's been denied by the crossbar sometimes. It seems like that era is over. Is the Northwood reign over? We're at least one more game closer to seeing if we're going to match point, and Akron now has to do the scariest thing of all, try to hold back this Northwood offense.
Yeah, good luck to them. They're going to probably need it, especially as Creams is already starting off the offensive drive. Zanil, full tank of boost. What can he do with it? Reset in the bag, looks for the pinch, gets it on target, and on in!
Talk about threading a needle. What is this? No one on Akron even fathomed this would be shootable. Patty saw it coming. It was too fast of a roll, and poor 5 up thought the save already happened. SMH my head. I cannot believe that one's going to go through, but Northwood will find a way.
I mean, you said it. Good luck to Akron on being able to hold Northwood without another goal. They did for like 2 seconds, maybe, potentially. And they're unfortunately, I don't think, going to get one back. Patty not going to put the shot on target, but here come Akron with potentially the final offense of the game. Ricochet out of the corner. Rebound to Patty. Rebound in front of net and in! Patty, the dunk! And it's 4-3 to Akron!
He makes it work. He's going to force it to work. Chasing this down, gets around the 50. Poor Hockey, blindsided with a 50. The 50 of Patty's life. Is it enough? One more kickoff is what's needed.
It's a lot easier said than done. We've talked about kickoff strategies for Northwood, and it'll allow them to keep this one up. Bullseye, an early challenge, and it will pay off. Akron move on to series point.
This is something that we have fathomed but something that's more conceptual, Bass. Of course Akron can win a grand final. Of course Akron potentially could play up to Northwood, but this is going into game 6, not only with them with a comeback after almost one of the most brutal ways to get equalized, but they're doing it with 2 games to spare. They could lose this one, still go to 7, but honestly, the way they're playing, I think Northwood, if they had a timeout, would be slamming that button. Please, the admin, let us think this one through, because this was not the tale they thought this would go down.
Dude, I don't think this is the way that any of us thought it would go down. 2 goals in what feels like, I think, 5 seconds to end that game is just unfathomable by every standard. At this point, Northwood, we've talked about you guys going back to the drawing board a million times. I don't even know if I can say that they need to in this game. They just need to be careful. I feel like we are seeing awkward scenarios on the line where players are just not prepared to get in the way of the shots, get in the way of the chances that Akron are starting to find. This has been a ridiculous back and forth. I still can't believe Zanil even got that goal. But we have to play on regardless. Northwood, you lose another one. That will be the 2nd time so far that they have gone to the grand finals, gotten the reset, and then lost in the 2nd series.
I have to say, going into game 6, Neo Tokyo, one of the most heartbreaking maps in all of competitive esports, especially within the context of RLCS. So many series have ended here. Obviously, CRL is the same. You're right at the precipice of taking it the distance. Northwood feeling a familiar pain potentially. Can they get a bracket reset and then fail in their 2nd attempt yet again against a superior opponent? 5 more minutes on the clock, we'll find out.
I'm ready for this one. The question is, are Northwood? They need to be firing on all cylinders, and I know that they can. We all know that they can, but Akron, they don't care. This is a team that came into this one knowing they would be the underdogs, knowing the expectations would be that Northwood would get the reset and win it, and they could not care less. A team that has defied expectations all weekend long, who's to say they can't do it again? 30 seconds into this game, this one will not start off with a bang, but rather a chess match as both teams get their chances on offense.
Patty going to be waiting for that bounce, and so was Hockey, as Patty actually going to beat that over the top. Zanil is going to get that one past Kareem. It's wide open for Bullseye. It's off the bar. 5 up, follow up off the bar again. Pain is the only word I can describe what we just witnessed. Unfortunate for Akron. We thought that their woes against the woodwork were over, but they are not. Apparently, they still got to pay them off just a little bit more, and they've got to stop shots the other way. Kareem's a ripper, but Patty to save it, and we stay scoreless as we continue here on Neo Tokyo. Bullseye's demo will give a little bit of space for Patty, but Hockey had that one red all the time. 5 up, also going to get red and sent back to the scrap heap as he's going to spawn in from the Shadow Realm, and actually enough time from Bullseye to be able to help on out. Maybe a 50 coming in, but no, Hockey too quick. So is Zanil, he's already up. Waterfall straight down. Patty with the half flip on the diagonal, be able to deprive that one of a shot.
5 up, trying to take this downfield, but doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, so the interruption from Creams will actually lead to a pinch the other way. Good luck recovering from this one. Could it be a goal for Northwood? Not quite yet. Flick up high, though. Awkward for everybody on Akron, as it's almost a triple commit, if not for the Bullseye just call off. It's not going to punish them, though. They'll boom it off the half right into the hands of Hockey, who will get bumped. Is he going to still find a follow-up? He might, and he's going to find the goal! What happened, Akron? They hesitate for a moment and immediately get scored on.
5 up didn't have the boost. He went to the corner, grabbed it, but by then it was way too late. Hockey knew that. He was almost looking downfield, just seeing, I don't have a lot of boost, but I have enough to be able to get at least one on target, and boy did he. That was all the power. A bit too much for Bullseye to handle. Against the grain of play, really, as Akron had really been dictating a lot of the early shots. It's going to be Northwood with more or less their first real chance.
I mean, did we expect it to go any other way? Were we really expecting to get to Neo Tokyo and then this is where it was going to end instead of going to Champions Field? Northwood would like to say no. They're ready to keep on trucking. They're ready for the series to extend to a full Game 7 of potential 7. But they're not there yet. They've only got the 1 goal, and with half the game left in an Akron that, like you said, has really been in control of the offense so far, it feels like only a matter of time before they find their first.
It's going to take a little bit more, because even with Bullseye bumping Hockey in midair, he's still getting that touch away. Now Zanil's turn to be able to gather and take it past 1. Bullseye from the sidewall calls the bluff, dunks straight down, 5 up on the wall, but Creams also sees this one. 5 up, maybe trying to psycho that one all the way through. Luckily, not needed. Patty there with the backup.
It might be a little bit psycho to go for the psycho there, I'm not going to lie. That's probably not the optimal option. And, well, here's the problem with it, is that when you don't get a guaranteed clear and you let Northwood go back into offense, this happens.
Kareem's love this one. I am always a fan of players staying relevant to the play. Kareem's 50s it. He lands in front of the ball. Plays over, right? No. Take out the goalie and make him jump, and that's all he needs. Zanil knew that was happening. That's why he keeps it low, deflects off the tires of Akron and goes on through. Northwood, again, you don't need an invitation for them to score. They just need any semblance of an opening, and they will take it.
Maybe another chance here. This one, redirect straight out center. Patty will get in the way and not allow a follow-up shot, but still living on their own half is Akron. Got a chance here. Breakaway from Patty. Does anybody have the follow-up? 5-up, absolutely. But the shot, just not enough power. And now the breakaway. Low boost for both Bullseye and Patty. Where is the follow-up? Not going to be found. I think Northwood at this point are just going to try to play this one safe. I'm not usually a fan of parking the bus, but when you've got a 2-goal lead, I can't exactly argue against it.
Especially with how explosive Akron has been. This has not been a scenario of one or two players being the threat. It's really everybody. Patty had his shining moment. Bullseye had his. And right now I need them to be able to maybe get out of the shining moment because I think it's in their eyes. And no one actually going for that one. Blinded by the pressure here. As now with one more dunk, 5-up could be able to set something up, especially with a bump. Bullseye, low 50 on the angle with a dish. And he's not making contact on the follow.
1 minute to go. Plenty of time for Akron to get this scoring started, but they cannot afford to concede another goal. Hockey looking for it. Will get the rebound and the pass out center. Where is Zanil? Shot on it in! And Taco, we got 48 to go, but I'm thinking, can you hear the bells of Champions Field?
And right now, this is where it's getting real spooky. Nothing is worse as a team than getting really just thrown into the gutter, getting thrown into the blender, and being shown that, yeah, as well as you've played, there's always potential that we come right back. It's even worse, though, as you said, that this is going to most likely into Champions Field. I do not see Northwood giving this game up, but this game has swung back, or this series has swung back and forth like a pendulum. It's something for the fans to enjoy, but I would not like to be the players on the field right now. This is high-stress CRL.
The only thing that I can give to this Akron team, the only compliment and real sort of glimmer of hope is that they have played a good game. They've just missed a couple of chances. But the only thing I can also say is Northwood getting a shutout. I don't know if we've seen a shutout in this series outside of the first game where Akron barely won it 1-0. Technically, we could have even had a second shutout when Northwood took it 4-0 but gave up a last-second goal. If you ever wanted momentum going into the end of the series, Northwood have it in spades. The question is, though, who's going to take it all home? We're guaranteed, Taco. Champions Field awaits us. Game 7 on the horizon.
We don't have to talk about expectations. We don't have to talk about, even now, these complicated systems. Does someone have a reset? Does someone have the advantage here? Is there game advantage? No. All you need to know about the rules right now is that next game wins. Akron being taken to the brink by Northwood yet again, trying to just climb their way through the trenches of the lower bracket, and they've done it yet again. In their second attempt at a grand final, they've reset the bracket, and they just need to perform one more time. The team talk from Akron is so important to get their mental right.
Already for Northwood, though, this is further than they got last time when they faced Maryville in a very similar scenario. They got the bracket reset the first time. It went to 5. They closed it out in 5. But the second time, they got closed out in 5 instead. Maryville took a 4-1 victory with Northwood only winning the first game, and then 4 games straight. Maryville take them down. The one thing I will say about that series, though, is it ended in an 8-minute overtime, 7:35 to be exact. Taco, if we get a scenario like that again, I don't know if you draw it up any better.
I mean, I was just thinking about the last time these two teams were able to go the distance when they went to Champions Field. It was really one-sided for Akron. They were the ones winning all the 50s. Northwood kind of crumbled down, and Northwood does have a history of really obviously winning so much. Their trophy cabinet, I mean, the people at IKEA must love them. There's so many that they have to buy to be able to fit them in, but there are the occasional moments where they don't just lose in the final games. It really gets out of hand. I don't know what's in store, but the scriptwriter's been cooking all season long. Here's yet another classic grand final. Game 7 underway.
I am ready. Let's hope the players are ready as well, and the audience at home. We want to hear you cheering as loud as possible. Both sides need the momentum. Both sides need the support, because this is for our 3rd CRL Open champion. Again, we have had a different winner every single week. The only constant is that Northwood is the first team to make it back to this grand at least 2 times this season. Last time they were denied. Let's find out, is it gonna happen again?
Hockey going to get there first. Cream's way out of his reach. 5UP knows that one, and that's something that years of experience, thousands of hours, is going to teach you. 5UP so good at being able to predict whether or not these touches are going to go through, and that leadership from him is going to be so important, especially now that Bullseye and Patty are in a high-pressure situation. We've seen them crumble before, and I will say, it doesn't seem like we're seeing too much of that right now, but you still need all the best reads to be able to come out. 5UP, there's 2 back-to-back.
This ball just keeps finding itself at the ceiling. Aerials on either end, just sky high, taking it up. But nobody's able to do much with them. Not even double touches off the backboard, finding connections. Neither team finding all too much here on offense for the start of this game, but Akron a chance in the corner. Bullseye looking for a catch and then a pass out center. He's not going to find it except for the follow-up, but good bailout by Hockey, not allowing that first goal.
Bullseye stealing that corner boost. Neil with nothing. He's just going to send that one downfield. Patty lobbed up. I think he was waiting for a follow-up, but both Northwood players were ready for it. Bailing out as Akron. I like this one. You don't want to dive on in and try to make every opportunity a scoring one, because it's not going to be. Giving up a counterattack, way worse than giving up a potential shot.
I do feel this is going to be the safest game we see from either one of these sides. They recognize that minuscule errors have been the difference maker in a series like this. You leave a chance up at the table and somebody's going to gobble it on up. 2 minutes gone here. Neither team been able to find anything, but Zanil, a great flip reset and dribble, has baited out some players. Akron a bit shaky on defense. Can they recover?
5UP upfield. That's a laser if it's on target. I don't know if Zanil was getting to that one, but we'll never find out. Creams with a putback, able to get the first catch. Zanil searching for demos. 5UP is in the backfield, and he's going to be required as Hockey is in front of the ball. 5UP, that is a lot of boost. He's a dangerous, dangerous man in the air. Patty with a putback, and it's going to be over the bar. No boost to seal. Everyone returns to their side.
Northwood got to be thanking their lucky stars for that one. That was probably the worst touch we've seen out of Hockey all series long, but luckily enough, he gets bailed out by his teammates. Halfway through this game, still not a single goal on the board. This is starting to feel very similar to Game 1, where we only had a single goal be the difference maker. Could it be this? Zanil, not enough power. Bullseye to make the stop.
5UP left alone. He needs to get this on the backboard, but that or Patty is going to say, hey, if it goes too far out, I got you. And also on the catch and clear, needs a high flick, does get that one over Zanil. Now Zanil is off the pitch. Hockey taking a 50. Great job to slow that one down. That was starting to brew for Akron.
Still more offense for Akron, though. Bullseye looking for the block. We'll find it. This is popped up. Does anybody have the shot? Akron actually won't even opt for it. They would rather be prepared for the counterattack. Like we said, a safe gameplay for both sides is going to be required. You make a mistake, it could cost you the series. Could it be that? No, Patty not going to be punished for his error in the corner. 90 seconds to go. Still, neither team with a goal. We could have an overtime, or we could have a golden goal to steal it all.
Hockey trying to chase this one down. 5UP has to make a decision on that challenge. It will get cleared, but it's wide open into Creams. Bullseye calls the bluff. I love the ego challenge. Patty's going to have to follow it up. Hockey will not oblige with the challenge. In fact, just a little bit of a backup. Zanil, that should be beat over the top. 5UP misses, though. It's starting to get a little bit anxious here. As the teams understand, it might just be next goal wins. It's a low-scoring affair. Honestly, it's a low-shooting affair at this point.
Yeah, it really has not been a lot of shots on either side. It's still been more shots for Northwood, though. We've talked about this a couple of times throughout this series and throughout the day, but Akron can get held scoreless and shotless at moments, and right now that's the same. They have one registered shot through 4 minutes of play. Could they find their second here? Bullseye doesn't even touch the ball in the corner, ignores it and goes headhunting, but it won't pay off. Long ball downfield. Hockey looking for the waterfall. Will fake it out, and his teammates will get the possession, but can Northwood do anything with it?
Look at that top left. Akron has nothing in the tank. All these clears buy them a little time, but you need to use it grabbing pads. The 100 is not always going to be there. It is purely luxury at some times. 5UP with a 50. It's straight in. 23 to go and 23 seconds for potentially one of the most upsetting matches when it comes to favorites.
We are getting flashbacks to the first time these two teams played. The constant 50s beating out Northwood when they least expected. And now, with 23 seconds left on the clock, do they have another kickoff strategy up their sleeves? It doesn't seem like it. The long ball downfield, but Akron only need to see the time tick away to become your champions.
Patty doesn't get the read. Creams open boost. He has got Zanil in the middle. It's in fact his Hockey. It's straight back to Creams. Deflected all the way back down. It's just a matter of wasting this clock. 5UP. Pass one. Spike down. Creams with a lob. That is gonna do it. Akron Zips are your CRL Open 3 champions.
Akron do it when they were least expected to. A team that hasn't even been able to crack the top 6 the last 2 weeks. They find themselves their first upper bracket bout. And what do? They take it all the way. Akron, congratulations. You are our CRL Open 3 champions.
Beautiful from Akron. Some people might say, man, that's off a deflection, but it's a return. That's exactly how I said it ended in the first matchup when they went to the distance on Champions Field. When they did come down to it, it was just taking smart angles, smart approaches. We said it was going to be a safe game, and I think that's exactly what we did see, but that's where those calculated risks can occur, not only just on offense, but on defense. Northwood tries to cut on the outside, which means any challenge on the inside might just angle straight in. That's a rough way to go for Northwood, but super well-deserved by Akron, fending off the Wolves.
I mean, it's the same thing we say. It's the littlest things. The margin for error in a series like that is none. You cannot play one bad 50 or it'll end up in your net and end your series. We gotta end the day, though. Let's bring the desk back on in as, is it Novanta gloat time again? Because he absolutely deserves to. I mean, it's
not Novanta gloat time. It's my gloat time, actually.
Vaudable gloat time, yeah.
It's okay, though. But Novanta, I mean, we were looking at this in the green room and we're like, man, this series is so back and forth. We don't know exactly if Akron's going to be able to pull it out after we saw that first best of 7 really just go dominantly in Northwood's favor. What really changed in this one for Akron to come out on top?
It's interesting because Akron had the high ground, but took their sweet time in realizing it, right? Northwood was in a peak form. It felt like they was going to be untouched, but I really feel like it was more of a pacing issue. Akron found a way to slow down and close off some of the tight quarters. Once the pace slowed down, it really was Akron. And you can argue that last goal that won the series was kind of light, but the fact they got themselves in that situation shows how much you're able to come through.
Yeah, I mean, the series was full of highlights as we take a look at those right now. So many close games, so many moments of peak potential from these teams. Cream specifically from Northwood, I want to speak on a little bit here. Throughout the series, felt like it was a leader on this team of Northwood. And do we expect to see that leadership continue for the rest of CRL here, Taco?
I mean, I definitely think so. It's definitely a player that can step up. He's making a lot of plays. He was honestly MVP in some of those matches, just kind of carving through all these saves, being able to orchestrate offense. And I think there's definitely not much to worry about if you're Northwood, even if you are losing these series, and that's 2 grand finals in which you've lost, which is for them shocking. But I don't really think it's much to fix. It's just these other teams playing phenomenally well, taking advantage of the few mistakes Northwood does make, which is what any champion should be doing.
I gotta mention this again, just for posterity's sake. This is the first time Akron has ever beat Northwood in a grand final in CRL history. They also made history earlier on in quite some time, beating Northwood in the upper bracket winners final to make it here. So twice history has been made for this Akron roster. And talk to me about how historic 5-Up joining this team, but also Patty and Bullseye with the way they played was throughout this tournament today and yesterday was, Bass.
I mean, you're not even listing the entirety of the history that they've been able to do this year. They are also the first program in the history of Rocket League to make it to RLCS as a collegiate squad.
True.
And that was before they even got 5-Up. This man has been unbelievable. I said it during Summer Series that he might have been my MVP for the East just from the individual impact this guy was able to put out. And he's doing it again here. The big difference, though, is that it's no longer just the 5-Up show. It's the Akron show. Every player had their moment in that series. And honestly, this is kind of what we've been hoping for since we saw this team in Summer Series. We knew the sky was the limit for them. And honestly, I think they've gone past the stratosphere. They're landing on the moon. They're planting their flag. And they are happily dancing around with the crown on their heads.
Speaking of the crown, Novanta, Northwood have not had that crown on their heads, and it has felt empty for a little bit for quite some time since Summer Series, since the last season of CRL, since they lost to Fisher in the World Championship way back when. What do they need to change to get ready for their final chance at CRL Fall Open 4?
Well, before I answer your question, allow me to pile on, right? We were saying, oh, it's a down kind of series, a down kind of tournament, and tournament after tournament, match after match. These are kind of things where you go, it's not a skill issue. It's not even a chemistry issue. The way Northwood has lost these things is definitely focus and trusting each other, especially in the deep depths of a series. So that needs to be number one. How do you go back to the training pitch after this to trust your partners, trust your teammates in the run of play, and find a way to counteract some kind of unorthodox defenses like we saw here today?
We talked about the curse that Northwood's been under for a little bit. They kind of cursed themselves. Speaking of Cream saying they're going to win every event after Summer Series, and so far they have been left unanswered, not getting a single one. But that just goes to show how competitive CRL has proven to be. Let's take a look at the bracket one final time for today. See how we got here to our third new champion for the CRL Fall Open 3. Started with Maryville. You see they fell in the lower quarterfinals. Then Concord fell a little bit later on to Northwood, who made it, got the bracket reset. But for the second time, got a bracket reset and then didn't get the finish afterwards. This is just peak CRL, Taco.
Yeah, it's going to be really fascinating to watch this one because CRL Open 4, we have a potential to get a fourth different winner. We've been just cycling through all the top teams like, hey, who wants a chance? Who wants it to be their weekend? And I suppose Akron raised their hand, said, yeah, I'm down to get some glory. I'm down to get some extra money on the scholarship funding. But for the most part, I think the biggest thing for me is just how all over the place some of these teams are. It really is just coin flip, it feels like, at a certain point. Maryville came in as a top bracket team, and I'm thinking, oh, this is their time. I mean, they won number one. They're back to full strength. And then just immediately slapped down, and then immediately again slapped out. Concord beat them. 0-2 for Maryville is a shocking result for a team that good. I'm sure if we are looking at Northwood for having a revenge arc, I'm looking for Maryville next time.
Yeah, there's so many teams have a revenge arc potential, but Bass, I mean, one thing we do have to talk about, no European players or even Canadian players on this roster.
Finally, US back on top. It has been so long, dude, since we have had a North American squad here. And by so long, I mean like 2-3 weeks. Regardless, even in the offseason, though, it was dominated by European squads. Concord took 2 offseason events in a row before we even started week number 1. I'm so happy for this Akron squad, not only for the fact that they are able to get a win like this, but also I really do feel as if this was the moment for Akron. We talked about it. If there was ever a bracket that they were going to be able to get through and take the win, it was going to be this one. Congratulations to Akron, man, putting the pride of the U.S. on your back, and man, did you do it justice.
This reminds me a little bit about that one G2 journey into a grand final, though, where they didn't have to play a single European roster and took down the rest of the American teams to get into the final and eventually do well there. I mean, we're kind of seeing that Akron didn't have to play any of those European teams and just played off against West Virginia and Northwood twice to come out on top. So maybe that's what they needed to avoid Maryville and Concord, and they'd have a better journey there. Regardless, though, from land champions this past weekend at the Bluegrass Boost Battle, gotta give a shout out there, and now champions here in the CRL Open number 3. For quite some time, Akron as a program has been looking for their former glory, and they have finally grasped it. Let's look at the standings a little bit, a couple more times here. This is the current final standings we have from this Open specifically. Akron on top, as you can see, Northwood getting a lot of good points as well. Fisher Navy still trying to make some progress there, but the big question marks I have here, Novanta, those teams that are still in the hunt that you see towards the lower end, who are you looking for to step up next week?
I kind of feel I put myself in a boxer after this week's champ league by giving West Virginia such a high ranking. And on this weekend wasn't really their Open to really show and improve, but I still have faith. Maybe it might be a fool's errand, but I do think the tools are still there. But definitely Maryville took the week off, give or take. They have a chance to have a little bit of redemption 7 days from now.
Yeah, and St. Clair Saints Green, absent from this list, did not even make it into the top 16 after losing to Bruton Parker, you see there, and a team that didn't even make it into the top 16 in St. Edward. So they have a lot to come back for. And let's take a look at the overall standings for these teams and where things are for teams in the hunt for that top 8 fall championship. Fisher Navy barely outside of it. ISU and Oklahoma Christian tied 10th and 11th. St. Clair Gold, we talked about this taco on Champ League, the most consistent team outside of a top 8 finish.
Yeah, this is a team that I personally think is one of the best in the nation. They have gotten to the qual match every single Open, and they just happened to fall short. This time it was Davenport slaying them on their own stream. I was watching it and I'm just shaking my head. But honestly, there's so much still to be shaken up. I mean, even we look at their sister school, St. Clair Green, second place in Open 2, and this time they didn't even make qual match. They were falling real short, so that's a shocking result from them, and definitely something that I'm interested about. All the runbacks. I mean, there's so many teams that not only don't have the luxury anymore of, after CR Open 1, you're saying, there's time to bounce back. We're really down to crunch time. I mean, if you're looking at a lot of these points, the Mizzous, the Stockton, Lubbock Christian, you need to get a result, and you need to get a big result to be able to leapfrog all those other teams in your way.
Basically, St. Clair Green, Davenport, Ball State aren't safe just yet with their top 8 finishes. West Virginia and onwards, pretty much, because in first place, if you win it all, you get maximum of 16 points. A lot of these teams still can make some waves, but a lot of momentum needed to be made. A couple of teams that do have to give a shout out to that aren't on this list that still have a point: Bruton Parker College, George Mason Patriots, Harrisburg University, Kennesaw State, Rochester Christian, St. Edwards, and Southern Miss still have potential if they do manage to do well. But there's a lot of teams in the hunt for that top 8. My question to you here, Bass, who are you thinking is going to make the biggest waves outside of the top 8 currently, outside of Fisher as well?
Oh, boo. You were about it. You just took it away from me. I was like, oh, it's got to be the 9th place team in Fisher that are right on the cusp. If not them, it's got to be ISU, though, in my opinion. Illinois State was phenomenal this weekend, and they have been a team that's been on the cusp of making the top 8 multiple times. You mentioned that BBB event that we had over the weekend. They were able to get themselves a top 2 finish. The only team they lost to, Akron, are defending champions now. So Illinois State have been a team that have talked to not only us, but really the entire scene, being like, hey, I think it is disrespect that we're not even getting ranked in the top 10. We are more than capable of doing so, and this week they really proved it with finally making it into the main event. Unfortunately for them, they still have a lot left to be done, though. They are tied with Oklahoma Christian and still behind Fisher Navy. If they want to sneak in to that top 8, they not only need to place better than Fisher Navy, they also got to hope somebody else misses out on top 8 again.
Do have to mention here as well, CRL Fall number 4, the open event, the final one of this entire circuit, is in 2 weeks. We're actually having a little bit of a breather for these teams and for our hearts, because again, different champions every single time. We need to take a little bit of a breather. So make sure you click that or go to that link, start.gg/CRL Fall 24, so that you can participate if you are a college team that are looking to get involved in the action. Have some fun, play a bunch of best of 3s, see how far you can make it, and make your name known, stake your claim for a spot in the top 8 championship. Still anybody's game. Could have a new winner again next week. But before we close out, gentlemen, any final thoughts? We'll go down the line, starting with Novanta.
Man, that break could have come at the best time for a lot of teams that kind of underperformed in this particular open. Chance to recalibrate, see what didn't work for them, some VOD reviews, no pun intended, and figure out the things they need to tweak to have themselves a strong show in the back half of the season.
There we go. What about you, Bass? How you feeling about this one?
Honestly, I'm feeling like, again, it is still CRL in the best state we have seen it. It has been so competitive. It is so much fun. The only people I've got to call out for, Canada, it is time to show up. You have yet to get a win here, whether through Creams on Northwood or St. Clair Green, who failed to get 2 best-of-7s in the last series. We expected them to come in and one of these teams with Canadian players to represent. Maybe it'll be next week, or I guess 2 weeks from now when Seb is back on the show.
Maybe that's what they need.
Maybe that's what they need.
What about you, Taco?
I mean, I just always like to bring this up because we have talked so long about how Northwood is incredible, and the dialogue I always hear from players is, how are you supposed to beat them? Like, there's nothing we can really do. Now, we're now in an era where not only they have not won 3 times in a row, but Akron, first collegiate team ever to be able to make it into RLCS through qualifiers, granted with Tristan, now they have 5 up, but this is a team, last time they played Open Qualifier 2, lower bracket against Northwood, they were swept 3-0. To say that that team would beat Northwood twice in the same day, one of which was in the grand finals, to win it all is psychotic. To say that hard work will not actually get you through all these different trials and tribulations and be able to get you to ascend is ridiculous to me. Akron has put in so much work. They play constantly together. They hang out together. They have a great friendship, great bond with each other, and it shows. This team, I don't think coming in, getting first rounded each week, suddenly winning, that's just through sheer hard work. There's no luck involved in this bracket.
New champion every single weekend. We have a bit of a breather. Again, we'll be back in 2 weeks' time, same place, 3 p.m. Eastern, and we will see you all then. It's been a great time to enjoy some Collegiate Rocket League action, but we'll be bidding you all adieu and see you in 2 weeks.
close to who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. All my judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. It's not my night. In the backseat.
Fight me. Look out.
fight me.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. We can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.